Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second day of the meeting of the California Coastal Commission here in amazing Monterey. Many of us went out to see the sea lion colonies. It's just absolutely mind-blowing. But what a beautiful place, beautiful morning here. So I'd like to open the meeting today with a roll call, please.
Commissioner Aguirre.
Presente.
Commissioner Bochco.
Here.
Commissioner Cummings.
Here.
Commissioner Eckerly.
Here.
Commissioner Harmon.
Here.
Commissioner Kunkel.
Here.
Commissioner Nadoff.
Here.
Commissioner Rice.
Here.
Commissioner Uranga.
Presente.
Commissioner Williams.
Here.
Commissioner Wilson.
Accounted for.
Chair Hart.
Present. Thank you so much, Vanessa. All right, we'll move to virtual meeting procedures. Chris?
Good morning. This Coastal Commission meeting is occurring both in person and through Zoom. This meeting is also being webcast and can be viewed online at cal-span.org. If you have access to the internet and wish to watch or listen to the meeting only and not speak on an item, we recommend use the CalSpan website. Those who wish to address the Commission today can do so in person, through the Zoom platform, or by phone. The speaker request forms may be found on the Commission's webpage. Paper forms and a scannable QR code for paperless submittal are available on the Commission's staff table just outside the meeting room. For those on Zoom, we have posted virtual hearing procedures on the Commission's agendas webpage, which is a guide on providing comments via Zoom or by phone. Members of the public speaking during general public comment may be given up to 2 minutes to speak at the discretion of the chair. Requests to speak during the general public comment period will not be accepted after 9 a.m. on each day of the meeting. In order to provide the opportunity for the broadest range of public participation, you may speak on a specific topic one time only each month. Those speaking on an agenda item that is not general public comment are typically allowed 2 to 3 minutes to speak at the discretion of the chair. We will accept a request to speak on an item that is not general public comment until the chair opens the hearing on that particular item. If you have access to the internet, please go to the Commission's webpage and click on the link to fill out a speaker request. If you do not have internet access or prefer to testify by phone, please call the Commission staff at 562-477-9089. Again, that number is 562-477-9089. Staff will provide you with a telephone call-in number and instructions for how to participate and provide testimony by phone. We will manage speakers coming in and out of the meeting through a meeting organizer. When it is your time to address the Commission, the organizer will invite you to turn on your video and microphone or provide instructions on how to unmute the phone. Madam Chair, that concludes the virtual hearing procedures.
Great, thank you so much. Now turn to agenda changes.
Yes, thank you, Chair Hart. Morning, Commissioners. So everything on the posted agenda sheet is correct, other than 2 additions, which I'll explain. So first, we have item 16A. This is the City of Oceanside's Coast Highway Incentive District LCP amendment. It's the suggested modifications time extension. That item is moved to consent.
What item was that?
That was item 16A.
Oh, thanks. I didn't know I had my mic on, but thank you.
And then item 16B, this is the City of Oceanside's downtown density changes LCP amendment. That item's been postponed. Item number 16C, this is the City of Carlsbad's alternative and temporary housing update LCP amendment. That item's been moved to consent. And then item 16E, this is the City of Coronado's housing element update LCP amendment time extension. That has been moved to consent. Item 18A, this is the 22nd District Agricultural Association's RV parking CDP application. That has been moved to consent. Item number 18B, this is UCSD's La Jolla Shores Drive viewing platform CDP application. That has also been moved to consent. Item number 20A, This is Sierra Space Corporation's Dream Chaser Federal Consistency Review. That item has been postponed. Then item number 21A, this is the Mad River Slough Shellfish Nursery's CDP application. That item has also been postponed. And then the two additions, item number 8C, this is the Winter Motel appeal. We received a voluminous letter from the applicant's attorney yesterday that we think warrants some further thought before doing any de novo review. And the applicant has also indicated to us that they would like to further discuss the staff recommendation before any such hearing. So we suggested the applicant waive the 49 working day hearing deadline to allow that to happen, but the applicant declined. The applicant also declined to exercise their right of postponement. What that means is that we still need to have the substantial issue hearing today because we are up against a 49 working day hearing deadline. And should the commission find substantial issue, we would have the de novo portion of the hearing at a future date, not today. And so we would be independently postponing that item should the commission find substantial issue. And I'll remind you when we get to that item about that. And then the other addition is item number 16D. This is the City of San Diego Mira Mesa Community Plan update. That item has been moved to consent. So unless there's any questions, that's all I have.
Are there any 16 left?
Yes.
No, they've all
16
been,
which?
Any of them?
they've all been consent or moved to.
I don't have the agenda right up.
16A, B, C, D, E, all of them?
16, 16B has been postponed.
Right.
C, D, if it only goes through E, then yes, none of those will be.
Thank you.
Yep. Any other questions?
Anyone else have questions on the, on that topic? Okay, great. Thanks, Mr. Carl. We're going to move on to public comment then. How many speakers do we have today, Chris?
We have 19.
All right, everyone will have 2 minutes, and let's proceed with people in the room, please.
Okay. For members of the public, I'll be announcing the names of the upcoming speakers and invite you to speak when it is your turn. Each speaker will be allowed 2 minutes to speak during general public comment. In order to allow for live video testimony on Zoom, we will be bringing you in as panelists. As we bring you in, your Zoom will reload. This may take a moment. To speed up this process, we will bring several people in at a time, but please remain muted and keep your video off until we ask you to speak. After your time is up, you'll be moved back to attendee mode. For members of the public present in the room, I will call your names in the order that they appear on our sign-up list. When you hear your name, please line up behind the podium and announce yourself with your name when you approach to speak. Several helpful tips. There's a raise your hand function that will help us find you in the attendee list. If you're using a phone for audio, you can raise your hand by dialing *9. If you are participating by Zoom, you should see a button on your Zoom screen. If you have signed up to speak for this item and are able to do so, please raise your hand now. When it is your time to speak, we will invite you to unmute and turn on your camera. You can unmute yourself on a phone by dialing *6. And please remember to state your name for the record. We have 7 people signed up as in person. We'll start with Patrick McGibney, followed by Patrick Aldinger, and then Paul Bruno. Patrick McGibney.
Is that on? All right, good morning, Coastal. Coastal California cannot build itself out of a lack of housing, low income or otherwise. Even if affordable land were available, resources are not, mainly water. Desalting our oceans has its own risks and liabilities and would not be sustainable on a massive scale. There are, as you know, coastal towns that are dependent on depleted water sources. Los Osos is one of those. Yet recently you approved more growth under the pretext that the basin was trending towards sustainability. Regrettably, when updating the Estero Area Plan, approving 1% growth rate for Los Osos, you neglected to consider the impacts of all water-using development. The 1% growth rate does not include guest house additions or additional bedrooms and bathrooms. These additions are not subject to water offsets, are not included in the 1% growth rate, nor do they pay into the Habitat Conservation Plan, although they can affect all three. You never conditioned these or made them part of the modifications in approving the Los Osos Community Plan. 2 years ago, in a letter, you threatened the Los Osos County with legal action if they did not stop issuing CDPs that could not show adequate water. You also doubted there was adequate water in the basin for their current population, which was supported by DWR's classifying this basin as being in critical overdraft. I hope you have some remedial plan for these oversights before the final approval in December. There is no going back, and there is no other water source for this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Patrick Aldinger, Paul Bruno, and then Jeff Davey.
Good morning. I'm Rick Aldinger, co-chair of the Monterey County Hospitality Association's Government Affairs Committee. I'm here to thank you for your support for the Monterey Peninsula Water Supply Project, and in particular, the CalAm desal project. I'm here to urge your continued support for that project. Desal is a necessary and critical component of the water supply project, as it's the only reliable, drought-proof source of water that will benefit the hospitality industry, business in general, and most importantly, the residents of the Monterey Peninsula. We have less water than we currently need, let alone what we will need for the future. Without a reliable source of water, there is not an opportunity for growing our economy. Our housing costs are among the highest anywhere, and without additional water, we don't have the means to increase our inventory or to meet the state-mandated housing requirements. We need the water desal will provide. Please continue to support this community by supporting the CalAm desal project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Paul Bruno, Jeff Davey, and then Steve Ray.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, my name is Paul Bruno. I'm a resident of Monterey. I'm a director of the Seaside Groundwater Basin Water Master. A significant portion of our local water supply currently comes from this overdrafted groundwater basin. I've served on the Water Master since its inception 17 years ago. I'm speaking as an individual. First, I'd like to welcome you to the Monterey Peninsula. We're known for our natural beauty, our world-class golf courses, fine dining, and an abundance of cultural events. It really does look like we have it all. But there's a serious problem. We do not have an adequate water supply. We live with the limits on water use and a constant threat of rationing. In November 2022, this commission approved a desalination plant project to be built by CalAm, our local water company. Thank you. Our community desperately needs this desal project in order to finally have a drought-proof and sustainable water supply. We've been waiting for a very long time for this water source. I was in the 7th grade when we moved to the peninsula in 1977. We were experiencing an extended drought and lived under mandatory water rationing. I am now nearly 60 years old and ready to be a grandfather. Our water supply shortage has become a generational problem here on the peninsula. There are many impacts that result from living in water poverty. For example, without water, we're unable to address the need for affordable housing for our working families. Currently, most of our workers are forced to commute long distances. This increases traffic, causes pollution, and impacts family life. I look forward to when the desal plant comes online, and I again thank the Commission for helping to make it a reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Davey, Steve Ray, and then Lynn Hamilton.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, my name is Jeff Davey, and I'm a third-generation resident of the Monterey Peninsula, and I'm also the chair of the Coalition of Peninsula Businesses here in Monterey. And our members include the Monterey County Hospitality Association, the Monterey Commercial Property Owners Association, the Peninsula Chamber of Commerce, the Carmel Chamber of Commerce, the Pacific Grove Chamber of Commerce, the Monterey County Association of Realtors, and the Community Hospital of the Monterey Peninsula. We have been fighting to help lift the CDO that we are under here because of the water conditions and situation in our community. You all know very much, and you just heard the last two speakers talk about the problems that we have faced for literally decades, generations. I recall the 77 droughts and the rationing. I recall being a sibling set of 5. I was number 4, and I had to take a bath after my 3 older siblings. I don't want anyone living in this community to ever endure that sort of water rationing. Again, I also am so concerned about the situation with our housing, and we cannot get needed housing because of our lack of a water supply. The Monterey Water Supply Project is the only solution that will solve our water problems and will lift that CDO. And I want to thank this body for your vote in November of 2022 to help move that project forward. We are literally living in water poverty here. You acknowledged it, and you have been helpful, and you've been key in the process. I would ask you to continue to encourage your staff and to do everything possible to meet the conditions with the applicant and bring the Monterey Water Supply Project to fruition for this community. And thank you so much for your time and service.
Thank you. Steve Ray, Lynn Hamilton, and Gary Curcio.
Well, good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, staff, and to the public out there. All these people with titles, I'm ashamed I have no title. Oh, wait a minute, I do. Morro Ray, courtesy of the chair there. Yep, okay, I'm Steve Ray, also known as Morro Ray, courtesy of the chair. So thank you for that title. You smell it? Election season in the air, all the excitement and everything. Well, in Morro Bay, we're having an election there too, and it's regarding the power plant that's coming before you in the future. It has to do with the will of the people being able to decide what they want for their own city, because under this initiative that we have on the ballot there, A24, it says that if the city council approves something that is not in accordance with the general plan and with the local coastal plan, the LCP, that it must then go to a vote of the people before it goes anywhere else. So we're trying to get that passed there, and that's coming. If it does, it'll add a new wrinkle, and we'll have need a new LCP amendment to come in before you as well. But that's happening in Morro Bay, and we're keeping a close eye on it. We're hoping to win the election. If it doesn't, it'll continue as it is. But I also wanted to let you know that the opposition there, the people who are promoting the power plant and the people who are opposing our Measure A24 are saying a lot of things that just don't comport with the facts. One of them being that the Coastal Commission will never ever see this project because they will have no authority because the AB 205 supposedly stripped the Coastal Commission of all their authority, and it goes to the Energy Commission, and that overrules you, and so it won't happen. The staff wrote a great letter to the city, which has been published there in the city, but still those kind of misinformations still apply. So I just want to let you know that you may be hearing from more people about how you have no authority in Morro Bay, but we know you do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Lynn Hamilton, followed by Gary Curcio, and then we'll move to our Zoom speakers, starting with Walter Lamb, Brian Rosen, and Lorna Moffett. Lynn Hamilton.
Good morning, commissioners. There are two existential threats to humanity: climate change and nuclear war. We in the peace and environmental movement strongly oppose the increasing weaponization of the Pacific Rim. The proposed Naval Innovation Center, the NIC, at Monterey's Naval Postgraduate School, located right on the edge of our sanctuary, is part of the militarization of the Pacific Rim. Of the 10 goals listed for the Naval Innovation Center, the Navy includes only one goal, the energy and climate security goal that might promote life and well-being on Earth. The rest of the goals are counterproductive to a livable, healthy ecology. True innovation and true security should focus only on green energy, climate security, and health. We can't afford to waste more time on new, improved war technology. The power of the weapons corporations has held us hostage for too long. In an era of accelerating ecocide, more war technology is not the answer. Here's a really innovative idea. How about a peace innovation center at NPS? With workshops, classes on coexistence, diplomacy, and nonviolence. The technology footprint wouldn't be nearly as large, and we'd have the PIC, the PIC, instead of the NIC. Seriously, in addition to the many local negative effects of the proposed center, such as traffic congestion and harm to the sanctuary, we must consider the more global effects of the center. The Navy's published focus and goals are towards improved warfare, when what we desperately need is to be transitioning quickly to improved partnership with each other and the planet. Thank you.
Thank you. Gary Curcio, followed by Walter Lamb, Brian Rosen, and Lorna Moffett. Gary Curcio.
Good morning, Commissioners. Gary Curcio, a 27-year resident of Monterey County. Back in July of this year, Senator Laird held a water roundtable here in Monterey with the specific goal of trying to come to a possible method of ending the cease and desist order upon CalAm that was issued by the State Water Resource Control Board. It became even more evident after this roundtable the need for the CalAm desal project. There were many questions about source water and demand, and many folks from agriculture were speaking about how the source water numbers being used by M1 Water are in conflict with what actually ag feels the need of agriculture is. So that being said, there's a possibility that there is not enough source water for phase 2 of M1 Water. And the representatives from the State Water Resource Control Board present at that day made it very clear that there could be no lifting of the CDO without all parties having a understanding and on the same page as to water supply and demand, which currently is not the case. So it brought to many of us, it brought back the importance of this long-term sustainable drought-proof water supply, which is the Monterey Peninsula Water Supply Project. So we thank you for your insight in issuing a coastal development permit. We know there are conditions, and they're working toward getting those conditions checked off. But again, we thank you for that, and we ask for your continued support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to our Zoom speakers, Walter Lamb, followed by Brian Rosen and Lorna Moffett.
Good morning, Chair Hart and Commissioners. I'm Walter Lamb, representing the Bino Wetlands Land Trust. I do have a slide deck for this morning. I'm hoping can get brought up. There we go. I'm actually at the Bino Wetlands right now. This is a picture of the Bino Wetlands Area B that I took on Tuesday. Today I'm in Area A. Next slide, please. And in July, when your staff was discussing a different topic, in describing the Bino Wetlands Restoration Project, indicated that if that project moves forward, that it would come before the commission at a future date, but that the likelihood of that happening was uncertain. And I just want to bring to your attention that's a piece of information that I think shouldn't just sort of slide by. That's actually a really big deal, this uncertainty. You, as you recall, in December 2022, authorized for a number of geotechnical and chemical borings to be conducted at the Bino Wetlands. And the sole purpose of that decision was to further, this project being implemented. Next slide, please. And the issue now is really not just whether they're going to come before you with a permit for sequences 1 and 2, but whether as the commission, you're lawfully able to permit just those 2 sequences. And that's a question that really hasn't received much attention despite a number of pre-application meetings. There is a group called the Southern California Wetlands Recovery Project, which the commission is a part of. It's a number of regulatory agencies, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Fish and Wildlife, a number of different agencies that have permitting jurisdiction over this. And so we're asking your executive director to ask the staff of that organization to put this on the agenda for their upcoming meeting to work through this really important issue, because it would be a shame to go all the way to, let's say, 2026, and then for something to come before you that you can't legally permit. Next slide, please. Okay. Didn't get to the drains, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Brian Rosen, Lorna Moffett, and Scott Mace. Brian Rosen. Brian, you're muted still. All right, I've asked you to unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, beautiful. I'm very, very disturbed about the decel thing because I understand desalinization is extremely destructive to the marine life. I understand there's a growing population and we're way beyond the carrying capacity of the land. But what we really need in this world is a sustainability, including a sustainable population. And the developers very much want decel so they can have unlimited growth. And that's a lot about what it's about. And that would be very disastrous for the local Monterey Bay environment to have the kind of growth developers would like to have. I am going to ask you to please not allow development to destroy the coastal zone. Not everyone can live in the coastal zone. There are other places people can live. And I do believe the housing mandates by the state are unconstitutional. A growing population coupled with an environmentally destructive lifestyle spells disaster for the environment. The US has the biggest population problem in the world because it has the biggest impact. Do we want one city between San Francisco and LA? The population is supposed to be in decline, so why all this building? I don't get it. But I think we need to definitely look out for the poor and the homeless first and foremost. People with money will be fine. It's no good living in cardboard box shelters. Trailers can be put up in fields to house homeless and at-risk people. And this only has to have temporary impact. Remember, Ansel Adams loved temporary buildings because they have not permanent impact. And so, you know, we really need to start protecting the coastal zone. Not everybody has to live in the coastal zone. We don't need all this overdevelopment. A lot of empty buildings can be utilized. A lot of these so-called affordable housing projects. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Next, Lorna Moffitt, followed by Scott Mace, and then Noah Swara Sykes. Lorna Moffitt, I see you're joining via phone. You can unmute now. You may need to dial *6 to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hello. Yes, commissioners, good morning. The governor's illegal mandate for affordable housing, I say illegal because it forces bodies of government like yours to have okay building products that further affect our environment and global warming, i.e. trees, forests that are sacrificed for building products, traffic congestion and developer political pressures. Monterey is a victim of political developers. Senator Laird, Panetta, and all of our local politicians have not lifted a finger to question this authority and say we don't have the water, we don't have the infrastructure to handle the huge influx of tourists that come by the thousands weekly, and we have one of the most important sanctuaries in the world, according to Blue Planet documentary, and we must protect it by curbing our greenhouse emissions as best we can. The sanctuary is heated up to record degrees in the last few years. How come Marin County has opted out of the mandate, the home of the governor, but we are not? Because our our politicians don't seem to be aware we have a global warming problem. Other cities are challenging the governor's mandate. Monterey politicians welcome it with open arms. So I ask you to be aware of this near every determination with the Monterey coastline. Heating up our bay with CO2 traffic and building congestion and desal projects causes acidification of the bay, which thins the shells of the phytoplankton that feeds the world's marine life, ourselves, and off-gasses 70% of the world's oxygen. If the desal project is allowed to happen, it is a further nail in the coffin to our sanctuary, because desal plants heat up the bay with extra salt. It's a huge problem. Please, be brave and save our sanctuary. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Scott Mace, followed by Noah Swara Sykes, and then John Tilley. Scott Mace.
Good morning, commissioners. Welcome to Monterey Bay. This is my first appearance before the commission, I believe. And as such, I misunderstood the agenda, but I just wanted to quickly lend my support to the surf busway, even though I won't be able to attend the agenda item later in the morning. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Noah Suarez Sykes, John Tilley, and then Padma Jagannathan. Noah Suarez Sykes.
Okay, can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Tremendous. Okay, good morning, commissioners. My name is Noah Sykes, and I'm an organizer for Better Neighbors LA. Our organization conducts data analysis and research on the short-term rental industry and its effects on long-term housing. Good to see you all again. We support true home sharing and hosted-only rentals to balance public access for visitors and affordable housing for residents. Today, I wanted to speak on general public comment to highlight the impact of STR density in coastal communities. Marin County currently has regulations that not only allow unhosted STRs, but in fact allow operators to own multiple unhosted short-term rentals. In April of this year, BNLA urged the Commission to strengthen the county's proposed STR regulations, noting that Marin has far and away one of the highest STR densities within the coastal zone, and residents expressed concerns about the impact on their housing costs. A new report from the Maven Collective confirms those concerns are prescient. Marin County has the third highest monthly housing costs in the state, higher even than San Francisco. Marin County has also widened its racial and economic inequalities. 64% of Latino households struggle to afford the cost of living there compared to 23% of white households. Every unhosted STR allowed to operate in Marin represents a lost opportunity to house a family. The data shows, as reported by McGill University professor David Walksmith, that every housing unit lost to STRs drives up rent. When even 1% of housing stock is dedicated to STRs, tenants and homeowners are negatively impacted, and the coastal zone has absorbed a disproportionate number of STR operations. San Diego's coastal zone has allowed 5% of its housing to become STRs. Monterey reached 9.2%. Marin County's lax regulations have allowed 16% of its housing stock to be used as STRs, and our concern is that Marin County residents will suffer the consequences. As the Coastal Commission continues to consider new regulations regarding STRs, BNLA encourages the Commission to urge municipalities to strike a better balance between housing for residents and tourist accommodations. By implementing regulations based in true home sharing, coastal communities can keep residents from being displaced and continue providing home sharing accommodations for coastal visitors. Thank you very much.
Thank you. John Tilley, followed by Padma Jagannathan, and then Nina Beatty.
I'm John Tilley. I'm here in public, actually.
Oh, you're in person? Okay.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. My name is John Tilley. Among other things, I sit on the Monterey Peninsula Water Management District Citizens Oversight Panel for the Ordinance 152 water supply charge. I've watched water here closely in this community for a number of years out of just an interest in seeing the health of this community remain vibrant. One speaker just a few moments ago spoke of the need to not have water be available for development, and another person spoke of the need to respect the environment through the development of water sources. In fact, you know, the reason the desal plan is coming into place along with Pure Water Monterey is to replace the water that was being taken from the Carmel River. These water supply projects, in fact, are good for the environment because the healthy Carmel River has been a result. There's water flows there that weren't there before. We're maintaining that level. The community, though, is still controlled through the lack of sufficient water sources here. There was a recent conversation at the Monterey Peninsula Water Management District about whether the function of that organization is a water supply organization or a planning organization, because they were really getting into minute planning for the community. This community is indeed, as Jeff Davey said, poverty, in a water poverty situation. Sure, there's a lot of potential for a lot of things to happen here, but the need to replace the water that was on the Carmel River with sustainable sources is the pressing need for the health of this community. We're at risk. We got lucky because we had a couple years of rain that allowed us to use aquifer storage and recovery system, but without the water supply project, and in fact the desal plant, we're still going to be at risk. I have zero confidence that we would do well in a 6-year drought or 9-year drought, and would encourage you to still promote the desal project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Padma Jagannathan, Nina Beatty, and then Leslie Honda.
Thank you to the Coastal Commission for supporting protective measures for the West Key Island in Mission Bay in San Diego and asking for monitoring from the Bayfair Thunderbolt race event operators and for implementing a permit process for future events. I'm calling today because I wanted to reiterate that protecting seabird population involves protecting their dwindling habitats, even when a specific habitat is not being used by breeding or wintering birds for that season or for that year. Boat races like the Bayfair have a number of negative impacts on the habitat, including shoreline instability, erosion, chemical pollution of waterways, destruction of aquatic plant life like eelgrass, which can actually degrade the habitat for future seasons. So when event monitoring is done, it should actually include these impacts in addition to direct impact on seabirds. So I request that the Coastal Commission's permitting process takes into account impact to habitat even when the birds are not present, so that the species can remain as so that these spaces can remain as viable options for the wildlife that depend on them. Thank you again, and I truly appreciate everything you do to preserve and protect habitats for wildlife. Thanks again.
Thank you. Next, Nina Beatty, Leslie Honda, and then Andrew Meyer. Nina, I see that you're on the phone. You should be able to unmute now.
Yes, this is Nina Beatty, resident of Monterey. In May, the Navy released its documents for the War Innovation Center plan for Monterey here. The Navy did not prepare an environmental impact statement. Instead, its brief environmental assessment was inappropriate, inadequate, and inaccurate. It failed to assess critical impacts and failed to include existing toxic impacts to the surrounding community. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next. The Navy did not evaluate coastal zone management, hazardous materials and waste, public health and safety, recreation impacts, socioeconomic and environmental justice because the Navy said these impacts would be negligible or non-existent. Next slide. Additional impacts not evaluated: housing, water availability, and traffic impacts, including using Del Monte Avenue, which is already congested many times during the day. Next slide. Navy's existing problems here: radioactive contamination at Naval Postgraduate School, high EMF RF radiation, the Slammer Lab, and 5G tower on the beach. The Navy is killing the historic forest on Del Monte Avenue and other impacts. Next slide. Their existing DOD contamination includes the Fort Ord Superfund site where the drinking water for the peninsula comes from. Next slide. This is the Innovation Center synopsis from Secretary Toro. Next slide. In addition, we're well aware of the Navy actions locally, in the ocean, in the region as the ocean, including the USS Independence, biological weapons that were sprayed in the San Francisco Bay region, the nuclear waste dump in around the Farallones. Next slide. These are some of the innovations recently from the Navy. Next slide. And this is what we know of the Navy. Next slide. Next slide. Please demand accountability and stop the Navy's assault on all life. We need accountability for this Navy War Center to protect the ocean, marine life, and Monterey Bay communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Leslie Honda, Andrew Meyer, and Lydia Ponce.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Honorable Commissioners and the general public, my name is Leslie Honda, the lead ornithologist for San Diego Bird Alliance, formerly known as San Diego Audubon. We would like to thank the Commission for being receptive to our previous concerns and for supporting the protections of seabirds using West Key Island by implementing an application process for a coastal development permit for future speedboat races and requesting monitoring data from the operator of the race. To better protect our seabirds in Mission Bay, we hope the implementation of a CDP will be required for similar events that may have impact on seabirds. We acknowledge the situation with the new resident terns this year has made management efforts difficult, but as seabirds respond to variable oceanic conditions with climate change, extra steps are necessary as the situation is unpredictable from year to year. To better manage and plan for the future, we encourage the Commission to be flexible when planning for future events, with stopgaps in place to cancel an event event if it may impact breeding birds. As of yesterday, 33 young elegant tern remain on the island. With the speedboat race scheduled for this weekend, we are extremely lucky the tern numbers have decreased and that bird of conservation concern and California bird species of special concern, the black skimmers, decided not to nest on West Ski Island this year. In no way should we assume the same thing will happen next year. Per historic data, bird breeding use of West Ski Island has been dynamic from year to year, and as we all learned this year, management decisions based on previous year's data could be risky and impact birds. We remain concerned about future events as black skimmer breeding phenology may extend into mid-October past the California least tern breeding timeline of September 15th, per data from other areas in San Diego. To secure the future of declining seabirds in San Diego, the best conservation actions we can take is to accommodate species use of areas they select rather than areas we select for them, as we don't always understand the nuances of what may be suitable for them. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next, Andrew Meyer, and our last speaker is Lydia Ponce. Andrew Meyer.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
My name is Andrew Meyer. I am the Director of Conservation at the San Diego Bird Alliance, and I appreciate that Leslie Handa and Padma Jagannathan were on earlier. San Diego Bird Alliance has started some advocacy on behalf of the terns and other birds that are using West Ski Island in Mission Bay down here in San Diego. We were at the Coastal Commission meeting in July, and I appreciate the swift and constructive action that the Coastal Commission staff has taken about specifically this thunderboat race that is about to happen this coming weekend in Mission Bay. It's been going on for many, many years, and the impacts to the birds that use the island have certainly happened for all of those years. These last couple of years, especially 2024 this year, in which elegant terns have been using West Ski Island in the tens of thousands, really call to action all of the management agencies and all of the public actions that are taken on behalf of the Mission Bay, places like Mission Bay, and the resources that are managed by the city, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and certainly the Coastal Commission. The West Ski Island in our bay down here is a space that has been used for just a few years on behalf of elegant terns. Surveys this year showed that over 16,000 terns are using that island to nest. 7,600 nests were surveyed on the island earlier this summer. And as Leslie just mentioned, there are still a handful of elegant tern fledglings and chicks that are being fed by their parents on the island, so it is still being used even though the Bay Fair event is just about to start the drag boat races right offshore of West Ski Island this weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I appreciate the work that the Coastal Commission has done. I appreciate the work that the California Department of Fish and Wildlife has done. And one of the ways that we're pursuing this is that the Mission Bay Park Committee, the advisory board to the mayor, has just voted to end fireworks in Mission Bay, one of the other anchors of our advocacy to improve the Mission Bay management and remove some disturbances to these species. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Our last speaker, Lydia Ponce.
Good morning, relatives. I am asking that you really listen to what I have to say. I'm calling from Venice, infamous Venice, Sagna to the Tongva people. I spoke yesterday about having a summit for indigenous people. What I meant by that was planning for a 7-year forward look to how we're leaving our environment and how we're leaving our communities for 7 generations forward. I know that y'all are going through a lot, and there's threats against the Coastal Act, there's threats against environmental protection overall, let alone our state of California, but the nation as a whole. I just want to ensure you that there's certain languages and certain policies that really need to be taken a look at, especially when we talk about affordable housing. Everybody who comes at me with YIMBY or NIMBY is just propaganda. It's just a divide. And we, as you know, in Venice have been fighting for affordable housing for over 35, 40 years, some longer than that. And what I'm talking about is specifically considering zero-income people. And that's why everybody complains about people sleeping in their cars, in the RVs, on the sidewalks. we really don't accommodate and take care of relatives' mental health issues or drug addiction or whatever it is. So I really want you to consider, and California being the forefront of everything really cool, I know that you can do this. And the summit is separate from anything that's on the agenda. It's actually being in right relations with Indigenous people. It's not just an EJ moment for a land acknowledgement. It's not just a policy for consultation and consent on something on the agenda or upcoming. We really need to hone in on our hearts and our connectivity and the powerful medicine that the ocean is. That's my ask.
Thank you. Madam Chair.
All right, thank you very much. All right, we'll now move to the next item on the agenda, which is the consent calendar. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, so it's not item 5 because there was nothing listed under item 5. It's actually item 6, which are the items that were moved to the consent calendar earlier today, and I'll run through those briefly. We have 6 items that were moved to consent earlier. Item number 16A, this is the City of Oceanside's Coast Highway Incentive District Suggested Modifications Time Extension. Item 16C, this is the City of Carlsbad's Alternative and Temporary Housing Update. Item number 16D, this is the City of San Diego Mira Mesa Community Plan Update. Item number 16E, and this is the City of Coronado's Housing Element Update Time Extension. Item number 18A, that's the 22nd District Agricultural Association's RV Parking Project. And item number 18B, which is UCSD's La Jolla Shores Drive Viewing Platform. Before asking for your concurrence, I think that Mr. Schwing has a few things to add on these items.
Thank you, Dan. So I did want to just mention on the City of San Diego's LCP amendment for the Mira Mesa Community Plan Update, you will see a letter in the correspondence from the city staff that does raise some continuing objections to the policy language on lower cost overnight accommodations. Those are the same objections that they presented to the commission at the hearing on the Otay Mesa Community Plan Update, which was before the commission just a couple of months ago. So they are continuing to raise that objection, but they did not intend to present testimony today, and they did not object to moving this item to consent. So I just wanted to mention that. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Schwing. Are there any ex partes on any of the items on the consent calendar? All right, seeing none, are there members of the public who wish to speak on an item on the consent calendar?
For all items moved to consent, there are only people available for questions.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Does anyone on the commission wish to remove an item from the consent calendar? Commissioner Nada?
No, I had a comment.
All right, all right, go ahead, please.
I just wanted to, and I've been doing this, but I just wanted to identify that many of these items that are going to consent have to do with housing and how the commission, and thank the commission staff for moving things through expeditiously. Thank you.
Thanks so much for raising that. Are there any more comments, or do any commissioners wish to remove an item from the consent calendar? Right, in that case, can I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Move consent.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. This is our first vote, so we'll have a roll call vote, please. Ms. Miller?
Commissioner Aguirre?
Yes.
Aguirre, yes. Commissioner Bochco?
Yes.
Bochco, yes. Commissioner Cummings?
Aye.
Cummings, yes. Commissioner Juan Uranga?
Yes.
Uranga, yes. Commissioner Harmon?
Yes.
Harmon, yes. Commissioner Nada?
Aye.
Nada, yes. Commissioner Rice?
Yes.
Rice, yes. Commissioner Roberto Uranga?
Aye.
Uranga?
By the way, I think we'll talk about later about the name.
Commissioner?
Will you, Uranga, please stand up? There you go.
Commissioner Wilson?
Yes.
Wilson, yes. Chair Hart?
Yes, thanks. And
The vote is unanimous.
I omitted to welcome you, Commissioner Uranga, Welcome to the commission, and great to have you here today. All right, so we'll move on now to the Deputy Director's report for the Central Coast.
Yes, that takes us to item 7. That is the Deputy Director's report. We're reporting 3 waivers and 2 emergency coastal permits today. We're not aware of any objections or controversy regarding these matters, and so the question is whether 3 or more commissioners object to the waivers, and if not, then the commission will concur.
All right, do 3 or more commissioners object? All right, seeing no objection, the Deputy Director report, we concur. Move on to next item, which is item 8A.
Yes, thank you, Chair Hart. Well, that will bring us to the appeal calendar. I'll introduce Sarah McGregor, a coastal planner in our Central Coast District office, who will give the next 2 presentations.
Hi, Sarah. Nice to see you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Item 8A is an appeal of a City of Morro Bay coastal development permit to construct a new 459 square foot single-family dwelling on an undeveloped residential lot. Slide 1 shows a rendering of the proposed residence. I would also note that a short addendum was prepared that responds to a few of the points made by members of the public, but does not change the staff recommendation. Next slide, please. The project is located in the southern portion of the City of Morro Bay in the Morro Heights neighborhood. The site is noted here near the bottom of slide 2. Next slide, please. And slide 3 zooms in on the site and surrounding area, with the site noted in red. The project is located on a 2,500 square foot triangular shaped lot extending from the bluff top down to the bayfront marina. The site is zoned single-family residential. It is accessed from Sandpiper Court, and it is currently mostly paved. Next slide, please. The appeal primarily contends that the city-approved project raises LCP consistency questions related to site development standards, including that the project does not meet LCP provisions related to setbacks, height, and roof form, as well as questions related to community character and public views. The appellant is correct that the project includes some pop-out components that extend into required setbacks by 1 foot and a flatter roof pitch than the LCP would prescribe, but these deviations are minor. They are the result of a very constrained residential site. They are intended to help provide better articulation, and they don't lead to any significant coastal resource concerns, as can be seen from the project rendering on slide 4. Perhaps the most compelling of the appellant appeal argues is that a 5-foot portion of the house and the project's surface parking area and a short retaining wall would be within the 20-foot bluff top setback area. However, the applicant's geotechnical report found that erosion at the base of the slope is not significant, and in any case, the LCP prohibits armoring for this development. All in all, while there are some inconsistencies, they do not lead to the type of coastal resource issues that warrant the Commission's involvement in this project. As a result, staff recommends, next slide, please. As a result, staff recommends that the Commission determine that the appeal contentions do not raise a substantial issue and that the Commission decline to take jurisdiction over the CDP application for this project. The single motion necessary to implement this recommendation is found on page 5 of the staff report. This concludes staff's presentation.
Thanks, Ms. McGregor. Are there any ex partes? Or to open the public hearing and ask if there are speakers.
We have the appellant, Betty Winholtz, as well as the applicant, Robert Kreiser.
All right, both will have 3 minutes. Those are the only 2 speakers.
Yes, and we have Kim Fowler from the City of Morro Bay available for questions.
All right, so can the appellant begin with the appellant, Ms. Winholtz?
Betty Winholtz, you've just been moved in as panelist. You should be able to speak now.
Thank you. My name is Betty Winholtz, and I've lived in this neighborhood for almost 40 years. What's going on, and you can see from the picture that is both in the staff report and in the presentation that I sent you, that Monterey tree will have to come down. So what's going to happen is this building actually stands apart on its own. It will not be sheltered, or the background will not be there. One of the reasons this project took so long to come forward in the city is because of so many exceptions, and that it took that, quote, 4 years to work through and how to figure out how to work around the law to get all those things done. You can also see from that picture, excuse me, that this is right on an alleyway. It's a road, it's Sandpiper Court, but it really is the top half of this road is city property, and then it goes down into private property into the marina, and was originally scoped out as a turning place for the vehicles and boats that go down around this corner. It was never intended to be a residential piece of property. And in fact, the majority of that property, as you can see from the triangle map that you saw, is actually the bluff itself. So there's a very narrow window up on the top where this can be built. So basically, for me and for the neighborhood, this is an inappropriate building. It violates some of our laws, and we were hoping that the commission would see that it doesn't fit. It doesn't fit our national character, and I understand that appeals now have to take substantial vetting in terms of the whole coast. And I don't think it used to be that way, but I understand you have so much more business, as came up in a public comment this morning, that you have huge major projects that you're looking at. And yet these little tiny projects for us chip away at the nature of our towns and how we move forward and do business when little projects violate one right after the other. And then, Morro Bay ends up looking like Solano Beach. So those are my basic arguments. I understand where staff's coming from, but I feel it's important to stand up for my neighborhood and ask for your vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Robert Kreiser. Robert Kreiser, you're in as a panelist.
Yes, hi. I'm Robert Kreiser, and I'm here to share with you a statement from Sandra Bean, the owner of the property, and she happens to be overseas, so I'd like to share with her comments. I very much appreciate the staff's recommendation of no substantial issue, as it has been approximately 6 years long battle to date to get this small residential project approved and moving forward. I'd like to correct those inaccuracies in the emails submitted by the appellant, Ms. Winholtz, and Mr. Doherty, which the staff did not address in the addendum. Ms. Winholtz states that the project prevents access to neighbor's driveway, and that is false. That so-called driveway is an illegal access way to an unpermitted garage on the neighbor's property. What Ms. Winholtz fails to disclose is that same neighbor's permitted two-car garage has legal access to Main Street. The project would not in any way affect that legal access. Mr. Doherty's comments must be taken with a grain of salt. Mr. Doherty is against the project because he wanted to build the home on my property himself before I bought the property. His project would have required many more variances with zero setback in some areas. In any event, his allegations, minor those of Ms. Winholtz, is simply ignore the relatively minor variances that the city granted and substantiated with comprehensive findings. He claims that Sandpiper Court is the first public road whose views should be considered, but it doesn't meet the definition of a public road. Sandpiper Court is a short offshoot of Main Street that is only one-way street that dead ends very quickly at the top of the bluff. Again, we appreciate staff's work on this and the support of no substantial issue finding, so that after all these years, I can finally build this home. Thank you. And the project has been designed to meet the needs of the small housing issue the best that we can, and we are working to be sure we have no impact on the bluff setback, and it will not intrude on access in the roadway as it is. And we really would appreciate you be able to allow this to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just note that we have Kim Fowler, the City of Morro Bay Planning Manager, online as well, available for questions.
Okay, thank you. Staff response?
Yes, just really briefly, we think the staff report and addendum adequately walk through the issues associated with this project. Yes, there are some deviations and inconsistencies with the LCP, but they're also quite minor, and a product of this being a quite small and irregularly shaped lot. This is a small project, and I think most importantly for this commission, we don't see any significant coastal resource problems associated with the city's approval. And with that, we're available for questions.
Okay, thank you. Are any comments on this or a motion? Commissioner Bochco.
I was just curious about the tree. Somebody said they're going to cut down that tree, which seems to be like the only sort of natural thing around it. Maybe the guy who's building the house knows. I'm just curious because if there's a way to save it, it would be nice.
I think as part of the city's approval that their intention is to save the tree. There's 2 trees on the lot.
Okay, great.
Right.
Thanks, just curious.
Okay, any other comments or a motion, which is on page
I'll do it.
5?
I move that the commission determine that the appeal number A-3-MRB-22-0050 raises no substantial issue with respect to the grounds on which the appeal has been filed under section 30603, and I recommend a yes vote.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any objection to a unanimous vote confirming no substantial issue? Seeing none, the motion is adopted. We'll move on to the next item. All right, that's item 8B.
Good morning, Commissioners. Item 8B is an appeal of a San Luis Obispo County coastal development permit for a 1-bedroom and 1-bathroom residential addition with other minor expansions to an existing single-family home, a rendering of which is shown here. Next slide, please. The project is located in the southern portion of the unincorporated community of Los Osos in San Luis Obispo County, which is just south of Morro Bay. The site is noted here near the bottom of slide 2. Next slide, please. And slide 3 zooms in on the site, located off of Rodman Drive in the Cabrillo Estates neighborhood of Los Osos. The site contains an existing roughly 2,000 square foot single-family home adjacent to other single-family residences. Next slide, please. The appellant contends that the county's CDP approval is inconsistent with LCP water supply provisions, suggesting that the project should be denied due to the lack of sustainable water source. However, the Commission has determined that there is an adequate and sustainable water supply for Los Osos based on groundwater health evidence when it approved the Los Osos Community Plan LCP amendment this past June. In addition, the Commission has found in past appeal cases that existing development using existing water connections represents a different development category when compared to building new units. When such existing development expands, such as adding a bedroom and a bathroom as here, it is not expanding water use in the same way as a new independent residential unit, but rather it can be understood as spreading out water usage within the unit. Next slide, please. As a result, staff recommends that the Commission determine that the appeal contentions do not raise a substantial issue and that the Commission decline to take jurisdiction over the CDP application for this project. The single motion necessary to implement this recommendation is found on page 5 of the staff report. This concludes staff's presentation.
Thanks, Ms. McGregor. Any ex partes? All right, we'll open the public hearing and ask if there are any speakers, the appellant or...
We just have Patrick McGibney, who's here in person.
Is that the, I'm sorry, is that the appellant?
Applicant.
The applicant.
No, that's
So
that's the appellant.
Oh, appellant, okay.
maybe you could tell us. Are you the appellant? Just state your name and
I
your
am,
role.
I am Patrick McGibney. I am the appellant, and I need 3 minutes and 16 seconds to
Okay,
present
just go
my
ahead.
appeal, please. Thank you. I am Patrick McGibney. I am chair of the Los Osos Sustainability Group. A week ago, we sent you a letter outlining why the staff report for this project is incorrect in its assessment. We quoted hard data that showed that the Los Osos water basin is still in overdraft. We quoted from the Los Osos Basin Plan that says it could take years, maybe decades, for this basin to recover from 40 years of overpumping and seawater intrusion. We quoted state agencies that know how to assess a sustainable basin. You were one of those. Over the years, we've made numerous appeals similar to this one, and you've always upheld them, and the staff reports have always found substantial issues, mainly lack of adequate water. For such developments, adding additional bedrooms and bathrooms increases available occupancy, which will add to an increase in water supply or water use. Not long ago, this was a concern for you. You acknowledged this water basin was in overdraft. You doubted whether there was enough adequate water even for the current population. You required conclusive evidence of sustainability before allowing more water development. Now your focus has changed. Politics have taken precedence over science. You have sided with, or maybe more accurately, succumbed to county and state pressures for more housing. Approving a 1% growth rate for Los Osos that doesn't have the water resource to support it. To do so, you used estimated water data that the county gave you, which supposedly showed a sustainable water basin that after 40 years of overdraft and 1 good year of rain. Data that the Department of Water Resources says is neither a measure of nor proof of sustainability. DWR also says that the Los Osos water basin is in critical overdraft. This was documented in the most recent annual report, which showed chloride levels rising, seawater intrusion advancing, all signs of overdraft. This basin is a critical coastal resource and is the only freshwater supply Los Osos has. The project before you will add to that overdraft. According to the occupants, these additions to their 3-bedroom, 2-bath home is to house out-of-town guests, adding to more water use. It'll also add to the nitrate pollution entering the aquifer, since the homes in Cambria estates are not hooked up to the sewer system, but utilize the old septic system, leaching nitrates and pharmaceuticals into the groundwater basin, jeopardizing the only well S&T Mutual Water Company has left to service its customers. But you know all this. You now have to decide whether you're going to protect this coastal resource and the community it serves, or walk away from the protective mandates found in the Coastal Act, which requires you to protect this resource for generations to come. The Los Osos Sustainability Group asks that you deny this project and uphold our appeal. I am available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other speakers on this item?
And then we also just had Dana Hunter from Hunter Smith Architecture, I believe, with the applicant available for questions.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Bring it back to staff. Anything further?
Just really briefly, I think a lot of the issues that you heard just now were a lot of the same ones that we heard back in June on the Los Osos Community Plan and the state of the water basin in the community there. And I think we just respectfully disagree with the positions that Mr. McGivney has on the health of the water basin. And also just as it applies to this particular project, this is a pretty small interior addition and renovation. In any event, that doesn't raise water or other coastal resource issues. Otherwise, we're available for questions.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Khan. Close the public hearing, bring it back to the commission. Ask if there are any comments or a motion on this item. Commissioner Nada?
I just wanted to, on this one, where they're going to switch out all of the interior water fixtures, I would expect that would reduce the use of the water, because with all the modern fixtures as opposed to 1970s. And also this one is within the existing footprint. So I just wanted to
Want to make the motion? It's page 5. Here you go.
Okay, with that, I move that the commission determine that appeal number A-3-SLO-24-0029 raises no substantial issue with respect to the grounds on which the appeal has been filed under section 30603, and recommend a yes vote.
Second. Right, we have a, excuse me, we have a motion and a second. Are there any opposing votes? In that case, the commission unanimously agrees with the motion that this raises no substantial issue. And we will move on to the next item, which is 8C, which is going forward. All right.
Correct, just for the substantial issue determination.
Oh, substantial issue only. So originally, was it going to go to hearing, and then now it's just substantial issue? Right, I see that. Okay, okay.
Right, should the commission find substantial issue, de novo be postponed.
All right, great. All right, Mr. Khan.
So I'm going to hand it over to Devin Jackson, a coastal planner in our Central Coast office, our beautiful Central Coast. Take it over.
Hi, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Commissioners. Item 8C is an appeal of a San Luis Obispo County CDP decision to authorize the construction of a 26-unit motel complex out of an unused former commercial structure, an existing gift shop/cafe, and a surface parking lot on a 1.2-acre property within the community of Cambria in San Luis Obispo County, visible here from offshore on slide 1. In this case, staff is convinced that the county's approval raises serious coastal resource issues, mainly in regards to water supply availability, ESHA impacts, and lower cost accommodations, as more thoroughly detailed in the staff report. Staff is thus recommending that these LCP conformance issues are substantial enough to warrant the Commission take jurisdiction over the CDP application for the proposed project. Staff also notes that it is distributed an addendum yesterday that provides some changes to the staff report, including responding to the applicant's attorney's letter received yesterday. So at this point, the question is whether 3 or more commissioners would like to debate the substantial issue question through a full hearing on SI. If not, that substantial issue will be found.
Okay, thank you. Is there any ex partes? Do 3 or more commissioners wish to have a hearing on substantial issue? All right, seeing none, substantial issues found. All right, now we'll move on to item 8D, the Cruz Hotel.
Yes, and I'll let Kiana get settled here, but Kiana Ford, coastal planner in our Santa Cruz office, will give the staff presentation.
Good morning, Commissioners. Agenda item 8D is an appeal of a City of Santa Cruz coastal permit decision authorizing construction of a 232-room hotel called the Cruz Hotel on a 1-acre site in the downtown area. Slide 1 here shows a rendering of the city-approved project. Before getting started, I'll note that we distributed a short addendum yesterday that makes minor changes, but that does not significantly alter the staff recommendation. Staff notes for all involved that the hearing today is both on the project's substantial issue determination, which involves an evaluation of the city's approval and whether it raises a substantial Coastal Act or LCP conformance issue, and then, should the commission find substantial issue, an evaluation of whether the commission should approve a coastal permit for the project in a de novo review. So the first question before this commission today is whether to find substantial issue or not. In this case, staff is convinced that the city's approval raises coastal resource issues, mainly in regards to lower cost accommodations, and all is more thoroughly detailed in the staff report. Staff is thus recommending that these Coastal Act and LCP conformance issues are substantial enough to warrant the commission take jurisdiction over the CDP for the proposed project. So at this point, the question is whether 3 or more commissioners would like to debate the substantial issue question through a full hearing on SI. And if not, then substantial issue will be found and we'll move immediately into the de novo portion of the hearing.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Ford. Ex partes? I think there's something on file. It should be now, if on the substantial issue. You did file and it's on file.
If it's better to disclose it now.
All of the?
All of your ex partes?
Okay.
Yes. As long as they happen within the last 7 days. If they were more than 7 days ago and they're on file, you do not need to also repeat them today.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, I guess I'll start. Give me 1 second. Okay, I do have an ex parte regarding the Cruz Hotel, May 20th, 2024 at 2:20 p.m. The location was at Santa Cruz City Hall and also over Zoom. The initiating communication was by Mayor Fred Keeley. The identity of the person on whose behalf the communication was made was Owen Lawler. Identity of the persons receiving communication were Fred Keeley, myself, Andrew Schifrin, staff in my office, Owen Lawler, and Frank Petrelli. Identity of persons during the communication were Fred Keeley, just myself, Andrew Schifrin, Owen Lawler, and Frank Petrelli. This This ex parte has been on file, and so I'm not going to go into details on that one. Within the last 7 days, there was another ex parte on Monday regarding the Cruz Hotel at 9:30 a.m. via Zoom. The initiating communication was, and the meeting was set up by my staff member, Sandy Brown. Identity of the persons on whose behalf the communication was made was Hector Azipulcueta, Ty Hudson, Cecilia Valdez, Diana Uraza, Doug Block, Martha Hernandez, Jordan Sission. Identity of persons receiving the communication, myself and my staff member, Sandy Brown, and the identity of the persons present during the communication, Hector Azipulcueta, Ty Hudson, Cecilia Valdez, Diana Uraza, Doug Block, Martha Hernandez, Jordan Sission, Sandy Brown, and Justin Cummings. And the identity of the person on whose behalf the communication was made were members of Unite Here Local 19. So the group from Unite Here expressed appreciation for our efforts to push for more on-site, low-cost accommodation in the project. While they continue to believe that the city should utilize scarce public lands for affordable housing, they specifically asked that the commission consider the following requests: that one, the project meet the commission's 25% low-cost room objective. The baseline under typical commission practice would be 47.5 rooms, and if the developer has not shown that they can't meet this level, there's no feasibility analysis to provide evidence to support that claim. They are aware that the commission staff report have provided this information for other projects. They want one standard for all. And then two, the commission finds substantial issue and requested de novo hearing on the project at a later date to allow more time to improve the conditions of approval. They stated that the project developer has continually moved the goalpost, in large part due to the appellant, and that the commission should not capitulate to a standard contribution. The agenda report does not provide adequate findings to make this decision now. The commission can say that they don't have evidence that the piecemeal additions proposed are all the developer can do. This requires more analysis. The information about how the developer proposes to close the gap between 20 and 47.5 low-cost rooms and question the calculation of credits for the in lieu conditions, including the worker housing subsidies, a contribution to low-cost cabins outside the city, and low-cost community group access on a limited basis. So that was the end of my first ex parte, or second ex parte. The third one regarding the Cruz Hotel was on Monday, September 9th, 2024, at 3:26 p.m. This was a conversation by phone. The initiator of the communication was Mayor Fred Keeley, and this was on his behalf. I was the only person receiving that communication, and Fred Keeley and I were the only two people on that call. Oops. So Mayor Fred Keeley called me at 3:26 p.m. on Monday, September 9th, to discuss the Cruz Hotel. He wanted to inform me that the city would be present at the meeting in Monterey and ask about any question regarding the project. Oops. He was also supportive of the fact that we were pushing for more low-cost accommodation. I expressed some of the concerns that were raised in my ex parte with Unite Here Local 19. Unite Here had informed us that they were concerned with the lack of a financial feasibility study on the low-cost accommodations, and that when this item was heard by the city council, the developer wouldn't answer any questions that were raised, and when they tried to approach the developer after the council meeting, the developer refused to engage with the representatives from Unite Here. Mayor Fred Keeley had called one of the representatives based in San Jose, I believe, whose name was Enrique, to ask what Unite Here Local 19 wanted, and he said they were looking for card check neutrality, which is not something local governments have any control over. Mayor Fred Keeley reached out to the representative a second time, and they brought up the issue around room affordability. The mayor expressed that the appellants here in Santa Cruz had not made a clear ask for anything. I expressed to the mayor my concerns around the process and how the developer was trying to avoid the low-cost accommodations, and that their behavior at the second city council meeting, where they refused to not answer any of the questions, was not in a good faith effort to try to resolve these issues related to low-cost accommodation. I also expressed my desire to see at the meeting if there's more that can be done to increase low-cost accommodations on the affordable housing, given that the staff report indicated that there was $1 million still left on the table. That concludes my ex parte, and I just will note that I've been in touch with staff from the Central Coast office to raise some of these concerns, and I believe that they will be addressed in the presentation.
Thanks very much, Commissioner. All right, are there no other ex partes? All right, in that case, the question before us is whether 3 or more commissioners wish to have a hearing on substantial issue. All right. Seeing. Well, actually, do 3 or more commissioners wish to have a hearing on substantial issue if no substantial issue is found? Yes. I know, I've made that mistake in the past. All right, so substantial issues found, we'll proceed to the hearing on the underlying appeal.
Thank you, Commissioners. That will then lead us into the project's de novo review. In this presentation, sorry, the presentation was up, but we'll get it back up in a second. Thanks. In this presentation, I'll first give an overview of the project site and then walk through the coastal resource issues at hand, including those raised as part of the city's approval. This context is important because the applicant has revised their project to respond to the issues raised in the city's original approval. Next slide, please. The project site is located in the city of Santa Cruz, shown here on slide 2, which is located on the northern end of Monterey Bay, opposite the Monterey Peninsula. The image on the right zooms into Santa Cruz, where the project site is noted by a red dot in downtown Santa Cruz, adjacent to the San Lorenzo River. Next slide, please. Slide 3 zooms in on the project location with the project site outlined in red. The site is located in the busy downtown area next to the San Lorenzo River and is adjacent to a number of primarily residential projects, here outlined in blue, that are a part of nearly 1,400 housing units either proposed, entitled, under construction, or recently completed in the downtown area. Such housing developments are a part of the city's efforts to address the chronic housing shortage and revitalize the downtown area with a mix of residential, visitor-serving, commercial, park, office, and restaurant uses. The proposed project is intended to fill a key missing link between the downtown's residential and commercial uses, namely by providing for a full-service hotel where no such hotel currently exists in the downtown area. Next slide, please. Sorry, it'll be the other way. Thanks. Slide 4 provides a different aerial view of the project location. Here you can see the relative size of the adjacent residential apartment buildings and the project's proximity to the Riverwalk, which runs along the San Lorenzo River all the way to the beach, the Kaiser Permanente Arena, and the other commercial and residential buildings in the vicinity. The site is currently a mix of public and private parking lots and an empty single-story commercial building. Next slide, please. Slide 5 shows an aerial rendering of the currently proposed project. The applicant proposes a complete redevelopment of the site and originally proposed to provide 232 hotel rooms, but has since revised the project to provide for 184 standard rooms and 6 family suites for families of 4 or more, for a total of 190 units. The hotel would also include a spa, rooftop pool, retail, underground public and guest parking, restaurant, bar, cafe, banquet and meeting rooms, a Riverwalk outdoor extension area, and a new park that leads from Front Street to the Riverwalk. Commission staff have supported the city's visioning and have welcomed the concept of a new hotel at this particular site, and the Commission approved an amendment to the city's LCP in December 2023 to help facilitate it, including by identifying the specific development parameters that would make a hotel here inclusive for the community and visitors, such as by providing for lower cost accommodations and a series of public infrastructure improvements to better activate the adjacent San Lorenzo riverfront with the city's downtown core. As described in detail in the staff report, the project approved by the city includes an extensive public benefits package and can be found consistent with the LCP on numerous points, including with respect to site planning, required affordable housing in lieu fee contributions, which total some $750,000, public access and transportation requirements, and the overall design and integration into downtown. Next slide, please. On slide 6, you can see another rendering of the now proposed project in comparison to the surrounding buildings, which shows the height, mass, and scale of the project is in line with what currently exists in the area and is allowed by the LCP. The top 2 images show an existing photo as seen from Laurel Street Bridge on the left as compared to a view from the same perspective with the hotel project added on the right. And the bottom photo shows you a streetscape rendering that shows the riverfront mixed-use apartment project on the left and the proposed hotel on the right, both as seen from Front Street. As indicated, the now proposed project has reduced the number of overall rooms for the project from 232 units to 190 units, and has also eliminated 1 floor of underground parking for the project, leaving 2 floors of such parking. Next slide, please. And the project also includes a number of public access components, some of which are shown here on slide 7, and which would be open and available for public use and enjoyment. That includes a new public park called the Maple Alley Paseo, extending from Front Street and the Riverwalk, shown to the left in this image, and a Riverwalk extension area between the hotel and the Riverwalk that would be developed with tables, benches, and other amenities, and the hotel's rooftop bar area, all open for free access to the general public. The project would further provide additional public access amenities such as free 90-minute bike rentals to the public, free Wi-Fi in the riverfront extension area, a public restroom, tower viewers to observe the river habitat, sidewalk and landscaping improvements, 3 community days per year for nonprofits to use the conference and rooftop facilities at cost, and a $100,000 contribution to the city's downtown and beach shuttle, all of which significantly increases public access in this location, including offering views of the San Lorenzo River and greater Santa Cruz area from an elevated vantage point where currently none exist. Next slide, please. The primary substantive issue is in regards to lower cost accommodations. Staff has had a willing partner in the applicant to create a modified lower cost package, and notably one that provides lower cost units on site as part of this project. The end result is the applicant's proposed lower cost package, which includes 3 parts. The first is the on-site components, which include 20 traditional hotel rooms set at lower cost rates, an additional 150 room nights per year set aside for lower income youth, school groups, and other underrepresented communities to be provided at cost to operate such rooms, in other words, without any profit, and a hotel worker voucher discount program that would allow hotel employees to rent rooms at a lower cost. The second is the off-site components, which include 4 workforce housing units to be allocated to hotel workers for a minimum of 20 years and rented at a price equivalent to no more than 30% of their salary. And finally, the proposal also includes $5 million to fund Santa Cruz County's Greyhound Rock project, which would develop between 12 and 16 lower cost cabins and other public access amenities, and a $50,000 contribution to the Santa Cruz Hostel for long overdue facility improvements at its hostel facility near the beach. Staff believes that the package, when viewed as a whole and holistically, can be found consistent with the LCP's lower cost provisions, as well as environmental justice and access for all provisions more broadly. Next slide, please. In conclusion, staff acknowledges the project's complexity, constraints, and challenges, especially as related to addressing lower cost overnight accommodation issues, and notes that the end product provides a meaningful lower cost accommodations package, as well as significant community and public access benefits. Staff also believes that the project continues to forward lower cost objectives in line with the Commission's expectations and recent work in this area, and can provide an example for future projects to emulate. Staff also acknowledges the applicant's patience and willingness to thoughtfully engage on the issues, and notes that the applicant is in full agreement with the staff recommendation. Ultimately, staff believes that the end result is a project that should provide a welcome and important addition to the city. As such, staff recommends the Commission approve a conditioned CDP for the revised project, for which the motions and resolutions to do so are found on page 7. This concludes staff's presentation.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Ford. That was a great presentation. I'm going to open the public hearing, ask how many speakers there are.
There are 19 total speakers.
All right, and I noticed Mayor Keeley is here. Do we have other, I'm assuming you'd like to speak?
Yes, we have with the appellant and applicant and a bunch of members of the public.
All right, so why don't we proceed? We'll go the applicant, and then we'll proceed from there with public officials.
Okay. We have Owen Lawler
And,
in person.
and Mr. Lawler, could start by stating your full name and how much time you'd like.
Good morning. Owen Lawler, applicant. I shouldn't need more than 3 minutes.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Proceed.
Again, my name's Owen Lawler, managing member of SCSF Ventures, LLC, the applicant. Thank you for coming and to the Central Coast, and thank you for your hard work. It's been a long journey to get to this point. As you can see, there's a lot of work that's gone into this project to date. In addition, myself, my partner Stephen Chan with Eagle Point Hotel Partners, and our land use attorney Frank Petrelli are here to answer any questions you might have. We'd like to start out by thanking your outstanding staff, particularly Rainey and Kiana for their hard work over these many months and years to get this project before you today. The report before you is extremely well written and thoughtful, and we appreciate that. We also would like to thank city staff, Lee Butler, planner Ryan Bain, economic development director Bonnie Lipscomb, and city manager Matt Heffiker, and of course our esteemed mayor Keeley, who's here today. Thank you all for your extraordinary efforts to ensure that the project is consistent with the LCP by minimizing impacts on coastal resources while providing prescribed improvements, visitor-serving amenities, and public access benefits that satisfy various policy objectives in the LCP. Given the well-written staff report and the comprehensive presentation, I won't repeat or elaborate on the full package of community benefits, housing benefits, low-cost accommodations that have been the focal point. What I can say is that it has been a long and challenging process. The economics are very difficult, and obtaining financing needed to build the project is not a given, but we remain hopeful that there is a path forward here, and we are aligned with staff report and in agreement with the recommendations and conditions in the package. I'd like to emphasize that the hotel is a critical next phase to the revitalization of our downtown and to connect to the downtown to the San Lorenzo River. The first proposed plan to reconnect the downtown to the river was adopted in 1977 in response to a break that was created when the levee system was completed in the 50s and the 60s. It's been almost a half century since then, and we are just now starting to see that connection restored with a number of affordable and mixed income housing projects along the river, some of which we've also had a hand in, and now with the Cruz Hotel to continue that. As the first new downtown in 90 years, it is more than past time for downtown to have a quality, full-service hotel. Many community members have expressed this, and this is reflected in the significant correspondence that's in your package. It is also reflected in the LCP, which identifies the need for a top-end full-service hotel and quality hotel and conference facilities, end quote, in light of the Santa Cruz's, quote, oversupply of inferior motel rooms, end quote. These references were drafted in 1994. Sorry, can I have just a couple more? Just one more couple bit. 94, when the first LCP in Santa Cruz was adopted, but they remain true today, 30 years later. The same need for a full-service hotel that was contemplated as part of the previous downtown plan, which was updated by your commission in 2018 and after a multi-year process. And we've been working on this project ever since. The proposed hotel will be part of and connected to the community. This is not just a talking point. Creating this is a win-win. The hotel at this location will provide a new hub and meeting place for locals and visitors alike. We can see this in the success of our community's adoption of the Abbott Square, a huge appetite for downtown coming together and meeting spaces, which is all about creating new, vibrant public places next to downtown's urban core, and of course, enhancing public access. Commissioners, thank you for your service, and we urge you to support this important project. We're here to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you very much. All right, so why don't we proceed then with the public officials?
Okay, Fred Keeley, Mayor of Santa Cruz.
Welcome. How much time would you like?
A couple minutes maximum.
Okay, please.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, commissioners. Welcome back to the Monterey Bay Area. It is always good to see you. I have great respect, as you well know from my previous appearances before you with regard to the role of the commission and the duty that commissioners fulfill. On behalf of the county, on behalf of the city of Santa Cruz, I am speaking in support of the staff recommendation. We think that when this left our city council, it was a good project. We think what's before you is a great project. We think that the interaction with Commissioner Cummings and with your staff, our staff and the applicant, you now have a project that is far beyond just a good project. We think that those of us that live at what we call the blue-collar end of the bay, where we have an admission-free boardwalk and we have a lot of things that draw folks who are more blue-collar in terms of their tourist dollar, that having this particular hotel fills in a pretty good space that we have in terms of the marketplace. My colleagues on the city council are unanimous in our support for this project, and especially for the fine work that's been done by your staff to bring it to the condition it's in now. Thank you all very, very much. Commissioner Cummings, thank you especially. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. All right. So
Okay.
do we have the speakers divided into opponents and,
Yes.
okay, so why don't we have the opponents first then?
Jordan Sisson, followed by Joy Schendeldecker, and then Ron Pomerantz.
And Chris, how many people are in this group?
There's 3 listed as appellants, but we have a number of people from Unite Here 19 that also oppose or are listed in opposition.
On Zoom or?
In person, mostly.
Okay, so let's proceed with 2 minutes.
Okay, give me a second while Jordan Sisson is being promoted and as a panelist. And we just received their presentation. And then
So Joy
Jordan,
I'm sorry, Schendeldecker. Thank you so
Schendeldecker,
much,
thank
Commissioner. All right, since you are the appellant, is 3 minutes sufficient?
3 minutes is great, thank you.
Okay, so you'll have 3 minutes, and then it will move to 2 minutes moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Joy Schendeldecker. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here to express serious concerns about the Cruz Hotel project as outlined in the staff report, and I urge you to reconsider several key points before moving forward. First, the developer can't afford to offer more than 20 lower-cost rooms proposed. The commission typically expects 25% of rooms to be affordable, but this project only offers about 10%. Since land acquisition costs are already covered and the total room count has been reduced, there is room to provide more affordable units without compromising financial feasibility. The project's financial transparency is questionable. We believe an updated market feasibility study and clearer financial data are necessary to justify the limited lower-cost accommodations. Second, the $5 million in lieu fee for lower-cost accommodations allocated for cabins at Greyhound Rock is misplaced. This investment would be far more impactful if directed toward the Santa Cruz Hostel Society, which can provide much-needed affordable accommodations in the city itself, rather than at a remote location lacking public transit access and serving a more narrow audience. Third, the hotel worker discount program excludes part-time and seasonal workers, who make up much of the workforce. All hotel workers should have access to these benefits, not just full-time employees. Fourth, the project's contribution to affordable housing is insufficient. Only 4 affordable rental units are proposed for hotel staff, and these are only guaranteed for 20 years, far shorter than the lifespan of the hotel. This barely begins to address hotel workers' housing needs. Given the $1 million shortfall in the overall in lieu fees, we ask that more units be provided and that affordability be guaranteed for as long as the hotel is operational. In addition, while the project offers several community benefits, these contributions are relatively modest compared to the significant profits the hotel will generate from its high-end amenities and retail spaces. One-time donations are appreciated, but the scale of the development demands a far more substantial investment in the community. Lastly, the environmental analysis provided is incomplete. The cumulative impact of this project, combined with the many other developments planned along the river, has not been assessed. Additionally, no environmental justice groups were formally involved in the process, which is an egregious exclusion and a missed opportunity to ensure the project benefits the greater community. In closing, we ask that you push for stronger commitments to lower cost accommodations within the city, more affordable housing, more meaningful community benefits, and a comprehensive environmental review to ensure this project truly serves the public good. Thank you.
thank you. Now Jordan Sisson, and then Ron Pomerantz.
Good morning, Honorable Commissioners. I'm here representing Appellants Local 19 and their counsel. May I request 3 minutes since I'm representing an appellant? And also have a slide deck that has been provided to staff.
Mr. Sisson, he does represent one of the other appellant
Okay.
groups.
All right, in that case, that's fine, 3 minutes. And you have a presentation? I'm sorry.
Yes, it's a 11
Okay.
slide presentation.
One sec, stop, just stop 1 sec. So commissioners are saying they're having a hard time hearing you, so let's see what we can do once you get going here.
How about now? Is this better?
I think it might be your mic.
Yeah, that's right.
Let's try it, and we'll see how it goes down there. You can let me know. I'd also let everyone know that if you're on Zoom, captions are available. Are those available to you, Billy? Can you do that? Can you put the captions on the Zoom? No? It's on the bottom. It says show captions. It's like a little. Well, I'm just hearing people can't.
Easier for us to hear.
Hi, Commissioners, is this better?
Just wait 1 sec. At the bottom, there's a show captions option. Do you all have that? Okay, great. Yeah, thanks. All right, so please proceed, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me okay, Madam Chair?
It's still very muffled.
Check 1, check 2, any better?
Yeah, it's really hard to hear you, but let's just forge ahead. And can people see the captions? No.
Check 1, check 2.
That's better.
Great.
Not better. No, that's not going to work.
Try putting the phone back on the microphone now.
Check 1, check 2, any better?
Try to put the foam back on the microphone and see if that helps.
Okay. I was trying to help people get captions on their own Zoom. Where are we? We're going to try it again?
How about now? Any better?
No, that's not good.
Oh.
It's very overdriven right now.
I'm not sure what that means.
Excuse me. All right, on
Check
Zoom,
1, check 2.
click on the arrow next to the microphone at the bottom of your screen. Go to your settings for audio settings, which is at the bottom there. All right, and lower your volume on the...
Billy, can I stop you 1 sec? We're going to take a 10-minute break while we're working this out. All right, folks, commissioners, if I could have everyone back. Commissioners, if you could take your seats. All right, so Mr. Sisson, do you want to say a couple words and we'll see how it sounds?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, that's really good. Nevertheless, we still are going to leave the captions on, which we have learned a lot about the captions in the break, including that we can blow them up, make them whatever color we want. So it'll come in handy, actually. So we're going to leave them on during your testimony. So we'll start the clock at 3 minutes, and you can begin your testimony. Thank you.
Okay, I do not see the time clock. And I also have a slide. There we go. If staff could please bring up my 11-slide presentation.
Oh yeah, give us a second.
Thank you.
All right, please go ahead.
Thank you again so much, Chair, for giving me this time to highlight just 11 slides and 6 points. First, I want to thank staff for their efforts here. However, as their new analysis in their addendum provides. We don't believe that the shortfall is 150,000, but rather probably 4.6 million, if not 6 million. This is specifically regarding the overvaluation of the overnight stays, night stays, as well as the workforce housing. This is explained in further detail in my presentation. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. First, I want to highlight this project is being heard roughly 6 months after the city approved this project. This is a breakneck speed. Other LCOA cases, lower cost cases, have taken 14 to 47 months. So this has been very quick. Here's a couple of examples of projects that are much longer than the 6 months that we currently see. Next slide. First, there is now a brand new feasibility study that was just released yesterday. Unfortunately, this feasibility study is problematic for multiple reasons. First, you should consider that this applicant has routinely backpedaled on what is feasible. Just back in December 2013, they said that they had no obligation to provide any affordable housing and that anything in lieu fee or on site would break the financial model. Next slide. Additionally, the new feasibility study has not been publicly vetted. It was not included in the staff report exhibits, which is what was done in American Tin Cannery and Dana Point Harbor Hotel. And even the staff report notes that they use questionable assumptions. On first scan, we also see that they rely on a 13.9% return, which is far greater than the 5.5 that was used in Dana Point, and also the 3.8% return that was cited in Santa Monica's Ocean Avenue. Next slide. My next point is that the 150 room night stays is valued at 2.9 million, but at most these costs may be $330,000. First, it should be noted that the American Tin Cannery case did not endorse this valuation that is being proposed in the staff report. Next slide. Additionally, if you look at what 150 nights equates to, it's less than one overnight accommodation, which is valued at about $330,000. That is the true value of these overnight stays. Additionally, if you look at how many overnight stays are available for this site, it would cost the applicant about $12,000 per year. That's not millions of dollars. In terms of the subsidized units, it's not 1.8 million. It's closer to a 20-year subsidy of a unit that is for studios. If you go to the next slide, here they assume that's a one-bedroom unit that's being provided. However, condition 29 that the city imposes explicitly says that the discretion is left to the developer, the applicant, to use studio apartments. If you look at the housing element that the city has, you can see what that rate is for the market rate, which is far less. If I can have just two more quick seconds, I'll be very quick. If you look at the next slide, next slide, please. Next slide. One more time. Here again, this is an example of the housing element. They looked at what would be the replacement cost for at-risk units. And here, if you look at these numbers, the valuation of these subsidized units could be as low as $363,000. All told together, next slide, you get a shortfall of $4.6 million to $6 million. This has not been vetted. This has not been addressed in the staff report. We please recommend that you find a substantial issue and continue this hearing so the public has a time to actually look at this brand new financial study, this new argument about how much these lower cost accommodations are worth, and let the public really have an opportunity to vet these numbers as the other appellants have expressed. Thank you so much for your time. And again, we appreciate staff's attention here.
All right, thank you so much. All right, do we have additional opponents?
Yes, we also had Ron Pomerantz, but I'm not able to find you in the Zoom meeting. It is indicated that you're sharing a device with someone. So if you are in the meeting, Ron Pomerantz, please raise your hand.
And we can remove the captions, I think, Billy, if you can do that, just because it takes up some.
And then after Ron Pomerantz, we had Nina Hurdle.
On Zoom?
On Zoom as well.
And is she coming? Or?
All right, I'm not seeing a hand for Ron Pomerantz. Give us a second while we bring Nita in.
Okay, thank you.
And then
2 minutes.
Okay, and then the rest of our remaining speakers are in person with the Unite here.
Come in.
Okay, Nita, you're in as a panelist. You should be able to unmute.
There, okay. Hi, my name's Nita Hertel, and I've been living in Santa Cruz for over 45 years. And I've been an opponent of this project from the very beginning when I found out as a longstanding credit union member that they sold the property to a developer from out of state. And that our concerns as a community were never really addressed, that yes, we do appreciate what the Coastal Commission is doing, and we also appreciate thoughtful development of downtown. It's just been wholesale to me and to many others, rampant disregard for public comment. And this project was initially sold as a luxury hotel, and they dropped the luxury name. And I take issue with what Mayor Keeley says about us being a blue-collar end of the bake, because there's no blue-collar people that can afford anything that's going up downtown. So my concern is a moot point, I know by now, because the project has been approved by both the city and the planning commission and now going into appeal. But I just wanted to be on record as saying that, to me, at this time, with the incredible unhoused issue that we have in town, a luxury hotel or a hotel of any kind should be replaced with housing and should have been the first consideration for any developer. And I feel like that's one of the issues that I take, is that if a developer cannot do what we ask it to do without the kind of profits that they want to make, then they should drop the project and let someone else do it that can meet the needs better of our community. Thank you. That's all I need to say.
Thank you. And continuing with our speakers, we have Celica Valdez, followed by Martha Hernandez, and then Natalie Ortega.
Okay, please come forward. Is this going to be Unite Here representatives? And how many people are in that group?
We have 10 people.
Okay, folks. So if it's possible to avoid repeating, that would be greatly appreciated. And we'll look forward to hearing from you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Celica Valdez. I am an organizer with Unite Here Local 19. There are many problems with this project, the main one being the lack of adequate on-site lower cost accommodations. However, besides pushing for the 25% standard of lower cost accommodation, we also want to bring you the attention the for subsidizing apartment that developer is proposing with this project. Providing affordable apartment is not the same as providing lower cost accommodations. So the developer should not be given credit for these apartments towards satisfying the LCOA requirements. Even putting that issue aside, 4 apartments are barely a drop in the bucket compared to the need, which is this hotel will make worse. Santa Cruz is already facing a housing crisis, and low wage workers at this hotel live. There may be 100 low wage workers at this hotel. Where will the other 96 live? Hotel workers deserve to live near their workplace. They should not have to trade time away from their families for long commutings. And they should also be able to afford to visit the coast. Please find substantial issue with this project and continue the novel hearing process to ensure the hotel truly satisfies the needs for lower cost accommodations on the coast. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Martha Hernandez, Natalie Ortega, and then Sergio Garcia. I believe it was indicated to me that Martha Hernandez and Natalie Ortega would be able to provide translation for those who need it.
Good afternoon, Chair Hart and members of the Coastal Commission. My name is Martha Hernandez, and I am room attendant at the Dreaming Hotel in Santa Cruz for the past 28 years. As a Santa Cruz resident, I am disappointed that this project was planned without workers' input. Providing a $5 million in lieu fee for lower cost accommodations are at 70 miles away is not a good substitute for on-site lower cost accommodation, given that this luxury hotel will be in downtown. Commissioners, please find substantial issue with this project and continue the novel hearing to a future date. Working class like me, families like my family, deserves to have the same opportunities as the rich. Thank you.
Thank you. Natalie Ortega, Sergio Garcia, and then Hector Azpilicueta. If you heard your name, you can speak.
Good morning, Chair Hart and members of the Coastal Commission. My name is Hector Azpilicueta, and I'm the Vice President for the Monterey and Santa Cruz counties of United Local 19. One of the appellants. Local 19 is the Hospitality Workers Union that represents over 8,500 workers, including hotel and food service workers here in the Central Coast. Commissioners, we urge you to refrain from approving the changes presented today because provisions for lower cost overnight accommodations are still inadequate from the Commission's standard, which is 25%. All up and down the coast, hotel workers have been on the front lines pushing for responsible hotel development in the coastal zone. Our appeal and our organizing at the local level have resulted in more lower cost accommodation as well as other significant improvements. Our members are the experts because they are the ones who cannot afford to live near where they work and cannot afford to stay in the luxury hotels and resorts, even though they are the ones who serve the guests at those very same hotels and resorts. We appreciate Commissioner Cummins and Noro's appeal field on the Cruz Hotel, and we hope that today you can find substantial issues and continue to the novel hearing and to a future meeting to allow for more time and to push for the further improvement of these projects. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to make sure that everyone was aware that the commission did find substantial issue, and we are now holding the de novo hearing, just to clarify.
Another call for Natalie Ortega, Sergio Garcia, and then following them, Araceli Perez, Douglas Perez, and Lilia Barajas. If you've heard your name.
Are those folks in the room or on?
Yes.
Oh, and here they come. Okay.
Good afternoon, Chair Hart and members of the Coastal Commission.
Could you speak just a little louder, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Hart and members of the Coastal Commission. My name is Araceli Perez, and I'm here in opposition to the Cruz Hotel. Just like many here, I am frustrated with this luxury hotel is planned to be built in the coast with very minimum on-site, lower cost overnight accommodations. I am a CVS worker and I can barely afford my bills since I get paid a minimum wage. I cannot afford to go on vacation, so as a Santa Cruz resident, it is sad to see this project would reject working people like me who are living paycheck to paycheck. It is especially more disheartening to hear that the developers propose to do lower cost overnight accommodations not in downtown Santa Cruz, but in Greyhound Rock, which is almost 20 miles away. Commissioners, I urge you to deny this project since it clearly does not serve working class Californians. Thank you.
Thank you. And the other names again, Natalie Ortega, Sergio Garcia, Douglas Perez, Lilia Barajas, Wilder Amaya, and Vicky Silva. Those are the names. So
Good
if you
morning.
heard your name.
Commissioners, my name is Lilia Barajas. I work at the Carbon Highlands Inn. I live in the coast for about my whole entire life. We're asking you guys to please, I'm opposing to the Santa Cruz Hotel for lower cost accommodations in our area, and also for you guys to reconsider, the area. We live in a beautiful area, and when you guys building all these hotels, it's destroying our area. So we ask you to reconsider this, opposing, because it is affecting our area with time. There's so much traffic with all these new buildings in our local area, not just in Santa Cruz, in the whole entire Monterey County. And a perfect example will be Concourse. Over Concourse, we have over 20, 30,000 people visiting our area. Their area was outrageous with visitors. So we ask you to please reconsider this.
All right, thank you. Next, Wilder Amaya, Vicky Silva, Douglas Perez, and then we were able to find Ron Pomerantz, who will follow up after that.
Good morning, Cheryl Hart and respectful coastal commissioners. My name is Vicky Silva. I work at the Hyatt Regency in Monterey for the past 5 years. And today I want to urge you to demand more from these luxury hotels. I was here a couple of months ago to speak about the American Tin Cannery project, which you approved despite being extremely detrimental to our water supply here in the Monterey County, which I have cried about in front of you guys. And I don't want to go into that anymore. That's just my heart speaking. Commissioners, I respectfully ask to not make the same mistake again. Please listen to the locals. We live here, we pay bills, we struggle day by day, and we're not being heard. I feel like I went to Long Beach and I wasn't heard. I hope I'm being heard here. I hope that my tears mean something to you guys. And find substantial issue with the Cruz Hotel. As they have repeatedly mentioned, there's not enough on-site lower-cost accommodations and developer funding. Another facility 17 miles away from downtown Santa Cruz is not a substitute. For this reason, you should find substantial issue with the project. This project should not fall short of the 25% standard. And I had to ask for the day off today. I'm here with a fractured foot, struggling to pay mortgage, water, electricity. Lost my brother in March. I'm alone. And just having to miss work to come here and spend the whole day here speaking from my heart and speaking for all of us, because we all go through the same thing. It's not just me. And if I went to Long Beach, that was a 4-day trip. And I have cancer. I was sick. I had to leave, actually, because I forgot my medication. And they had to drive me all the way to the hotel, and I had to rush back because I was going to be one of the speakers. Anyway, I hope that you hear me and my tears.
Thank you. And one last call for people in the room. Natalie Ortega, Sergio Garcia, Douglas Perez, Wilder Amaya.
Good afternoon. My name is Douglas Perez. I'm a resident of Santa Cruz. Commissioners, it is crucial that you protect the affordability of luxury hotels on the coast. The coast cannot be exclusive to the rich. I grew up in Santa Cruz, working class, and it is sad to see how my hometown has changed throughout the years. If there is a practice of providing 25% lower cost rooms, why isn't it utilized for all luxury hotels presented before you? Thank you.
Thank you. Wilder Amaya, Sergio Garcia, Natalie Ortega. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone else, so Ron Pomerantz will take you now. Ron, you're free to unmute yourself now as a panelist.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, it's been a technological nightmare. Thank you so much. I am Ron Pomerantz, and I am an appellant. I thank you for this opportunity, commissioners and staff, to speak today and accept our appeal. Staff appeared to figure out a minimal compromise to enable the Cruz Hotel's approval. Politics seemed to dictate compromise, excessive compromise, rather than upholding the principles and values of the Coastal Act and the policies of the Commission. A rebuttal to our letter was sent in, and we were never notified, so I wish we could have spoken on that this morning. While some public benefits were required, they have fallen far short. Lower cost visitor accommodations in the project fell significantly short. No environmental justice groups have been involved in the process, which seems to be a critical part of what the Coastal Commission is wanting. Requiring $5 million for accommodations 30-minute drive away makes no sense. This should go to the local hostel society to provide these affordable visitor accommodations. We also support the Unite Here requests. From the time of the council approval, the project's total room count dropped nearly 20%, while on-site parking requirements dropped over about 30%. Where the visitors and the guests going to park? Yet the mass scale and height of the development has remained the same. How can this be? Can rooms be added to this project in the future? The economic analysis is poor, even by staff's analysis. The project is in an opportunity zone, which gives investors a substantial benefit, which has not even been mentioned. No analysis of the climate change-induced hazards were in the report. Biological resources, air, water, and quality issues were glossed over. No cumulative environmental impacts were analyzed. We request the commission to postpone a final vote on the Cruz Hotel until these and other critical issues are analyzed and resolved. I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. And I'd just like to note that we also have Lee Butler from the City of Santa Cruz in person and available for questions. Madam Chair.
Okay, thanks so much, Chris. Bring it back to Ms. Ford or Mr. Khan.
Yes, thank you, Commission. Just real briefly, I think just at a broad level, and as explained in the staff report and in Ms. Ford's presentation, we've envisioned a hotel here as being a good idea, an important addition to downtown Santa Cruz for several years now. It's partly what the December 2023 LCP amendment helped to facilitate this concept here. There's a significant amount of housing being under construction downtown right now. So this is just at that broad level. It's a good project, good mix. And I do agree with Mr. Keeley in terms of the overall concept of the city did approve a good project, and what's before you today, including working with the applicant here, has made it better. Just real quickly, with respect to some of the appellant's contentions, I think a lot of them were addressed as part of the addendum that was distributed and prepared yesterday evening. I can just quickly walk through a few of the points made. I think with first, regarding the feasibility analysis, there was one prepared prior to the staff recommendation being published. We worked with the applicant on some of the issues and assumptions that went into it. It's referenced and cited in the staff report. We also added it as part of the addendum yesterday, so for public review. But it has been something that's been part of the file and referenced in the staff report. Other issues that were raised, there was discussion about, the Greyhound Rock project and whether that's an appropriate use of the $5 million mitigation fee. I'll just note that that's a project that's been long envisioned. It's currently proposed under the review at the county, and that's a tangible, known, actual project that's almost shovel-ready. Whereas it's not to say that the Santa Cruz Hostel doesn't provide, obviously, great accommodations and great coastal resource benefits, but the issue there is that there's actually no proposal there. So that's just an important part of why we think the condition is appropriate to prioritize the funds to the Greyhound Rock project, but it doesn't preclude use for a different project if something else comes up that's a better fit, including if Greyhound Rock, for whatever reason, doesn't come to fruition. So I think that's an important point. There's also part of the applicant's proposed package and codified in this approval is $50,000 to go to the Santa Cruz Hostel for needed repairs. And that's in conjunction with a $700,000 grant by the Coastal Conservancy that was recently approved to do similar things. So I think the issue there we've got pretty taken care of. There was a discussion about the hotel employee discount. I think that's been something that has been discussed previously as a good idea for workers to be able to benefit and recreate at the hotels they work at. The condition as written was solely for full-time workers, but that's since been modified to be all workers, including part-time and seasonal ones. So that's a really good suggestion and idea from the appellant that the applicant was willing to change, and that's been reflected in the condition as well. With respect to workforce housing, I'll just note that there are rather innovative proposal that there are 4 off-site workforce housing units to be provided for hotel workers. And we made sure, consistent with previous commission approvals here, that those workers would be, the selection process for occupancy would be within 3 months of hotel opening. So we think we have that issue also taken care of in terms of it prioritizing lower income workers and making sure that they have the first access to those units. And then lastly, just with respect to community benefits, there's a lot going on in this project, a lot of good things, both as approved by the city and as modified by staff here. As Ms. Ford mentioned in her presentation, there's a series of public infrastructure improvements, a series of fees and grants being paid to area nonprofits for their improvements. So there's a lot of really good things here. We can go into more detail, I think, as Ms. Ford explains some of the low-cost package as well as some of these other issues. But I'll hand it over to her right now.
Yes, thanks. Can we bring up the staff presentation and go to the very last slide? That would be great. That's the surf bus slide, sorry. That's the next presentation, would be the previous one, thanks. Sorry, it'd be the other presentation, the Cruz Hotel presentation. This is the bus presentation. Thank you. Yes, the very last slide after staff recommendation. Perfect, awesome. We just wanted to address some of the public comments in regards to the 25% requirement. With this project, were we to require 25% low-cost rooms on site, that would be equivalent to around 47.5 rooms. In this case, the applicant is proposing to do a combination of things, on-site, off-site, and in lieu fees. Here on the slide, we've got a summary of those offerings in addition to all the public access improvements they're offering and some additional stuff like the sale of the land, which is going into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. And I just thought I would walk through again what they're offering here in the project and why that is equivalent to the 25%. So here they're offering 20 low-cost rooms on-site, in addition to the 4 workforce housing units, 150 room nights per year for underrepresented groups at cost, the hotel worker discount program, the $5 million in lieu fee to Greyhound Rock to fund the low-cost cabins, and then the $50,000 to the Hostel Society. So we believe that that package and all of those items is equivalent to 25% of the low-cost rooms on site. We walked through that analysis in our staff report, including trying to assign dollar values to those items. And we believe that this package meets those standards.
I would just briefly add to what Ms. Ford just said. This is a slightly new form of this analysis, and we really did try to get at what comments we've been receiving in the past about how do you quantify all these various things and how do they go into the package. I think we did a really good analytic job. And essentially, the various things that Ms. Ford just talked about, each of them were assigned a dollar value in relation to what the dollar value would have been if you were to construct the 47 rooms or provide the in lieu fee. And it's essentially the same. This package, as was indicated in the addendum yesterday with some of the corrections, analytic corrections, it's essentially the same. And so we think we have really accommodated lower cost visitor serving accommodation needs equivalent to the 25% that the commission typically applies, even if it's in a series of different types of things. And we really do believe, to Mr. Khan's point, that this is a really good project. We've worked really long and hard with the city and the applicant and come up with something that is, to Mayor Keeley's point, it's better it's a better project, and it's going to be really good for the city of Santa Cruz. So with that, we're available for questions.
I'd actually, if it's all right, would like to add one thing. And just want to point out, too, if we'll remember back to the low-cost accommodation workshop we had, part of our challenge, and one of the challenges that was raised at that workshop and voiced by many of the commissioners, was how do we ensure that low-cost rooms are actually available to folks that need those rooms, as opposed to, you know, just savvy travelers who are, you know, who can figure out how to get in a low-cost room. And so we have not yet obviously cracked that nut, and we have a lot of work to do to get there. But I think part of what these packages do is try to get at some of that problem. There are low-cost rooms, that's incredibly important, but also there are programs that are designed to get folks that haven't often enjoyed access to our coast, and how to do that in a number of ways. So I just want to kind of, that's another reason that we've been sort of approaching some of these issues as a package, so that we are trying to reach folks that historically have either been excluded or unable to get to the coast.
Really appreciate that, Director. Makes a lot of sense. All right, we'll bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Cummings.
Yeah, first, I just want to thank staff, the developers, the city for, you know, getting to a point where we could work together to really address some of the major concerns that were brought up when this project first was introduced. I was on the city council when this project first came up, and I actually voted against it for a lot of the reasons that were brought up here today. You know, we want our public lands to go towards affordable housing. You know, do we need more hotels? All these different things came up, but in the end, you know, I'll just say elections have consequences, and there was a majority on our city council that felt like this was the direction that they wanted to go in. And, you know, being on the commission now, you know, one of the things that's come up is, you know, we've all agreed that we really do want to support low-cost accommodations being integrated into hotels, into new hotels. And that's really why the appeal was filed, because this commission has expressed that we really want to make sure that we're not just building hotels, you know, in areas that are, especially when they're in urban areas close to, that provide coastal access, and then putting the lower cost accommodations off-site. We really want to see that integrated into those hotels. And when this was initially going to come before the commission, it was likely going to be, you know, substantial issues going to be found. But the developer was able to work with our staff and got to a point where they were able to take in the input that they've heard from the community to bring forward a project that really reflects what the commission is trying to get to, which is having low-cost accommodations offered on-site within the new hotels that are being built. And in addition to this, I think what's really beneficial is that, you know, this project went from having no low-cost accommodations on-site and only low-cost accommodations off-site to then having some nights where there would be low-cost accommodations on-site to now having dedicated rooms to low-cost accommodation year-round, in addition to the many other benefits that they're going to provide to the workers to be able to stay on site, to the workers to be able to live in the communities where they work, and many other benefits that are really going to enhance public access to the coast. And so while I was, you know, I opposed this project on a number of different occasions, I do feel like where we've arrived at today is the middle ground, where the opponents aren't going to be happy, the developers probably aren't the happiest they could be, but we're at a point where, you know, they're going to be able to make a profit on this project. We're going to be able to provide low-cost accommodations. And, you know, I think that when we get to these kinds of points of disagreement, you know, it really means that we've gotten to a good project, because we were able to build consensus and accommodate the different needs of the various stakeholders in our community and within this project. And so for those reasons, and I really want to thank our staff, because this was no easy feat, and I think it does set a new precedent for what we can try to push for when we have new projects come for us. And for those reasons that I've stated, and for a lot of the reasons we heard today, I'll be happy to make the motion when the time comes.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Noroff?
Thank you, staff, for explaining what the components of the package. One of the things I wanted to clarify is that while the presentation said that the $5 million would go to Greyhound Rock, you, in your oral presentation, you said that if that doesn't pan out, that it could be available for other things. So I just wanted to clarify that that is in fact the case in the conditions, so that it might be a preference if it goes first, but if it is an option, that it's more flexible.
Yes, absolutely, that's correct. That is covered in the addendum too. I mean, we do think that that's the appropriate project, but to Kevin's point, if a better project comes along or that project comes undone, there is that flexibility.
And that the Coastal Conservancy is also.
The Coastal Conservancy recently gave Santa Cruz County approximately $1 million for the entitlement process, which they're involved in right now, outreach, tribal outreach, community outreach, and environmental review and getting the permits that are necessary. That's why Kevin said it's almost shovel ready, right? We're moving towards that point. And yeah, the Conservancy, I think it was just last week, gave them the $1 million.
Okay, thank you. And I just wanted to echo thanks to the staff in working with the applicant and the city to get to a place. I think this is a good example of how the appeals process through the Coastal Act can really produce a better project. Thank you.
Commissioner Rice?
Yeah, thank you very much. I have a question. I do appreciate how this project's evolved, but I do have a question about the 20-year limitation on the 4 units of affordable rental housing and where that number came. Why 20 years? What was the conversation around that? Because I find that a little bit of an anomaly in terms of the overall intent.
I think it was a couple of things, and I'll let these guys fill in the details. I think one thing was not knowing what the context was going to be around affordable housing, lower cost accommodations, et cetera, at longer terms, and that 20 years is actually a term that the commission uses often for like a reassessment time. And for us, it seemed like that was an appropriate time period for applying this, but also with respect to the package, and as I indicated in terms of the way in which we tried to quantify it, which we did do in a different kind of analytic process here, which I think was a good one. It didn't require more than that at a certain level. And this was something that the developer was comfortable with, which is important in this context, as you're well aware, and as you spoke to with respect to the appeal process. This is a negotiation about trying to come to agreement on a project that the developer is willing to pursue, including with respect to some of the limitations of some of the policy bases underlying low-cost visitor serving accommodations. So all of that entered into that negotiation, and that's where we landed.
Okay.
Do you guys have anything to add?
Yeah, well, I appreciate that. I would be more comfortable with a longer term, or at the very least, maybe even applying that reassessment after 20 years. And I'm taking what you just said, Mr. Carl, when you said sort of an assessment of the larger context, that's towards the overall housing maybe picture in the city, in the region. I don't know if the applicant would be willing to consider a modification on that limitation, either something longer than 20 years or associated with the lifetime viability of the hotel and or an assessment 20 years in. I imagine whoever owns the hotel at that point or is managing it, if you've got housing, if you have staff who is living in those units, which you will have at that point, that you run into a situation, frankly, of potentially having to evict if you're going to go to a market rate. So I would love it if the applicant can think about how maybe to modify that condition around those 4 units. And then my other, so just maybe can cogitate on that a little bit. My other, this project, the modified project checks off, all of our boxes from our commission perspective in terms of lower cost visitor accommodations. The public access elements are just, beautiful and astounding. Love that. The aesthetics, it really is checking off our boxes, visitor accommodations, et cetera, and then really being more proactive in terms of those lower cost accommodations. I appreciate the creativity. What it doesn't solve for, and frankly, it's not our role to solve for at this point, is the jobs housing imbalance, and I mean that more in the more current definition of how how we think about jobs, housing balance. It's more about not the number of jobs created and the number of units that might be created over time within a community or a region, but do the jobs and the wages of those jobs match up with the cost of housing, not just locally, but in the region. This is, I think, the biggest challenge for local jurisdictions and communities, and I actually think needs to be thought about in a larger regional context. I bring that up, it's not for the commission to be solving, but I do, it's concerning to me as we create many service worker level jobs, and the housing that exists locally or within a reasonable commute just doesn't marry up with that, with those jobs that are being created. I say that also recognizing I'm not really familiar with what the housing element allocation was in Santa Cruz, what's in the pipeline, and what that mix is. But I suspect the number of jobs here being created and at the wage levels they're being created, you're going to be having a lot of folks commuting into work. So I'm sensitive to that, but it's not for us to solve, but it is a big conundrum. I will be supporting the project, but I'll say my caveat, would like to have those 4 unit, that issue maybe have a better resolution going forward than what is currently proposed.
Commissioner Rice, if I may.
Sure. Are you going to correct me?
No, I was just going to, I was just going to observe, just as you've asked the developer to give that question some thought. Ms. Ford indicated, the city is currently, has entitled or is constructing or completed 1,400 some units. They are moving towards more housing, and a lot of that is affordable housing. And to the extent you wanted the details on any of that, Lee Butler, who's the community development director, is here, and I know he knows those details by heart. So if you wanted more information on that, you're welcome to ask him at some point.
I'll hold off for now.
Okay, so where things stand right now is that I want to just finish up that topic. So with regard to the 20 years, that's acceptable to you at this time, or do you want to hear from the developer?
I would like to hear from the developer.
All right, so could the developer please come up, whoever you'd like to speak on that? And you heard the conversation, so if you could respond.
Yeah, I first of all want to say we share those concerns about housing, and we do think Santa Cruz has been at the forefront of addressing this. We desperately need all types of housing downtown, and we're starting to build that, and we need much more. And as the speaker, as Dan said, Lee can talk in detail, but the housing element for downtown that the city's embraced wholeheartedly is for over 3,600 units down in the city of Santa Cruz in the next housing cycle, and we're working to make that happen. That's a win-win. That we agree with you. We don't want to. It's terrible to have folks have to commute long distances to these jobs, and we need more people living closer to all of the. It's not just this project, but other ones happening. As far as we certainly are open to reevaluating this in 20 years and putting that as a condition. We certainly don't anticipate, as you mentioned, not continuing, or even if it's not required, expanding our role in trying to help our employees find a place to live near. So that's also a win-win. So we're totally supportive of that.
Okay, so is there a change that we could make with regard to staff recommendations with regard to this, or how do you want to proceed with this?
Well, I think there's 2 things to the extent this is something the commission wants to pursue and the applicant's amenable. I mean, one would be having some sort of reevaluation and, where it could be continued after 20 years if the commission revisited that question. The second would be just specifying a different time frame. The former might be more appropriate in light of what we don't know what the circumstances are going to be at that point. And so I think that's something, we could craft. I think I believe Mr. Lawler said that they'd be willing to do something like that.
I think that the commission is inclined, or the sense I'm getting is a reassessment could become part of the conditions, if that, and they've indicated that's acceptable to you. Staff is indicating they could make that change.
Yes, we will make that change. We will have a reassessment of that component of the project in 20 years brought back for the commission for consideration, and we will make that part of our staff recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Does that complete? Commissioner Uranga?
Thank you, Chair. Which one? No, you're gonna do R Uranga for the real Uranga.
Go on. Commissioner Uranga, who's been on the commission for how many years? How many years?
9.
9 years. He has seniority.
Seniority. Thank you, Chair. And with all due respect to my colleague.
You can sit down, sir. Would you mind hitting the mic button, just so we don't get a lot of, okay, Commissioner, and you like
With respect to my colleague, Jay Uranga. I have a question regarding the $50,000 fee that goes to the Boys and Girl Scouts. Is that a one-time fee or is that a yearly fee?
That would be a one-time fee. It's $50,000 to revitalize their pool facilities. And the Boys and Girls Club have indicated that that is a needed repair for them.
Well, when I appreciate developers donating money to nonprofits, it's always a one-time fee. That doesn't work for me. It's got to be more than 1 year, at least 3, 4, 5 years at the most. But a 1 year fee of $50,000 is peanuts. Thank you.
So Commissioner, are you asking for us to request the developer to make this fee
Yes.
continue for a period of years? And what is your recommendation in terms of the number?
A minimum of 5 years. Minimum.
Okay, so that would be $250,000 paid over a period of 5 years. Staff, do you have a response to that?
I think we have one just quick point. I think as
Director.
Ms. Ford pointed out, that fee was designed for a very specific capital project, if I'm correct. So I think that we could still explore that as a different part of a package, but I think that was the request and what from the Boys and Girls Club, right? And then what was agreed to by the applicant, but we can explore, or you can explore with the applicant. Other
Okay.
options.
I mean, it's sounding to me that what the Commissioner Uranga is saying is it would go to some kind of a general support since no projects have been identified as of now.
Can I also ask, maybe, Ms. Ford, can you go through, there was also, just to point out, a number of other monetary elements to that
Contributions.
package that went to other organizations or other, that even some that the Boys and Girls Club could potentially participate in.
Yeah, I'll just point out that the Boys and Girls Club contribution is a one-time contribution, but the developer has agreed to pay to the Santa Cruz Cruiser Beach Shuttle for a period of 10 years, and that would be $10,000 for every year for 10 years to make sure that that shuttle is running and operating, and that provides low-cost transport from downtown to the beach for individuals who maybe don't have that kind of access. So that was one of the contributions. All the other contributions are things such as the park, which is a permanent installation, the Riverwalk facilities, so free benches and seating and things like that, free Wi-Fi, the bike rentals. So a lot of these components are permanent installations that the developer will maintain and make sure that those are under operation for the foreseeable future of the project. And so we believe that those contributions are ongoing rather than one time.
Thank you, Commissioner. Is that satisfactory? All right, thank you very much. All right, Commissioner Uranga.
I have a couple of questions for staff. One is, did I hear you say that when you total all the benefits that have been negotiated, when you total them up, it in fact amounts to what Unite Here is looking for in terms of low-cost accommodations?
Yes, that's correct. And those are all the benefits that are in the low-cost accommodations bin. And so some of the things that Ms. Ford was just referring to are in a separate bin. They're in a public access bin. So it's only that subset that are specific to low-cost accommodations are sufficient to meet the 25% requirement. And then in addition to that, there are all these other benefits of the project that accrue to public access and recreation, the fee we just discussed for the Boys and Girls Club, et cetera. Those weren't included in trying to meet that.
I have enough info.
Okay.
So if those benefits are equivalent to what Unite Here wants? Why didn't you just recommend what Unite Here wants?
I think that goes to the commission's program and what we've been talking about and this commission's been trying to achieve is a 25% of rooms, some sort of, whether it's rooms on site, mitigation fees, or combinations of various things, including programming for underserved youth, et cetera. And so we use the 25% as, here's what you need to do to appropriately mitigate for these projects. There's a number of ways of getting there, one of which is a straight 25% of the rooms, one of which is what 25% of the rooms would cost to construct. So like either end of the spectrum, one giant fee, all on site, or some combination of things within that. And so that's where this project lies, which is essentially almost every project that the commission's approved with these low-cost accommodation mitigations.
I'll get to my point in a minute. When you were negotiating this package of benefits, was Unite Here formally part of the negotiations?
No.
All right. So here's my point. And I'll give you some context. 5 to 7 years ago, I represented 200 farm worker homeowners before this commission on an appeal by one Anglo person. And we lost the vote on this commission. Your staff had sided with the farm workers. The County of Monterey Board of Supervisors had sided with the farm workers. The County Planning Commission had sided with the farm workers. But this commission voted against the farm workers. What struck me about the hearing today is that everyone who spoke for the appellant is a brown person. And I assume that they also lobbied before the city of Santa Cruz and that they were met with the same fate. They weren't listened to. And it gets under my skin when I see something like that happen, particularly because of my personal, I'm an attorney. I was a farm worker attorney for over 40 years. And although I think the project is good, it's probably good for the city of Santa Cruz, I can't get over the fact that, at least on the surface, it appears to me that brown people are not being heard. That's all I'm going to say.
Thank you, Commissioner. Please, if you'd like to indicate your support for a statement, if you could do it in that manner, that would be great. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Wilson?
Thank you. Chair Hart. Okay, so I have just a couple things I want to ask about here, and also restate when we had this conversation on another project before. It's we're talking Band-Aids on a much larger social and economic issue around wage and income gaps in our nation as well as our state, which are just horrendous. And that being said, there was this discussion about what was left on the table. Did that gap get, that's been consumed entirely? Okay, because and then there was this part about where the local hostel or other low-cost accommodation, maybe organizations, didn't really have anything in the shovel ready or even in the planning processes. And so again, I want to get back around to the idea that we have resources that we maybe should be reaching out more into these organizations so that when these opportunities are coming down the pike, that there are some readiness to be able to create low-cost accommodations within the regions so that we can diversify that. So, which I was going to say, if there was that $100,000 left, maybe that would be a place where we might want to consider. But nonetheless, we should also be thinking about those resources moving forward. That's really the only points I have to make here today. I think there's some good conversation about this, and then there's been an arc for sure. the commission of today is not the commission of, on this issue and many others, and especially housing and low cost accommodation of the past. A lot of that has to do with what our role was in those spaces, especially through the legislature, and their expectations, and then how people were appointed and for what reasons they were appointed and those sorts of things. And so it created the body politic of this organization, which has dramatically shifted in the last 5 years or 6 years, 7 years. And so I just want to acknowledge that and say that I do appreciate the work that's been done. I do appreciate the advocacy and the pressure that Unite, not just Unite 19, but Unite 43 and Unite 11 and all those organizations in our coastal communities have been pushing on these issues, and not just around low cost accommodations, but short-term rental impacts on housing and affordable housing in general. I think has been fantastic, actually, and wonderful, and have been great partners in that. And I want to thank the work of Commissioner Cummings as well in his advocacy at those levels as well. And so unless there's something else that we can, I say, in terms of crassly extract, I think this is about as far as this one can go without really revamping the entire trajectory of this sort of backwards in time. And we've seen how hard it has been to do a 100% affordability in some of these projects within the confines of the space physically. It's been a shoehorn debate, and it's also been quite controversial even when we do that within our commission. So I think what staff's been trying to do is try and find a path whereby which we can get some accommodation in terms of the viewpoints of many commissioners and many constituents across the landscape. So I appreciate that. This isn't where you guys know me. I mean, I would prefer this to go much farther, but I don't see the space for that to happen in this adjudication. I'm hoping that we're going to be much more active and take a more proactive approach with our resources, and I'll just keep advocating for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Cummings is going to just respond to the comments from Commissioner Uranga.
I just wanted to, I'll respond, and it's also within and I'm also prepared to make the motion that we can, and then if you want to make.
Yeah, I have a couple comments, but
yeah.
Sure.
Okay. So, being someone who's from this area, and I'll just start by saying, I wasn't on the commission 5 to 7 years ago, but the time that I've been in elected office, I've strongly pushed for affordable housing, for more access, especially for underrepresented people. And I'll say even a year ago, I remember there was a hotel project where the developer said, we can't do low cost, we can't do low cost. We let them off with an in lieu fee, and then that was it. And I remember, I think myself and Commissioner Hart, we both voted against it, and we were really frustrated with the fact that we're not doing more on-site low-cost accommodations. And since Commissioner Hart's been the chair of this commission, she has taken a strong leadership role in really pushing us to make sure that we've had on-site low-cost accommodations, and that we're trying to actually respond to what we're hearing from groups like Unite 11, Unite 19, and this project has tried to accomplish some of those goals. And I just want to remind us, not only is this developer providing apartments for low-income workers, which we have not seen in many of the other projects that have come before us, but also free or low-cost overnight access to the coast for full-time employees and their families of these hotels. We have not seen that either. So I think what we're trying to do is this is a step-by-step iterative process. And I think over time what we're demonstrating is that previously developers say we can't do anything. And now slowly we're demonstrating yes they can. And as we're setting better precedent over time, we're actually able to address some of these issues being brought up by many of the workers who say that they want to have access to the coast. And we're trying to meet those needs the best way we can through negotiations. And I think this is a great example of how we're trying to change. So again, we're not the commission of 5 to 7 years ago. And I think, if anything, what we would appreciate is getting back our authority over affordable housing so that we can require more affordable housing in the coastal zone rather than having the state just allow for market rate development with a sprinkling of affordable housing in the coastal zone. So that's where we could get you all's support at the state level, is to get our authority over affordable housing back so we can see more opportunities for low-income, underprivileged people to be able to live and work in the coastal zone. And so with that, I'm going to just make the motion. Maybe we can get a second, and then Chair, you can make your comments, or vice versa, either way.
However you'd like to proceed, why don't you go ahead and make the motions? Please go ahead and make the motion since you have the.
Okay, first motion, I move that the commission determine that appeal number A-3-STC-24-00.
Sorry, Commissioner Cummings, that one's already done.
We're done? Okay.
We're to the second motion.
Okay. That's why I was confused earlier.
Yeah.
Okay, so I move that the commission approve coastal development permit number A-3-STC-24-0016 pursuant to the staff recommendation, inclusive as modified by Commissioner Rice, and I recommend a yes vote.
So is there a second? All right, so we have a motion, a second. I just wanted to make a couple of comments. And I want, this is partially in response to Commissioner Uranga's comments. So what we heard today from Unite Here is a concern that there is no housing for workers. That seemed to be the principal issue that was raised. And again, by approving a hotel project that without more affordable rooms, that's linked to some extent to not being able to live in the area. So there's a lot of issues there. Number one is, should there be a hotel or affordable housing? Well, that was resolved at the time that we approved the amendment to the land use plan, or was it land use plan or local coastal plan, that approval that designated this as a hotel site. So that decision is no longer before us even today for us to make a determination. That decision has been made. So this is a site for a hotel. So then the next step is, has staff and the developer pushed it as far as they possibly could under the circumstances to make sure that there are benefits for the workers, as many benefits as they could possibly get. And I think you've heard from all the commissioners here, and I share this. We can always go farther, but this is still a significant step forward. I mean, it's innovative. There are family rooms, there is housing, and as we hear from Unite Here, I think what I'd like to see is a recognition of what staff has accomplished, and the commission will be deciding today, of these steps forward, this push forward to respond to the needs of workers. So having sat on this commission now for a number of years, I'm very excited to see that. With regard to the in lieu package, I'm really excited about the Greyhound Rock cabins. We built these kind of cabins in Sonoma County, and it may be a ways away, but the experience of the Greyhound Rock is an absolutely spectacular site, and it's underutilized. And a lot of people just don't have camping gear, and they're not able to go out and experience a campground or experience the coast in that way. These cabins give people a real opportunity to have an experience of being in a beautiful coastal area, and that is what we're trying to do here. That's what we're authorized to do. So this combination of all of the things that staff has been able to accomplish, including the significant investment in Greyhound Rock, which I'm really excited, I really hope it does move forward. I think it's a great package. In the future, is there a mechanism to involve Unite Here earlier? I don't know the answer to that, or even if that's appropriate. I think you're hearing from one of our commissioners that that's something he'd like to see.
I guess just one observation is that Unite Here and other folks that raise their points and viewpoints at the city and with us, we take all that into consideration. I mean, we're not it's not that we're not listening, we are listening. That's what pushes all of these negotiations into the direction that they push. So I don't think it's quite accurate to say that they weren't heard.
Yeah, I think the answer no, I think when Commissioner Uranga asked that question, the answer was no. I think that's the correct answer. You did hear from them.
Yeah, I mean, the short answer was when we're in a negotiation with the developer,
Yeah.
no, they're not in the room. That's not the way this normally works.
Mhm.
It's just-
But you
yeah,
did
But
hear
it's a
from
much
them.
more,
Right.
yes, it's a more fulsome response is that, and it's not just Unite Here, there's a lot of folks who had
That's
a lot
right.
of viewpoints about this project, and we listened to all of those, and that enters into our thinking and the way in which we interact with the developer and the city.
Yeah, and I mean, underlying all of this, I keep thinking, of course, this is going to be providing jobs. There is a question and a desire for them to be union jobs. That's not what's before us today either. There's a couple things. Housing is not allowed to be before us. As Commissioner Cummings said, we don't have the authority to require affordable housing, but that's not what this is about in any event. Just want to reiterate that point. So in any event, I'll conclude my comments just by expressing my extreme appreciation for staff, for the innovative and time-consuming approach, for the developer, for the city, the mayor, city council, and for you, Commissioner Cummings, for bringing this project as far as it could possibly go. So thanks very much. We have a motion and we have a second. Is there a desire for a roll call vote on this? Okay, there is. So Ms. Miller, we'll have a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Bochco? Bochco, yes. Commissioner Cummings?
Aye.
Cummings, yes. Commissioner Juan Uranga?
No.
Uranga, no. Commissioner Harmon?
Yes.
Harmon, yes. Commissioner Nuttall?
Aye.
Nuttall, yes. Commissioner Rice?
Yes.
Rice, yes. Commissioner R. Uranga?
Before I vote, I want to make a comment that I was here at that commission when Commissioner J. Uranga came before the commission for that vote. That vote was based on sweat equity. That was the issue at that time. And it was a shame that it went down. But good things sometimes happen. As a result of that vote, we established the environmental justice and social justice components of the commission, and now where we're at. So there's some positive that came out of it, but it was shameful. And at that time, that we voted it down because there was sweat equity involved. This project's a little different. So I have no problems or issues voting yes for it.
Uranga, yes. Commissioner Wilson?
And I would just like to say that I strongly support the unionization of this hotel and all of the other hotels on our coast. So I'm hoping that that will happen if it hasn't already. And with that, I say yes.
Wilson, yes. Chair Hart?
Yes.
Hart, yes. The vote is 8 yes, 1 no.
Okay, thank you. That concludes that item. All right, at this time, what I'm going to do is I'm going to call the next item, which is we're going to start with the appeal on the MST bus road. I have a couple commissions they're going to have to recuse. So the game plan here is going to be, we'll call the item, which I'm doing. I'm going to ask for recusal statements from the two commissioners. Then we're going to take a lunch break until 1 o'clock or approximately maybe 5 after, and then we'll proceed with the item. So Commissioner Nottoff.
Thank you. Since I am on the board of directors of Landwatch Monterey County, which has taken a position on items 8E and 9A, the MST bus road and four-door dunes, I am therefore recusing myself from the hearing on these items due to a potential conflict of interest under Government Code Section 87100. And I will see you after the item. Thank you. Oh, wait.
Okay, so with regard,
let's just wait on the SI because he has to recuse himself from SI, which means Escalante couldn't participate if she's back.
Oh, okay, so I'm just going to allow the recusal of Commissioner Notoff, and then we'll wait. That's what
We'll
my plan
table
was.
it from
Yeah.
here.
Okay, so we're going to wait on the additional recusal to see if our other commissioner returns in time, and we're going to return on the substantial issue determination after lunch. So right now, it's 12:06. We'll come back at 10 after 1. All right, good afternoon, everyone. All right, everybody. We have a quorum when our Commissioner Uranga is in the room, both Commissioners Uranga. Before we start the hearing, we're going to have a recusal statement by Commissioner Juan Uranga, and then he will be departing.
I am recusing myself from the hearing on items 8E and 9A due to a potential conflict of interest under Government Code Section 87100.
This is yours, right?
All right, thank you very much. And as once Commissioner Uranga has a reason to, did someone say something? No. You know, I'm having this thing happening today where I keep hearing voices. It's not a good sign for the chair. What? Is it you? It's you.
You hear people.
It's like Santa Cruz Mystery House, like, you know, come to the Portola
Are they
Plaza.
living voices or?
We have 8. Yeah, no, we're good. We could mull this over further while we're waiting for Commissioner Uranga. Let me ask you this while we're hanging out here, Chris. How many public speakers are we going to have on this?
We have 57 total speakers.
Okey-doke. Okay, thank you. All right. All right, so at this time, we're going to move forward with 2 items, and these are items, sorry, I've got to bring back my, items 8E and 9A, and Dan Carl is going to describe how we're going to approach the hearing on these items.
Sure, thank you, Chair Hart. So we have 8E, which is the appeal of the City of Marina's CDP decision regarding Monterey Salinas Transit's bus road project. And then we have 9A, which is the coastal permit application for that same project that's located within the Commission's retained jurisdiction, which is essentially the former Fort Ord. So what we're doing today is, those are 2 separate items, but this is a combined hearing. We have a combined staff report. At the same time, as we take testimony, we get to the end of this, the Commission will need to take 2 actions, one on each of the items. So just, we'll get, when we get there, we can, talk about that again, make sure people are clear. Because there will be a coastal permit action and there will be an action on the appeal. And so that's how it's all structured. And so the people are just to testify in the one combined hearing.
All right, that's great. So then we'll proceed with asking if there are any ex partes on this matter, that, and specifically ex partes that have occurred in the, what is it? I think I would, 7 days?
7 days.
All right. So turning to my colleagues,
Just to check, if we have one on file, can we just say that it's on file?
Yes, as long as it was more than 7 days ago.
Yeah, oh, sorry, wrong item.
Maybe while you're
Okay, I got it.
looking.
No, I got it.
Did you get it?
Yeah, so, had an ex parte on this, on the Marina Salinas Transit Surf Busway, July 30th, 2024, 11 a.m. Oh, this is.
So it's on file.
Yeah, and this is on file. There's two that I have on file. One was from July 30th, and I think the other one was from, like, May. Yeah, I have two on file.
Great.
Okay.
Yes, Commissioner Wilson.
Yeah, and I received multiple emails from a local constituent of mine, which I just forwarded to staff. I just want to, and hopefully that got into the record. Thanks.
And anyone else? Mr. Williams? Commissioner Williams, what is it? I'm so sorry about that.
Yeah, I have one on file from July 3rd.
Okay, likewise, I have two ex partes. One occurred on June 18th, and that's on file. There was another one that occurred on September 9th that I will read into the record. This was initiated, and there was one individual, Molly Erickson, the attorney for Keep Fort Ord Wild. The content of the conversation was as follows, that she believes that the earlier staff report that was produced for our August hearing contained information and conclusions that they feel is correct and support. They're opposed to the change in the project that's presented in the current staff report. They feel that alternatives should have been pursued, including switching to electric buses, adding more buses, carpool-only bus lanes during commute hours. They're concerned that no local agency, according to them, has approved the current project, that it's a last-minute project. They don't understand the full concept that's being proposed, as in what the project is, that they haven't seen engineering studies. They are concerned about the lack of information on grading, retaining wall and access issues. They're unclear on how the access will change or be impacted. They're concerned that conditions regarding future access would only go to the commission's executive director and not to the public or commission in a public hearing. They indicated they're concerned that this particular project as being presented this month has not been approved by either the applicant or cities, and therefore will have very little benefit according to them. And the benefit would be only during the morning commute, and that the rest of the time the buses would be traveling more slowly because of additional stops. And therefore the project does not make any sense to them, and they're concerned about paving the dunes. They don't feel that it would be sufficient, this project, to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, given that the ridership is not there. And then finally, they indicated that they were not able to connect in a significant way with Senator Laird. And I'll just remind the audience that I am reading from comments that were made in an ex parte. And these are not necessarily reflective of my views, of course. I do want to say one more thing, because this has happened to me a few times, that people have approached me to try to talk about an item that's upcoming either today or tomorrow, and I think this might happen to other commissioners. In my mind, commissioners should be treated as a judge. So you wouldn't approach a judge to argue your case, hopefully, when you're in the middle of a trial. And likewise, we really cannot interact with people in a casual way and talk about the project. So I know sometimes we seem rude, or I'm afraid that I do, and I just wanted to make that statement so that people understand when I sort of run away, or any of us do, what's going on there. All right, on that note, we'll return it to staff to present the items.
And I will pass it to Braylon Nauman, who is our analyst, who's the lead analyst on this project for us from the Central Coast office.
Good afternoon, Chair Hart and Commissioners. Item 8E and 9A are an appeal of a City of Marina CDP approval and a CDP application to the Commission by Monterey Salinas Transit, or MST, for a new 4.3-mile long, 30-foot wide paved road for exclusive bus use located seaward of Highway 1 in the dunes between Marina and Sand City in both the City of Marina and unincorporated Monterey County. This combined hearing will cover both the 4.2-mile portion of the project within the Commission's jurisdiction and the 0.1-mile portion of the project located within the city of Marina's LCP jurisdiction that was appealed to the commission. Of note, the overall project extends beyond these portions and includes areas within the city of Sand City's LCP jurisdiction, which has been approved by the city of Sand City and was not appealed to the commission, as well as additional improvements outside of the coastal zone. Before getting started, I would note that an addendum was distributed yesterday that responds to comments received on the staff report, makes a few minor changes to the staff recommendation, and that further explains staff's reasoning in this case. Next slide, please. Slide 2 shows you the crescent of the Monterey Bay area with the city of Santa Cruz noted towards the top and the Monterey Peninsula noted towards the bottom. The project area, noted here in red, is a 4.3-mile stretch roughly between the cities of Marina and Sand City. Along this stretch, MST's Bus Line 20, which runs from Salinas to the Monterey Peninsula, currently uses Highway 1. Next slide, please. The proposed project is located within the Monterey Branch Line Rail Corridor, shown here in red, extending from Marina up coast to the right of the slide to Sand City down coast and to the left of the slide. The project area also fronts the city of Seaside and Cal State University Monterey Bay, both noted here as well, and Fort Ord Dune State Park lies seaward of the corridor, also noted. The corridor is about 100 feet wide and is owned by the Transportation Agency for Monterey County, or TAMC, and an unused rail line is located in the corridor, which was last used for passenger rail over 50 years ago, and last used for freight rail over 30 years ago. The rest of the corridor is sandy dune. Keep this slide in mind as it will serve as a reference of sorts for some of the following slides. Next slide, please. Slide 4 zooms down on the project area corridor and shows you a representative sample of the existing infrastructure in the area in relation to the proposed bus road. All of these features parallel the proposed project along the 4-mile stretch. At the bottom of the slide, the 6 lanes of Highway 1 are identified and are the furthest inland. Just seaward of that is the Monterey Peninsula Recreational Trail, which is a component of the California Coastal Trail. Just seaward of that is the proposed road alignment, shown here in red. Just seaward of that is the existing unused railroad tracks. And then seaward of that is the Monterey Bay Sanctuary Scenic Trail, which is another component of the California Coastal Trail in this area. The Scenic Trail is also known as Beach Range Road, as it is a relic of the former Army base that existed until the 1990s at Fort Ord, but the trail is now vehicle-free and provides pedestrian and bicycle access within Fort Ord Dune State Park, which is also noted at the top of the slide. Although not shown here, the 2 trails are connected via paved vertical connections across the railroad tracks at either end of the project area, and each trail is also accessed across Highway 1 via overpass and underpass, generally along the middle of the overall alignment depicted in the previous slide. At 2 locations, also not shown here, the proposed alignment would cross and replace the railroad tracks. Additionally, slightly north of the middle of the overall alignment, a road spur is proposed to cross under the highway at an existing underpass to connect to a proposed new bus station at 5th Street, which is itself located outside of the coastal zone. The other key takeaway from this slide is the entire area is located in vegetated sandy dunes, including essentially all of the proposed bus road alignment shown here in red. I'll now turn it over to Commission Staff Ecologist, Dr. Rachel Pausch, to discuss the dune ecology underlying the project area. Next slide, please.
Slide 5 again provides a representative sample of the project area, this time looking inland and as seen from the Sanctuary Scenic Trail. In the foreground are the railroad tracks, and just inland of that is the proposed bus road alignment, again shown roughly in red. Then past that, the recreational trail, and then Highway 1. The overall project area is located on the landward edge of the Monterey Dune Complex back dunes, which once stretched unencumbered further inland but have since been developed with Highway 1 and other urban areas. Coastal dune systems like this are exceedingly rare, making up just 0.06% of California's land area according to OPC. And this dune complex, which extends over 14 miles on southern Monterey Bay's coast, is one of the largest coastal dune complexes in Central California. This area supports several endemic sensitive species, which are unique to Monterey Bay and the Central Coast. The Coastal Commission has a long history of finding this particular dune system, including degraded portions of it, to rise to the level of environmentally sensitive habitat area, or ESHA, and it is no different here. Next slide, please. Though development has limited the extent and impacted the natural condition of this dune complex, the remaining area, particularly that west of Highway 1, represents a largely continuous stretch of rare coastal dune habitat. Some parts of the project footprint include relatively intact areas of dune scrub communities, characterized by native dune plants like California goldenbush and beach sagewort. In fact, although difficult to see here on slide 6, the railroad tracks in portions of the project area are essentially covered by sandy dunes and dune plants, with the approximate location of the tracks shown here by the white dashed line. These dunes also include occurrences of the endemic and rare sandmat manzanita, pictured in the foreground on the right, and the federally threatened and endemic Monterey spine flower, pictured top left. Also present on site, seacliff and coastal buckwheat are the only known host plants for the federally endangered Smith's blue butterfly, pictured bottom left. With over 13 rare plant and animal species known to occur or likely to occur within the project footprint and the project's location within the Monterey Dune Complex, the entire project area rises to the level of ESHA. Next slide, please.
As Dr. Pausch has described, the proposed project is located entirely within Dune ESHA. And because it is not a resource-dependent use, any impacts to that ESHA are not allowable under the Coastal Act ESHA policies. In total, the bus road would be expected to directly occupy, cover, and/or impact nearly 23 acres of ESHA, and is thus fundamentally inconsistent with the ESHA policies of the Coastal Act. In addition to these ESHA impacts, the proposed project would have some impacts to existing public trails, both by degrading views from those trails and impacting the recreational experience of trail users, including because they would need to use crosswalks over an operating bus road to access the scenic trail where there are currently unencumbered connections. In sum, the proposed project is not consistent with Coastal Act policies protecting public access, public views, and most critically, ESHA, all of which would typically necessitate denial of the project. Next slide, please. At the same time, the project also includes some important benefits. It is a public transit project and will provide significant transit improvements expected to benefit transit users, most of whom are members of under-resourced communities. Specifically, a dedicated bus road would allow buses to bypass traffic on Highway 1, reducing transit times by an average of about 12 minutes during peak highway congestion, such as shown here on slide 8. And while service during off-peak hours would be a few minutes slower due to the new bus station, ridership is at its highest during peak congestion hours when the project would most benefit travel times. In addition, a new dedicated bus road would also improve transit time reliability, meaning that riders could better trust the bus to arrive at their stop when it is scheduled. These improvements in service can be expected to attract additional ridership, which in turn is expected to help reduce vehicle miles traveled and greenhouse gas emissions as people change their behavior from driving their cars to riding the bus. These changes, or these types of benefits, are particularly important for helping to address the impacts of climate change, including in the coastal zone, where rising sea levels have led to what some have called an existential crisis along California's coast. Next slide, please. Thus, the proposed project is both inconsistent with some Coastal Act policies and consistent with others. It would harm coastal resources in some ways, but benefit coastal resources in other ways. And other project alternatives and permutations that might avoid Coastal Act inconsistencies, while valid, are not currently feasible due to timing, economic, and other concerns. This is what is known as a conflict under the Coastal Act. And in these situations, the Commission can exercise its discretion to resolve that conflict in the manner that is most protective of significant coastal resources, as described in much greater detail in the staff report. In these cases, and provided the project is modified to avoid coastal resource impacts to the maximum extent feasible, staff believes that a conditioned CDP approval that relocates the bus road onto the existing railroad tracks is the most protective of significant coastal resources. It is also the most consistent with the Coastal Act's environmental justice principles and the Commission's environmental justice policy, as the approved project should particularly help underserved communities with better transportation options, including access to the coast. Slide 9 shows the proposed alignment in red and the staff recommended alignment in yellow. While the impacts to ESHA if the bus road location is moved onto the railroad tracks remain significant, the relative habitat value of the track area versus the proposed all dune siting is less. Next slide, please. Slide 10 gives another perspective of the proposed alignment in red versus staff's recommended alignment in yellow. It is important to note that shifting the alignment to the tracks should not impact the potential of future rail service, including because any future rail project would require the tracks to be completely replaced anyways. Staff believes that shifting the project alignment is actually helpful to future rail in this regard because it commits the track area to public transit and transportation use. Indeed, staff believes that the revised project will help facilitate both bus and rail public transit options within a shared corridor that both reduces infrastructural redundancy and limits dune habitat impacts. And in terms of dune impacts, as mentioned before, shifting the bus road alignment is an improvement compared to the proposed project because it shifts impacts to an area that is already disturbed by the tracks and their supporting ballast. In turn, this proportionately reduces the required dune creation mitigation, which is the most difficult mitigation required to satisfy, by more than half compared to the proposed project. As such, the bulk of the dune restoration mitigation requirement can be satisfied by the applicant's proposed partnership with state parks in Fort Ord Dune State Park. In addition to the project realignment, the conditions help to address public access and public view impacts, including requiring a series of trail connections, a new bus stop to service the previously commission-approved and yet to be constructed Fort Ord Dune State Park campground and beach accessway, as well as a series of siting and design best practices to allow the project to blend into the surrounding natural environment as much as it can. In terms of the small portion of the project appealed to the commission, it is important to note that the bus road is already sited mostly atop the tracks and ballast at this location, and it is located in an area with comparably lower habitat values than the portions of the project in the commission's jurisdiction. As such, and for similar reasons, staff is recommending approval of the overall project. Staff believes that the commission should find no substantial issue for the appeal. Next slide, please. The proposed project represents a substantial investment in public transportation that will reduce vehicle miles traveled and greenhouse gas emissions while benefiting under-resourced communities. As conditioned, it will improve public access and provide an affordable and sustainable way to access the coast for inland communities. And while it comes with impacts to undeniably unique and valuable dune habitats, the project conditions minimize those impacts as much as possible and require proportionate mitigation for the unavoidable impacts. Staff recommends approval of the commission's CDP and no substantial issue on the appeal. The applicant is in agreement with the staff recommendation. The motions are found on page 7 of the staff report. This concludes staff's presentation.
Okay. Thank you very much for that excellent presentation. Now let me ask, in terms of speakers here today, first of all, we have some public officials in the room who I'd like to hear from initially, if that's appropriate, staff, or should we hear from
The applicant. We should hear from the applicant first, and then we can move on to elected
and then
officials.
to public officials? All right, so let me ask who is representing the applicant, if you could come forward, and I'd like to know how much time you'd need.
Yes, we have David Blaskovich and Marzette Henderson both signed up.
Mr. Laskovich?
That's
No.
the wrong, yeah,
Mr.
they may be speaking
Sidora.
later. The applicant group, there's about 4 or 5, I think, Chris, that were on the top of the list.
Yes.
Can you see if the button's pressed?
Very much.
All right, so why don't you identify yourself and tell me. are you
My name is
representing-
Carl Sidoric. I'm the CEO for the Monterey Salinas Transit District, and I will be representing the applicant. I apologize for any confusion. We listed some other names in case there were specific content questions for the engineers or the biologists to address, but I will be making the presentation for the MST district.
Okay, so let me ask you ask you how much time you need, and then at the end of your presentation, can you identify who else is here so the commission knows if they have a question?
Certainly.
So how much time do you need for your presentation?
Between 5 and 10 minutes.
Okay, please proceed.
Thank you. I first like to start, before I begin, thanking Chair Hart for her leadership on this and encouraging MST to continue to work collaboratively with staff through this process up through the August initial recommendation through the current time. And I'd also like to thank the members of the staff for continuing to work collaboratively on a project that will benefit so many of our most vulnerable people in Monterey County to find a way to find a safe, dependable, low-cost mobility alternative for low-income people throughout Monterey County, specifically Dr. Huckelbridge and Kevin Kahn and Dr. Proush and Braylon Amon have been tireless in working collaboratively with MST throughout to get us to this day over the past 5 years. And I'm really happy to be here today for this very important project. So do we have a presentation ready to go?
We don't have a presentation.
MST busway. MST busway.
I don't believe we received a presentation for that.
Okay. We submitted one to you all.
Yeah, you know, earlier today, there was a presentation that was brought up.
Yeah, that's right.
Do you recall the one that came up when we were still talking about the hotel?
That was staff's presentation.
Oh, that was staff?
That was staff's, yeah.
That's what I thought. Yes, I got the sign. So just 1 minute.
Absolutely.
Let's find it. And it would be under MST, your presentation.
Lisa, you submitted it? Yes, MST.
Okay. We have to give our incredible team over there a minute.
That is it.
See, I told you they were incredible.
Absolutely. It's like
All
magic.
right, thanks. All right. Of course. I know. Let's just, let's start the clock at 5 minutes.
Okay.
And we'll proceed.
Thank you. I'll try to go as quick as I can. Next slide. Okay. Okay, so MST is the transit operator for Monterey County. We provide service into neighboring counties, into San Luis Obispo County, into Santa Cruz County, and up to Santa Clara County, covering 1/5 the coast of California. Our vision is to connect communities, create opportunity, while being kind to our planet. Our population that utilizes public transit, they use the services to go to work, for grocery trips, school, medical appointments, and recreation. And this past fiscal year ending June 30th, we carried nearly 3 million passengers, which was nearly a 50% increase over 2022. So we're having a rapid comeback in transit, unlike some other areas in the state. Next slide, please. 100% of our large buses use renewable biodiesel or renewable electricity. We have 18 zero-emission buses either in our fleet or on order in order to comply with the innovative clean transit rule that was initiated by the Air Resources Board that will require MST to be 100% zero-emission by 2040. So we're on track to be 100%, and we're currently purchasing vehicles in order to comply with that regulation. Our services remove the equivalent of 110,000 single-occupancy vehicle trips each month and reduce greenhouse gas emissions that are equivalent to 200 acres of forest sequestration every month as well. Next slide. A little bit about our population that uses transit. Over 90% are considered people in poverty per AB 1550, disadvantaged communities, greenhouse gas legislation within the state of California. 3 out of 4 are non-white Hispanics, Latino origin. 2 out of 3 lack a valid driver's license. A third of them, each of them reduce greenhouse gases by 33% by using transit rather than their own car. 1 out of 4 of our trips start in a disadvantaged community. About 1 out of 5 are seniors age 65 or over. And the line that will be first using the SURF, which is formerly our line 20, we're calling the SURF between Salinas and Monterey. 13% of our total ridership is on that one line alone. So it's one of our busiest routes. It's currently carrying a little over 320,000 boardings in the fiscal year 2024. Next slide. So what problem are we trying to solve? You can see the impact of traffic. This is a real live picture. You could take this out almost every morning. You can see the Google Maps picture that was taken yesterday at 8 a.m. off of my phone. It's currently taking about 40 minutes to travel 10 miles along this stretch of highway. And our buses are in that same traffic with everybody else. You see a bus load there. It's typical in the morning, 40 seats. There are 2 people standing. They are all now late because if you're late by more than 5 minutes, you miss your connection, and now you wait another half an hour for the next bus to come. So you have 1 out of 5 of our passengers are transferring to another bus. They're now missing that bus, getting late to work, getting late to school, getting late to an appointment. So next slide. Our vision for solving this problem is by expanding bus rapid transit throughout the county. We started with the Jazz Line in 2011, connecting Monterey to Sand City from the aquarium, and this is an extension of that service from Sand City with a busway in Marina and a connection all the way to Salinas. We have a planning grant for the Alisal corridor in Salinas for a bus feasibility study, and in the future we're looking for bus rapid transit down all the way down to King City. Next slide. So here's the alignment, the busway that we're talking about. You see a picture of that. The main issue really here is the busway that's in between the highway and the Beach Range Road bicycle trail. We're looking at using about 24 and a half feet of lane through this 4.8 mile corridor for two-way bus service. Next slide. We're going to utilize all 100% zero-emission buses along this corridor. That's part of our CEQA environmental findings, requires that under SB 922. So we have to get zero-emission buses anyway under the ICT. So this ties in with that. We're implementing traffic transit signal priority, new stations, level boarding areas for ADA accessibility, tap to pay, fare collection, and real-time arrival departure information. Next slide. I'm going to need more than 5 minutes.
You know, don't speed up, because sometimes people
I'm
speed up
sorry.
and then we can't hear. So just take your time and go through your presentation.
Transit people being on time, it puts a lot of pressure on us. We have a big thing about on-time performance, and I've only been doing this for 34 years, so it's kind of ingrained. Okay, thank you. Let me take a breath. Elements of successful public transit. To make transit successful, this is known nationwide. There are studies, academic studies. Increased frequency and increased reliability are the most important aspects of getting people to ride the bus and to have quality public transit. Also, speeding your travel will make people more likely to use public transit and continue to use public transit. So by utilizing this service, we'll be able to add frequency to our routes, providing 15-minute service throughout the day. Currently, it can take 40 minutes to get through this 10-mile stretch between Marina and Sand City, between Marina and Monterey, or it can take 12 minutes. We don't know, based on the day or an accident or traffic or a festival. Who knows what's going on? First day of school, last day of school. So this will provide that reliability. We'll be able to deliver people on time every time, having our own busway through this corridor. Also, by adding more bus service, we'll have increased capacity and provide connectivity. So the most important aspects of this service is the increase in transit frequency, reliability, and speed of journey. Next slide, please. So the existing infrastructure there within the rail corridor, thank you, that's fine. You go ahead, next slide. We can see that here. You see the Beach Range Road. You already heard about that. The Caltrains Rec Trail, the railroad corridor, Highway 1, all kind of compressed in this area. The railroad corridor's been there since the 1880s. Passenger rail stopped in the 70s, freight rail continued into the 90s, but as early as the 1980s, the cities of Monterey and cities of Seaside started purchasing segments of this rail line for future mobility options, including rail and busways. In the early 2000s, TAMC also finished the completion of this acquisition. I think the important thing to note is off to the left, upper left-hand corner, you see the former Fort Ord and some of the remnants of that are still there today. But that is being developed into affordable housing, retail, and homes, and our service will be able to provide access to that in the Dunes development, as well as the VA DOD medical clinic and facilities there as well. Cal State University Monterey Bay, and a lot of destinations on the former Fort Ord will be served by this project. Next slide. So existing conditions, we talked about it, disturbed open space, rail corridor for a long, long time. There's some good, there's some bad. I'm not a biologist. Next slide. We have plenty of biologists, and they've agreed to a plan that I agree to. This project supports many of your commission's goals and objectives, and we think it's a natural fit due to coastal access, environmental justice, global climate change, sea level rise, things that you discussed yesterday. I listened in on your workshop, and I heard these very terms discussed. Also protecting coastal resources and restoration, and context to affordable housing. Next slide. So with regard to coastal access, we're adding 4 new stops and stations with ADA accessible access to these trails that don't currently exist today. We're adding a mile of new pedestrian and bike trails, connecting bike trails to the Monterey Bay Coastal Trail. 16% of county residents live within a 15-minute walk of just this one route alone. 93% of county residents live within a 15-minute walk of any one of our 900 stops countywide. And from all of those stops, you can get to one of these coastal access points for $2. $2, one way, from any point in the county. So the 5th Street Station that we're talking about will have a taxi, transportation network, Uber, Lyft, parking for those who want to park, bike, walk, roll, or ride transit to the coast. Next slide. As far as in coastal, there's a map of the coastal access points along the way you see there. Next slide. I think our biggest selling point on this project is the impact on environmental justice and social justice. 3 out of 4 MST customers are minority, non-white. 3 out of 4 have annual household incomes of under $40,000. 2 out of 3 do not have a valid driver's license. 1 out of 4 start their trip within a disadvantaged community. 1 out of 5 have a disability that make them dependent on someone else for their transportation. And it's not uncommon in this county, especially in the Salinas Valley, for farm workers to live their entire lives, 15 miles as the condor flies from the coast, to never see the ocean. And that's just a tragedy, considering what we have here. This service will allow access. Next slide. Within a 15-minute walk of the surf line, the single line itself, 70% are underrepresented non-white communities. You have a high percentage of veterans, seniors, people living in poverty, and people of car-free. Most people who have been surveyed will want to use the surf for recreation purposes. We found that interesting. They want to use the surf to get to the coast. Next slide. You can see here our impact on disadvantaged communities. From the very right side, where the line is gold, that's the beginning of the line 20 in Salinas. The red marks are disadvantaged communities. The green marks are less disadvantaged communities, or not disadvantaged. And you can see as the line turns from gold to the red dots, the project area, you see that we're touching a lot of disadvantaged communities and bringing them to where jobs are in the Monterey Bay area. Next slide. With regard to global climate change, sea level rise, again, 100% zero emission buses along this route. This route annually will sequester greenhouse gases comparable to 1,900 acres of forest every year. We'll reduce VMT by over 4 million miles. Vehicle trips, 500,000 plus vehicle trips per year will be reduced. These aren't numbers that we make up. These are numbers that the federal government has told us based on our frequency. Putting these numbers through their models have told us this. Next slide. We have a plan to restore over 60 acres of dune habitat that we'll fund in the Fort Ord Dunes Campground, and we'll also in the Monterey County Regional Parks District in restoring dune habitat. We will be using the California Conservation Corps to help out in those efforts. And there are also plans to do some, as part of the staff's recommendation, to do some dune creation activities as well as part of this project. Next slide. We are hitting alongside 855 affordable housing units are within half a mile of the bus stops along this route, supporting your goals as well as the state's goals. Next slide. Here's a long list of supporters, including our state, federal legislative delegation. Too many folks here listed, but those representing social groups, environmental groups, land use planning groups, business groups, transportation advocates, just countywide, as well as our elected officials. It's important to note that over 67%, nearly 68% of the voters voted to tax themselves in 2016 under Measure X to support this project. So this project has a high level of support and has been voted on by the public here locally to fund this project with local funds. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Great, and could you let us know who you have available here to answer questions?
Peter Meyerhofer from Kimley Horn. He's the project engineer if you have engineering questions. We have Aaron Harwine, our biologist, is our biologist. Tad Stern is also here, is also an environmental person. We have an attorney. I don't know that anyone wants to hear from an attorney, but Michael Laredo is here. And we have Michelle Overmeyer, who did the environmental planning. Lisa Reinheimer is been project lead working with staff. So we have a number of people in the room other than me.
Okay.
Thankfully.
Thank you very much. So I think that presentation ended up being around, what, 20 minutes?
I'm sorry.
No, not at all. I just want to make sure that I give the appellant an equal amount of time. Approximately? Okay. So is it possible to call public officials prior to the appellant, or?
Yeah, technically, they're not appellants anymore. The commission has found SI, so
Okay.
they're just project opponents. And
So in that case, it's fine.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to get the public
We haven't found
officials,
SI.
no. We
Why have we not
actually,
found SI?
it's all combined into one hearing.
Apologies. But yes, you can call appellants or
Okay.
or publicly elected officials.
Thank you. All right, at this time, I'd like to, could you let me know, Chris, the publicly elected officials that are here that would like to speak?
Yes, we have 9 listed. We have Senator John Laird and a number of mayors and county supervisors.
Okay, I think what I'd like to do is hear from Senator Laird, and then we're going to go to the appellants, if it's all right with all of you, and then we will return to the public officials. So that will be the way we'll approach this.
Okay.
Senator Laird, nice to see you.
Good to see you, and I know that a year ago, I welcomed you to Santa Cruz, so welcome back to the 17th Senate District. I'm glad you're here. You're going to see how lively we are in the whole range of the testimony that you're about to get. But I wanted to, on point, first say that when I was in the Assembly, and I've not been in the Assembly for 16 years, state parks did not have the money to take four-door dunes into the state park system, and I worked to get it so that they would take it in. And you will see behind me people that I think will testify of varying opinions that commit themselves to go out and pick invasives regularly off the dunes in this area. And all that is sort of a commitment to how people feel connected to this and connected to this area and to the habitat. And the staff report and MST did a great job of lining out the benefits, but this really, it is hard to overstate getting on a bus in King City for $2 and ending up in a service job on the Monterey Peninsula, what that is to people that can't afford other transportation and for which other transportation dumps much more carbon into the atmosphere and costs much more. This really is access, and it's access to the coast, it's access to jobs, it's access to education, it's access to the VA hospital. It is really vital. And when you look at just what it does for climate change, what it does for people that are in disadvantaged communities or disadvantaged enough that it puts them on the public transit system as their only alternative, and how it relieves the congestion that I find myself caught in, because it seems like I am only invited to speak at rush hour in Monterey. And I find myself personally in that regularly, that this, on the merits, really moves the area forward and moves the transit system forward. And I know that one of the reasons there have been elected officials from the Salinas Valley and my counterpart, Robert Rivas, that have been very supportive is they know it's their constituents that benefit from this as much as other people. But the other thing I wanted to talk about is I want to call out and salute the staff, because they really, as you heard in the staff report, decided that the original proposal did not meet the Coastal Act, had problems with the underlying environmental laws, and they struggled to find something that was consistent with the Coastal Act and consistent with the underlying environmental laws, and they really did. And this was not initially greeted with warm support by the transportation stakeholders in Monterey County. And so I convened a meeting where the staff generously came with ideas about what to do, and the Transportation Commission and the transit system, and each had their own needs. Obviously, the Coastal Commission wanted something that was permittable under the Coastal Act and underlying environmental regulations. The Transportation Commission did not want to foreclose anything that might be long-term rail that might come in 10 or 15 or more likely 20 years on this 144-year-old historic rail corridor. And the transit system is up against really hard deadlines. This is unique. This is completely funded, $92 million, almost equal parts from the state, federal government, and local. And if this does not move ahead in some form, that money starts to fall out of the project. And each of them had those needs. And when we were having a conversation after an hour, I thought we weren't getting anywhere. It was going to blow up. And I recessed the conversation and had every stakeholder individually in my office, and then reconvened. And what resulted is, I think, support for the Coastal Commission staff's direction that meets underlying coastal needs. And what you really heard too is the staff stepped up. They stepped up also in saying this will not preclude the concern about long-term rail, and even emphasized that in writing to the Transportation Commission in a way that it gave them comfort to unanimously support this proposal. And I think it allowed, because they're the owner of the rail line, and the transit system is actually a tenant in running this, it allowed them the comfort to feel that they could have a project that, and we still have to work with the federal funding agency to make sure the deadline is extended to act on the alternative. But what happened here is everybody came together and everybody stretched and everybody found some common ground in a way to have a permittable project. And so that's why I really wanted to salute, in particular, the executive director and Kevin, who participated in that, as well as people from Th8e and MST. And they really had to move. They were not happy about changing their position, but they realized that was permittable. And I think the other thing is that it ends up with mitigation of the dunes, which is something that everybody wants, that would not be brought to the table in money or requirement without this project. And so I just came to speak in support of the staff's recommendation because it really represents movement by all the parties in a way that I hope people around the state look at it, because people that think, oh, geez, people are hardline, well, they might have been hardline about making sure that it adhered to the Coastal Act or underlying environmental law, but they found a way to do it and then meet the other requirements. So I just wanted to salute them along with everybody participated, and to hope that at the appropriate time you will approve the recommended project. Thank you for allowing me to lead off today.
Thank you so much, Senator, and I know the amount of work that you put into this, and I'm sure the advocates are extremely appreciative of that. All right, so I'd like to hear from the appellant. Who will be representing the appellants?
Sorry to interrupt. I was
Not
hoping
at
I
all.
can get some time. I'm here on behalf of State Assemblymember Don Addis, so I was hoping I can get just a few minutes as the state elected official.
Did you need to leave
No.
sooner? So what I was going to do is I'm going to hear from the appellants because that's our normal procedure.
Okay.
If it's all right with
Yeah,
you,
yeah,
and then I'll be calling you back. So
Thank you.
we'll circle back. So who's representing the appellants for Fort Ord Wild?
We have Michael Salerno.
The appellants that I have is Keep Fort Ord Wild and Margaret Davis. My understanding is Margaret Davis represents Fort Ord Wild. She does not? Okay. So who will be speaking for the appellants? And could you come forward, or is it on Zoom? Hi.
Hi there. I could still on. I'm Michael Salerno. I'm representing Keep Fort Ord Wild.
Okay, great. So the appellants, both together, will have 20 minutes. So
20 minutes. Okay, I think I can do it in maybe under 15.
okay, and then the additional appellant will just build on that in their remaining 5 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know actually what she's going to say. She's independent from Keep Fort Ord Wild.
All right, so let's set the clock at 15 minutes, and please proceed, Mr. Salerno.
Okay, the structure of this presentation is I would like to address the City of Marina Coastal Development Permit Appeal first, and then talk about the larger project later. Quick question, is that version 2 or do you know what was uploaded? I sent this, you only have one, that's okay. Okay, next slide. So addressing the coastal development permit by City of Marina, KFOW appealed to the City of Marina approval of CDP 20, I'll forget the number, it was in June, to the Coastal Commission. Next slide. We asserted the City of Marina's approval of the CDP was not consistent with multiple policies of its own LCP regarding coastal access and ESHA. We have the policies listed there, which were 1, 2, 14, and 38, and Coastal Act sections 302, 10, 302, 12A, and 302, 13. A little bit of the coastal access history. Marina has a local coastal plan from 1982, and it specifically called for a connection, quote, from the Lake Court Accessway to the bicycle path parallel to Highway 1. Next slide, please. The August staff report wholeheartedly agreed with KFOW's appeal and which LCP policies the CDP violated. In fact, the staff report added additional policies that the CDP should conform to, which were 19, 25, and 26. Next slide. Unfortunately, this is a little blurry, but I will describe it for you guys. This is what the coastal access looked like in the permit area in 2007, before Fort Ord Dunes State Park opened. There was no vertical access point for locals and visitors to use to access specifically Fort Ord Dunes State Park and the Sanctuary Trail. Next slide. I hope you can see it. In 2009, when Fort Ord Dunes State Park opened, vertical access was added, consistent with the Marina LCP and coastal access policy. So this is exactly what you want to see happen. Somebody read the Coastal Act and the LCP, and the vertical access was added. Next slide. In 2012, there were further improvements to the vertical access. State Parks came in and paved more sections of it, and they basically created a divided bike path, which is very, very popular. Next slide. So this is what it looks like today. We can just go through these pictures. So there's a family using the vertical connector. Next slide. Next slide. This is the same family going up the hill. If you stay on that vertical access, you arrive, you go up and over the dunes, and you access the beach, which is, again, exactly what you want to see from a vertical connector to access the coastal zone. Next slide. Here's some more recent photos. Next slide. Next. This is right as you enter Fort Dune State Park. Here's a cyclist turning onto the Sanctuary Trail. Next slide. Key Fort Ord Wild has done a few surveys out there, and there'll be as many as 30 to 50 people per hour using this access point on weekends. And we've counted as many as 80 per hour on occasion. Next slide. This is another excerpt from the City of Marina Local Coastal Plan, and I'll cut to the quote, and it called for a perpendicular connection to the nearest public road to the sandy beach frontage with improvements implemented by the State Department of Parks and Recreation. Again, that's exactly what happened. State Parks became involved and built this very popular connector. Next slide. KFAO agrees with the August staff report findings, and I'm going to read a couple of quotes here. So this is from the August staff report. Quote, "For the reasons stated above, the Commission finds that the city's approval of a CDP for the project raises a substantial Coastal Act public access and LCP conformance issue." Next slide. Another quote from the August staff report. "In this case, these 5 factors, both considered together as well as separately, support a conclusion that the city's approval of this project raises a substantial issue of Coastal Act public access and LCP conformance." Next slide. So what has changed between August and September? Frankly, all we have is the last minute introduction of a conditional over the tracks alignment. That doesn't resolve the conflicts with the Marina Local Coastal Plan. All the previous factors from the August staff report are still present. And I'd point out there's lack of detail on the conditional alignment. And of course, the city would have based its approval on the previous plans. Next slide. We can skip over that one. Next slide. KFAO feels there's an additional issue from the city Marina where they erred in approving their CDP. In their actions to approve the CDP, they relied on a CEQA exemption under Public Resources Code 21080.25. They relied on MST's claim of exemption, but also made their own independent determination. Under that Public Resources Code, what's important is there's a $100 million project threshold for the project to remain exempt. There's no longer a reasonable argument project costs for the bus road are below $100 million. So our contention is the exemption the city relied on to approve the CDP does not apply, and therefore the CDP is not valid. We've requested the Marina City Council move to rescind its approval of the CDP. Next slide. In summary, the September staff report is contradictory. It raises the same issues, but comes to a different conclusion. The commission should revert to the original August staff recommendation and determine, quote, and this is again from the August staff report, that the city's approval of a CDP for the project raises a substantial Coastal Act public access and LCP conformance issue. Next slide. So now I'm going to get into part 2, which I'll try to get through more quickly. This is about the project overall CDP. Next slide. We feel the Bus Road coastal permit should be denied. We agree with the original August staff report for a finding of substantial issue and denial of both CDPs. We object to the last minute, unvetted, and vague proposal of a new alignment of a bus road over the tracks of the historic Monterey branch line. Next slide. Destroying the Monterey branch line for the bus road will be exceedingly unpopular with the public and betrays the public's trust after they were told for many years by MST and Th8e the bus road would not impact future rail service. It's disingenuous for the Coastal Commission, Th8e, or MST to claim destroying the historic Monterey branch line will somehow enable rail service in the future. The public doesn't believe it. Next slide. MST prepared 100% design drawings for the 2023 project, in 2023 that the project, and the MST approved that version in 2023. A new project proposal was manufactured in a closed-door meeting 2 weeks ago. That proposal is materially different than the one that was approved by MST a year and a half ago. Next slide. Next slide. I'm going to try to get through these quickly. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. It's so blurry, I'm having trouble seeing it. We sort of nicknamed this thing the to be determined bus road because the alignment is to be determined, the ESHA impacts are to be determined, mitigation costs, engineering, grading, access points to be determined. I'm just going to jump to the end here, save some time. In summary, there's not enough information to approve. There's not enough information about the conditional alignment for the Commission to approve the project conditionally or otherwise. MST has pursued a specific version of the bus road project for 5 years. For 5 years, the Coastal Commission staff has informed MST that version of the project was not approvable. An 11th hour conditional alignment is not a solution to the deep incurable flaws of the bus road project. Like the previous version, it does not protect coastal resources and coastal access for the public. Next slide. Oh, we're far behind. Next one. Next. It's okay. Next. Sorry, I jumped ahead. There we go. Enforcement of the Coastal Act should not be influenced by funding deadlines or events outside the coastal zone beyond the control of the Commission. An approval by the Commission of the conditional alignment would represent a perversion of the public process and an egregious violation of the Coastal Act. KFOW joins in the objections of the Sierra Club, the Center for Biodiversity, and the California Native Plant Society. The coastal development permit for the bus road should be denied. Thank you.
All right, great, thank you. Can you just hold the timer then? All right,
Hold
so,
the
no, for
I
your
can't do
next,
it.
for your are you?
Oh, yes.
For the other applicant, other appellant, excuse me.
Margaret Davis, and it wasn't immediately clear to us that you were labeled as a previous appellant on the list, so.
All right, Ms. Davis, how much time would you like?
5 minutes.
All right, so why don't we set the clock to 5 minutes? You can have the additional 2 minutes that was unused, and if you don't need it, no problem. So we'll put it at 7.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Margaret Davis. I'm a Marina resident and an appellant of the Marina CDF approval. In your August staff report, numerous reasons were given to deny approval of this project. Chief among them is environmental destruction and the elimination of easy vertical access from our neighborhoods to Fort Ord Dunes State Beach and the city's coastline. The surf line will sever most Marina neighborhoods from the coast. This is yet another injustice that will adversely impact this diverse working-class community. Staff made a head-spinning change of course in the September report on the exact same set of facts and no significant changes in any project plan. This change is inexplicable. The surf project still violates the California Coastal Plan and Marina's local coastal plan. Additionally, in 2015, Th8e and MST were partners in a regional plan for a multimodal bus corridor using Imjin Parkway to move riders from South County to Monterey. Marina was consulted as to the best way to move people through the city to work centers and the peninsula. Regional approval of the multimodal corridor was obtained from all partners, including Th8e and MST. Major improvements are now underway on Imjin Parkway in furtherance of this plan, with significant investment of resources. Yet MST's surf bus line invents a different route through the city. The unique job of the Coastal Commission is to care not one iota about the presumed side benefits of proposed plans, as was so powerfully demonstrated in the San Onofre precedent cited by Keep Fort Wild. You weren't appointed to improve bus times in Monterey County, or save carbon, or get someone elected, or solve world peace. None of that. The one unique purpose of the Coastal Commission and your vital job today is to protect the California coast from exploitation, encroachment, exclusive use, needless development, and to preserve access to the coast for communities like Marina. This responsibility must never be surrendered under political pressure. The public has grown cynical and disillusioned with many of our social and political institutions, agencies, and elites. Still, among our institutions, the Coastal Commission has been respected and trusted, but this respect is up for grabs. When this commission regards the coastline as just another commodity to be negotiated and exploited, you destroy the reason for your existence. You destroy public confidence in your decisions. I ask you to affirm the unclouded direction in the August staff report, reject your staff's current recommendation, and require MSC to put this project on lands outside the coastal zone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, so let's return, please, to public officials, publicly elected officials that are in the room.
Yes, we'll start with Mauricio Arias from the Assembly Member Don Addis's office, followed by Mary Ann Carbone, Mayor of San City, and then Luis Alejo, Monterey County Supervisor.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, commissioners and commission staff. My name is Mauricio. I'm here on behalf of State Assembly Member Don Addis. The Assembly member strongly supports the Monterey Salinas Transit Surf Busway project. This initiative, which has been in development for several years, will enhance coastal access by connecting the rest of the county to the coast and easing traffic on our highway for our visitors, our residents, and of course our workforce, many of whom commute from Salinas or South County to the peninsula for work. Importantly, this will increase equity by providing a more reliable and efficient transit option, reducing the time and financial burden associated with their daily commutes. Additionally, by promoting the use of sustainable public transportation, the project aligns with and advances the state's climate goals, contributing to a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions and fostering a more sustainable future for our communities. We thank the Coastal Commission staff for their efforts in crafting a viable proposal that balances environmental protections, restoration, and paving the way for future forms of transit. Your support will allow the corridor to be used effectively and ensure that local, state, and federal funding is not lost. This is a unique opportunity that has required immense collaboration from everyone, and we respectfully ask that you support the Surf Busway project. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor of San City, Mary Ann Carbone.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. So, Mayor of San City and also Chair of MST, we are a coastal community. We know that the coast sustains us and that we are a tourist location. We have the world-renowned Monterey Aquarium, where children in neighboring South County cities have not had the opportunity to visit without much-needed transportation, which MST bus system supplies to help to get them there, even if it's to see the ocean for the first time. You heard earlier, to ride the MST bus, it's $2 a trip, so it's affordable. Our community needs a workable path for surf to succeed. We need the commission to be our partner in its success. We're not just a bus line. MST is so much more, whether it's to help to evacuate people during dire emergencies such as the floods, or to bring broadband to students, or to study during power outages. The MST system is so much more. At MST, we are planning for the future and surf, and we cannot deliver results of our community needs without the freedom to adapt transit services for future needs. Please support our community, and thank you very much for listening and your time.
Thank you. Next, Monterey County Supervisor Luis Alejo, Monterey County Supervisor Wendy Root Eskew, and then Mayor Pro Tem for the City of Marina, Elizabeth Fisher. Go ahead.
Thank you, Coastal Commissioners. Good afternoon. Buenas tardes. First of all, the County of Monterey always welcomes you and appreciates you holding these meetings here, especially when local items are on the agenda for our public to be able to weigh in on, and elected officials as well. I'm Monterey County Supervisor Luis Alejo, and I also serve on the Board of Directors of the Transportation Agency of Monterey County and on Monterey Salinas Transit. I come before you to also urge you to support the MST Surf Project today. As you will see in this hearing, this project has regional support from all across our county, from many sectors of local government. In fact, this project demonstrates the true collaboration, partnerships, planning, and support from local, state, and federal elected officials and agencies who strongly support having this project move forward to construction. In my 16 years as an elected official, as a mayor, as a former state assembly member, and now as a county supervisor, it is one of the few examples where I have seen this take place in such a strong way. So this is truly a rare moment. This project was also placed on the ballot, as was mentioned earlier, in 2016 on Measure X, and that tax measure was approved overwhelmingly by 68% of the voters of Monterey County. Monterey County elected officials have been working to improve our local transit system and to encourage and incentivize more of our local residents to utilize transit to go to work, to go to school, and other important destinations, so that we can get more cars off our roads and the highways, reduce our carbon emissions, and better address climate change right here in our own backyard. The Monterey County Board of Supervisors unanimously supports this project as well. We know that many of our Salinas Valley low-income residents in my district, in Salinas, and throughout the Salinas Valley, many who are Latino, who work in the hospitality industry here on the Monterey Peninsula, deserve this project so that their commute across the county to work each day will be improved. I want to thank the Coastal Commission staff, as was said earlier, Senator Laird, for working through some of the important issues that have been addressed, and this project is better because of it. I now urge you commissioners to give this project the green light to this long-awaited transit improvement project and make it a reality here in a critical part of our county. Muchas gracias. Thank you.
Thank you. Wendy Root Eskew, Elizabeth Fisher, and then Anna Velasquez. Wendy Root Eskew, Monterey County Supervisor.
Great, thank you. My name is Wendy Root Eskew. I'm the District 4 County Supervisor representing the entirety of the area that this surf bus project will pass through, including Salinas, Marina, San City, and the portion of unincorporated coastline. I also live right around the corner from where the project will pass onto the bypass lane. And my family is a regular user of the bus trail, or the recreational trail that you saw in pictures. I have a child who will be turning 16, who sits in traffic for an hour every morning and every evening on his way to and from school, who may or may not be getting a driver's license when he turns 16. And I have a mom who's aging, who at times hasn't been able to drive and has relied on public transit to get to and from her medical appointments. We have an aging population and a bunch of kids who are growing up and choosing not to get driver's licenses, and it's incumbent upon us to provide options for mass transit solutions that don't require those individuals to have their own individual cars. This project is about building towards a future where we have better options for our residents, where we can find solutions to the job housing imbalance that already exists and that will continue to exist as we are building significant additional housing in Marina. We just approved another 70-unit permanently affordable apartment complex without parking minimums required. So we're building housing where our low-income residents who work and attend school on the peninsula need to have options for getting back and forth to work. It's not a perfect project, but it's the project that we have that's fully funded in front of us and provides us with that solution for the future. I wanted to also recommend or make a comment about the staff report that speaks to a 12-minute delay. It's a delay that's increasing year after year and will only continue to become more gridlocked. Finally, I'd just like to express my appreciation to all of those who've come together to work on this project, to find areas of agreement so that we can have a path forward. So I urge your support of this project and approval today. Thank you.
Next, Lisbeth Fisher, Mayor Pro Tem for the City of Marina.
Thank you, and I had prepared one slide, if you can see so good afternoon, commissioners and staff. I'm Lisbeth Visser. I'm not speaking as a City of Marina council member, but as a resident of Marina who wholeheartedly supports this SURF project. Are the people who oppose the project dependent on public transit, or do they own cars? The southern part of Marina, where I live, has bus service, but the buses drive through neighborhoods. To get to line 20, the direct bus between Salinas, Marina, and Monterey, we first need to get to Central Marina or Sand City, because the bus uses Highway 1 and bypasses South Marina. Alternative solutions, like bus on shoulder, will keep bypassing South Marina. The 5th Street station will provide access to line 20 for thousands of people who live, work, or study in this area, which contains lots of housing, including affordable rental apartments, the VA clinic, CSUMB medical facilities, a fitness center with pool, a movie theater, hotels, restaurants, and a shopping center. When built out, there will be more of the above, a courthouse, and more traffic. Reliable and frequent public transit will get people out of their cars. The SURF project will reduce greenhouse gas emissions, which will protect our beautiful coast while offering better access to it for many people from outside of our area who are not as fortunate as we are to live right next to the ocean. I see I have a little bit more time to repeat some stats. More than 75% of MST passengers are from non-white populations who are historically underrepresented. They are not in this room. They're probably in the hotel cleaning the rooms that we are fortunate enough to use. So please keep the passengers in mind and please approve this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anna Velasquez, Jeff Barron, Kimberly Craig, and then Kate Daniels.
Are these still, we're still in the elected official group?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
Mayor of Soledad City, Anna Velasquez.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Harding, California Coastal Commissioners, for conducting this public hearing in beautiful Monterey County. My name is Ana Velasquez, Mayor for the beautiful city of Soledad, and I stand before you in support of the staff recommendations for the Monterey Salinas Surf Project. As you've heard today, the project has a broad range of support from local elected officials, community groups, nonprofits, regional agencies, as well as state and federal legislators. Additional project is also fully funded, as you heard, and has an infusion of state and federal dollars. We are invested in this project, and we also hope that the commissioners are invested as well. Throughout the past 5 years, there has been a series of community meetings, as you've heard and as presented in your packet, and thousands of community members have contributed to the service project and to the final design. And what you have before you has been carefully considered and revised based on the comments that have been received by our community members. MST has rolled out different alternatives that were presented and that have been really extensively documented and found not to be feasible. The project that you have before you today shares similar goals, policies, and values with the Coastal Commission. At MST, we value people and our planet, and we also understand that although the overall goal is to provide quality transportation, we are more than just transit. We are opportunity, we are access, and we are hope for many of our residents. I want to focus on access, especially coastal access, as I know that this is a goal for the community, for the Commission, especially preservation of our coastal for present and future generations. I too am interested in preserving our coastline, as we still have many children who still have not visited our beautiful coastline, our beautiful oceans. I share this because I did not have that opportunity to see our beautiful coastline until I was in my 20s. And unfortunately, even today, my story is not unique. Now, as a mayor of my community that is over 80% Latino and located in a rural California where our workforce is predominantly employed in agriculture and hospitality, our coastline and outdoor equity access is imperative. And if we're really committed to decreasing the barriers that exist in our underserved communities, like mine, then communities that are most affected by the lack of access to our beautiful coastline and lack of access to reliable and efficient transportation, then it's important that we look at the importance of our SURF project. Another shared goal of the Commission and MST is environmental justice and equity. As you may know, many of our transit riders, as said today, are people of color, those people that are living in our communities, in my community, and those that are designated as underserved, those people with disabilities, students, many of them that ride our bus. The SURF offers another mean of transportation that is more reliable for our students that can get to their classes faster, to access and amplify their opportunities for higher education, where our workforce can access their jobs without having to spend time in battling traffic congestion, and where they can get home for dinner, in time for dinner, and for their Little League games for their children, and where families can enjoy a trip to the beach without having to use their own vehicle and helping to reduce our carbon footprint. The SURF is a win for the people, and the SURF is a win for our planet. Thank you again for the staff for the recommendation, and thank you to the commissioners for their consideration.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Jeff Barron, Kimberly Craig, Kate Daniels, and then Mike Labar and Ariana Rodriguez.
And we're so appreciative of all our public officials, but I want to recognize that we do have 10, 20, 30, 40 people that want to speak. So it would be great if people could keep their remarks to 1 or 2 minutes. That would be great.
Okay. Carmel by the Sea, Councilmember Jeff Barron. Okay. I don't see them approaching. Salinas Mayor Kimberly Craig.
Thank you very much. And as a person who ran a 7.5-hour meeting last Tuesday, I certainly understand and will try to be succinct. My name is Kimberly Craig. I'm honored to be the mayor of the city of Salinas. We are a landlocked city, so this is a first experience for me. Nice to meet all of you here at the Coastal Commission. I do want to take a moment just to acknowledge that the city of Salinas is the largest city between Santa Cruz, San Benito, and Monterey counties. Our population is 165,000. It grows to 200,000 during the harvest season. And it is an agricultural community. A lot of the discussion that has been had so far about the need for access to disadvantaged communities is in reference to the city of Salinas. 1/4 of the rides begin in these disadvantaged communities. I'm here to just also acknowledge that the city of Salinas has a population of about 80% of Hispanic folks, And that line 20 that we were referencing earlier, with over 300,000 rides per year, is a critical line. I was stuck on Highway 1 this morning, like for 40 minutes. That is an 8-mile drive. It is critical that our field workers, that our residents and our hospitality folks that live in Salinas and are trying to get to the peninsula do so in the most efficient way without all of the cars on the road. I'm here to ask for your help in getting my residents the access they need through the coast, to the coast through the surf line. Our field workers, hospitality workers, and residents of Salinas deserve it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Kate Daniels, followed by Mike Labar and Ariana Rodriguez, who are joining via Zoom.
Thank you very much, Chair Hart and Commissioners. I am Supervisor-elect, and I will be representing come January the destination, the endpoint for this line. And I will speak briefly, just more on an emotional level, about how much I appreciate this project and how important this project is to Monterey County. Our mayor of the city of Monterey is fond of saying that the population of the city of Monterey doubles in size every single day, Monday through Friday. That is our workforce. This is the busiest line on the MST schedule. And folks, the opportunity that we have is to transport our workforce in a much more convenient, less stressful, get to work on time manner. We have another responsibility in Monterey County and on the Monterey Peninsula. That's to build housing, to build the housing so people can live where they work. But while we do that, we have to facilitate the ability for people to get to and from work more efficiently. I love this project because I think it is our future. This is an exciting, bold transformation in terms of how we envision transportation projects in Monterey County, and I hope we see more of this. I recognize, and I've heard today, the concerns about public access, but I see this as a win for public access. This is getting people to the coast in a way that may encourage people to use the transit bus even more than they already do. And in the future, potentially, this will also become a reconfigured rail line, so we can have an even better transportation opportunity. So I really do encourage you to please support this project. It is good for the people of Monterey County. It is good for our workforce. It is good for the environment. And it's just a huge leap forward in terms of how we want to improve transportation in Monterey County. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And we just have three more, Mike Labar, Ariana Rodriguez, and Sonia De La Rosa. Next, Mayor of King City, Mike Labar.
Chair, Commissioners, thank you for this opportunity to speak in support. Of the SURF project. I want to thank staff, Senator Laird, and all agencies for finding a path forward. As the mayor of King City, one of the southmost incorporated towns in the community, it is very, very important the SURF project goes forward. As been mentioned, someone in my community can hop on to the MST circular that goes twice an hour around our community for $2, hop onto line 23, transfer to line 20, and get to the coast. Even more importantly, to get to the coast on ADA compliant coastal trail access. That is hugely important. Our community is 19% of the poverty level, approximately 25% low income. Those numbers reflect almost 50% of our population. The SURF project gives them new opportunities to get to the coast for recreational opportunities, for schooling, medical, as well as work. Thank you, Commissioners, and please say yes to staff's recommendation.
Thank you. Next, Mayor Pro Tem of Greenfield, Ariana Rodriguez.
Hello.
Hi, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Good afternoon, Coastal Commissioners. My name is Ariana Rodriguez, current Mayor Pro Tem for the City of Greenfield, as well as an MST Board Director. I'm speaking in support of approval of the SURF project. Many of my fellow elected officials have covered a lot of the important points, so I'm cutting my comments a little short. To speak on the issue of particular importance for my constituents, which is coastal access. As Mr. Sidorik and a few others have mentioned, there are many residents in our county who, despite living in close proximity, have never actually visited the coast. That is certainly true of my small community, where a large portion of residents rely on transit for access to education, basic needs like healthcare, and often work the lowest paying jobs along the coast, making them instrumental to keeping those businesses along the coast going. In Greenfield, over half of our adults have less than a high school education, and almost a quarter live in single-parent households. These families face innumerable challenges already, and this project would not only expedite the commute for those who are working along the coast to sustain their families, but the incredible social and environmental equity that coastal recreation access for $2 provides cannot be overstated. I urge the Commission to approve the SURF project for the benefit of our most disadvantaged communities, including the almost 22,000 residents of my beautiful city. Thank you.
Thank you. And just kidding, we have two more speakers. Next is County Administrative Officer Sonia De La Rosa.
Hi, good afternoon, and thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. I'm not quite sure you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Excellent. Okay, and I apologize, I'm out of the state, but I did want to make sure I also conveyed my support for this project and staff's recommendation. As a product of Monterey County Schools and the daughter of field workers from this community, I, like many others that have spoken, many others that are in our community today, really didn't get to know the coast until I was in my late 20s. And coming from field worker parents, we really didn't have an opportunity to travel. It was mostly work related or school related. And what we would be doing with your approval is providing accessibility to those of us that have lived and worked in our community, including those that receive County of Monterey services across the county. And I too have been on the freeway with many folks, including our visitors and our working family members, and those that are really trying to come and see the beauty of our community, but simply are stalled and waiting to go through. So I just want to share my support, not only as the county administrative officer, but also as a daughter of field workers, and most importantly, as a partner to all of our members, including in our nonprofit organization and our many cities in our community. Thank you.
And then we have Delray Oak City Council Member Kim Shirley.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners and staff. My name is Kim Shirley, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. I'm here to express my strong support for MST's Surf Busway, which I believe holds significant value for several important perspectives. While I'm a board member of MST, my support for this project goes beyond my role on the board. I'm also an educator at Monterey Peninsula College, where I've taught health for the past 16 years. I'm deeply invested in the well-being of my students, and on a larger scale, I'm concerned about the health of our planet and our path towards increasing climate destruction. I'm so grateful to say that the Surf Busway addresses both of these issues. Monterey Peninsula College, which is a Hispanic serving institution, has many students who commute from Marina and Salinas, communities that will benefit greatly from this project. Our students are able to ride MST for free, and this new busway would provide reliable and efficient transportation that is vital for these students, who often face significant challenges commuting long distances. The Surf Busway will provide a more dependable and less burdensome option for these students, helping them to focus on their education without the added stress of heavy traffic. Prior to working at the college, I commuted daily for 12 years, going opposite this traffic, which travels south on Highway 1. Over time, I witnessed a significant increase in traffic congestion. And just recently, I traveled north and witnessed a parking lot of cars trying to make their way south, most likely as they're trying to get to their jobs and schools in our high resource areas where it's too expensive for them to live. For me, I see this as a calamity, not only for those people who have the stress of that commute, but I also see it as a grave matter of climate destruction. With the Surf Busway, we have an opportunity to not only provide greater social and environmental justice for disadvantaged people in our community, but it also addresses climate action through the use of zero emissions buses and reduction of idling traffic. This is in addition to the dune habitat and preservation that will result from this project. So I encourage you to support this today.
Okay.
Okay, Madam Chair.
Thanks very much, Chris. All right, thank you very much to all of our publicly elected officials who took the time to come here today and give us your thoughts about this project. At this time, I'm going to take a break until 3 o'clock, and we'll resume with public comment. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to call the hearing back to order, please, and ask if everyone could take your seats. All right, so we're now going to move into the public comment, further, I should say, into the public comment portion. Because of the number of public speakers, and because really the issues have been pretty well laid out by all of our public officials, I'm going to give everyone a minute and a half for public comment. So we'll begin with the first, for the folks here in the room. Chris.
We have 38 speakers. We actually had one more elected who wished to speak, Yuri Anderson. And then we'll move on to the 1 minute, 30 second. Yuri Anderson, you're being promoted in as a panelist right now. When you're able to, please unmute and begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Hart and Commissioners. I will be brief. You can hear me, correct?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Again, my name is Yuri Anderson, and I represent Monterey Peninsula Community College Trustee Area 2, which includes the City of Marina, as well as CSUMB. I'm also a 15-year resident of the City of Marina, and I'm here to encourage you to accept your staff recommendation to approve the SURF project. I'm appearing today in an individual capacity as trustee, but can confirm that the position of support that the college submitted in a letter last month remains. MPC students, faculty, and staff will all benefit from MST's SURF, Busway, and Bus Rapid Transit project. SURF is meant to connect communities, create opportunities, and be kind to our planet. SURF is of particular importance for the individuals I represent in Trustee Area 2. We are the 75% of MST ridership that identify as people of color, and the 25% of trips beginning in disadvantaged communities. A recent study revealed that the current Line 20, the future SURF bus route, is most utilized by MPC students who use transit. Current residents of Trustee Area 2 have their access to the quality education MPC provides negatively impacted by congestion along Highway 1 during peak commute times. Improved reliability of transit times will enable our students to better plan and access classes, helping them meet their educational goals. Additionally, the busway will support MPC's efforts to hire and retain qualified faculty and staff by both reducing travel time to and from work and offering an eco-friendly alternative for their commute. This project is an important step in the long-term improvement of our local mass transit system, and I ask you to approve the SURF bus permit application to support equitable access to education for all Monterey Peninsula Community College District residents. Thank you.
Thank you. And now moving to speakers in the room. We'll start with Corey Lopez, followed by Laura Davis, and then Mason Clark and Todd Clark. Corey Lopez. If anyone else has heard their name, you can also approach. Laura Davis, Mason Clark, Todd Clark, and then Lynn Blaskovich.
Okay. My name is Laura Davis. I'm the Deputy Director of Landwatch Monterey County, and I will be providing comments on Landwatch's behalf. Landwatch strongly supports the Monterey Salinas Transit Surf Project, as it represents exactly the type of forward-looking work that is needed to address inequities in our county and to reduce our carbon footprint. We urge the Coastal Commission to support staff's recommendation and approve the project. This rapid transit service will improve public transportation options for residents of our county needing access to jobs, schools, colleges, and the university, as well as healthcare services and recreational activities, specifically in the form of coastal access. SURF increases mobility for underserved communities and individuals who can only afford public transportation, people who would not otherwise be able to access jobs and coastal resources on the peninsula. Of special importance to Landwatch's work, SURF will play a role in alleviating the housing crisis by connecting current and planned affordable housing with public transportation, including 20 affordable housing opportunity sites in Marina. The SURF project also mitigates climate change. SURF will eliminate nearly 545,000 car trips per year, and it will use zero-emissions buses. SURF also includes partnerships with state parks, the Coastal Conservancy, and the Monterey Peninsula Regional Park District to restore habitat and preserve areas. Thank you. Please approve the project.
Thank you. Next, Mason Clark, Todd Clark, and Lynn Blaskovich.
Hello, Coastal Commission and members of the public. My name is Mason Clark, co-founder, Handcar Tours. About 2 years ago, this board approved a waiver to permit our operation of human-powered rail cars on this very track that the Surf Bus Project proposes to tear up. Just want to keep this brief, but Handcar Tours carried over 30,000 riders since we opened. We are a very popular local attraction, and we are made possible because of the coast. Without the coast, without the precious dune habitat, our business will not be viable. So I want to say that we have had many of those 30,000 riders come from all parts of the country, many parts of California. You could go through the next slide. People come to Handcar Tours because they want to enjoy the coast. We don't impact the environment because we're actually riding on that very track, the historic railroad track that the Surf Project is going to tear up. So we do not impact the land under us. So I just want to say one thing, that we don't oppose the Surf Bus Project, but rather we oppose the Surf Bus on top of the railroad track. The Surf Bus can easily be put next to the freeway where it belongs, and it will not affect the Dunesha, nor will it affect our popular attraction. So we're going to show you a video in just a moment that's going to go over our business and what we bring to the coast. But I just want to thank the Coastal Commission for approving our waiver 2 years ago. And I want to thank the Transportation Agency of Monterey County for allowing us to use this track, up, at least in the meantime, up until SURF being approved. So thank you.
Okay, so if you could go ahead and please play the video.
Is that embedded in the slide?
Yes, yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Lynn Blaskovich, Rick Aldinger, and Barney Jones.
Hello and thank you. My name is Lynn Blaskovich. I certainly acknowledge that we have a traffic problem in our area, but Surfline is not the remedy. For those of you not familiar with our area, the traffic on Highway 1 begins way before Marina and stretches to Carmel, about 35 to 40 miles. Let's say you live in Watsonville and are commuting to Pacific Grove. After driving 20 plus minutes, you would have to exit at Marina, wait for a bus, and take the surf line for 4.5 miles, exit at Seaside, wait for another bus to go to Monterey, get in Monterey, wait for another bus to go to PG. By this time, you've probably doubled your commute rate if you had just driven your car. Would you do that? Would you really choose a longer commute time? This project is only alleviating a small portion of heavy traffic. It really makes no sense. I'm not sure what MST promised to reduce traffic to get $90 million, but their plan will hardly make a dent in the traffic. As far as I know, this plan was conceived with no survey or feasibility study to how many people would actually use the surf line. If you approve this, I'm guessing you'll have near empty buses running all day through our dunes next to the bicycle walking path, and people wonder, what are those buses for? Who approved this project? Don't let it be the Coastal Commission. Your job is to protect the coast. Please do that today. Thank you.
Thank you. Rick Aldinger, Barney Jones, and then Brian Jacobson.
Good afternoon. I'm Rick Aldinger, co-chair of the Monterey County Hospitality Association's Government Affairs Committee, representing the hospitality industry and its over 25,000 member workforce. Hospitality is the number one industry on the Monterey Peninsula, and a vibrant hospitality economy is vital in providing jobs and quality of life for our residents. Hospitality workers find themselves spending significant time commuting to and from work each day along Highway 1 between Marina and the peninsula. Visitors to this beautiful area are likewise frustrated with the congestion, tarnishing an otherwise positive experience. MST's proposed surf project will go a long way in reducing the current traffic congestion along the route's Highway 1 corridor, and will bring with it the added benefits of reducing greenhouse emissions and providing a better experience for the visitors to our region. This type of project is the foundation for addressing our current and future transportation challenges and should be supported to the greatest extent possible. Staff's recommendation for approval is much appreciated. We urge the commissioners to abide by that approval recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Barney Jones, Brian Jacobson, and Christopher Wilmot. If you've heard your name, please approach.
Good afternoon, Commission members. My name is Brian Jacobson. I've been a 40-year resident of Monterey. I managed and owned a service business in Monterey. I spent many hundreds of hours in traffic on Highway 1, and I've ridden on the bike path, and I've worked on the railroad tracks, and I've done invasive plant abatement. I've had a chance to see how people and vehicles behave on Highway 1, and I would strongly dispute many of the claims that were made by Mr. Storak. My compliments to him, by the way, for his spectacular feat of political organizing and getting so many elected officials to come talk today. Their talking points are in very clear alignment, just like railroad tracks. I'm concerned about a process thing, and it has to do with what the staff did with the staff report. The staff report up to a month ago was very clear and definitive, strongly worded, opposing the project. And then there was a secret meeting and a rapid turnabout that was whiplash inducing. The secret meeting with stakeholders is arguably possibly a violation of the Brown Act.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Another call for Barney Jones, and then after that, Joel Vanderspeck, and then Michael Edward Coleman. Joel Vanderspeck or Michael Edward Coleman.
Hello, Michael Edward Coleman. Good afternoon, members of the California Coastal Commission. In the interest of transparency, it should be noted I currently do have the honor of serving as the role of Chief Information Officer with Monterey Salinas Transit. It's a role I've held for nearly 3 years now, and it's an organization I am very proud to be a part of. With that said, I and my wife, Avelia, are also residents and taxpayers in the city of Marina, one of the communities that will be positively impacted by this project. We are also supporters of the California Coastal Commission and its mission, and if you were to look at our current ride, you would find one of your license plates on it. My wife, Avelia, is also in public service. She works for the city of Marina supporting recreational and after-school programs, many of which are used by families of limited resources and needs, and many of whom depend on the services that a solid public transportation ecosystem provides to the community. We have grown to love the community we live and serve in. With that love has come a vested interest in finding the best ways to advocate for truly balanced solutions that provide the needs for all who live here and care about the wonderful resources we have. And I believe balanced is the key word here. All of us, whether it is the Commission's focus for providing for the protection and curation of coastal resources, or MST's focus on ensuring everyone, no matter who they are, have the ability to get to the places that their families need to get to, or to my wife, who provides education and access to many of these resources for our youngest generation. We all have the same passion to do what is best for the overall public good, and that often means working together to meld seemingly divergent goals in a way that do indeed find balance. I do believe the balance is here with that project, and I strongly endorse a yes vote for this application.
Thank you. Joel Vanderspeck, followed by Sydney Scott, and then Mia Nguyen.
I had a slide. Sorry.
Yes, give us a second to bring it up.
A little bit small, yeah. Well, my name is Joel Vanderspeck. Good afternoon, commissioners. This is a friend and me in a bus ride in The Hague, the city of The Hague in the Netherlands. I was born and raised there, and I just returned from a trip seeing that beautiful country again. So on this trip, we took regular train rides to see the next city, or took a bus ride in the evening to a nice restaurant in town, in The Hague here. In urban areas, trams, buses, and trams typically leave between, every 10 to 20 minutes, depending on the time of day, from early morning to just after midnight. And all that in a well-connected schedule that makes it easy to travel around the urban areas. So not uncommonly, trains and buses have priority at traffic lights or have their own lanes. Rolling forward back in the US, I feel a little bit like I'm in a developing country. I'm having to purchase a second car with related costs for DMV, insurance, maintenance, and occupying space in my garage, only because I cannot find any practical public transport along the coast, from Monterey to Santa Cruz to Marina and Morse Landing, where I often go. So we are discussing here something that could be the first trajectory of a coastal connection. So please, if you find a way, approve this SURF project.
Thank you. Next, Sydney Scott, Mia Nguyen, Hans Ongchua.
Hi, my name is Mia Nguyen. I'm not a career politician. I'm not part of a special interest group who will profit from this project. I'm a citizen speaking on behalf of myself and those who have not been heard, despite repeated public outcry to oppose the SURF project. We agree with the August Commission staff's original report and advice to deny the MST SURF line project. While I was sitting in the audience, I looked at the time it takes to take the bus from Soledad to here. It's 2 hours, 13 minutes. The SURF line would save you a whopping 5 to 10 minutes, so that's 2 hours. From King City to here, it's 2 hours and 43 minutes one way, versus by car, it's 1 hour, 24 minutes. So again, the SURF line would save a whopping 5 to 10 minutes. So do you think a family of 5 farmers would pay $10, that is $2 each person, to take a 2 hour, 43 minute bus ride to see the ocean? Or would they carpool with their friends, take a big shuttle to get here, enjoy the coast with their lawn chairs and their sandwiches, and then take the ride back? Do you think someone would spend 5 hours commuting here to see the ocean? So MST has been selling this project as the holy grail of transportation, and it is not. The cost of $92 million and the damage to the protected habitat is not worth this project. There are alternatives which I beg you to look at instead. Thank you.
Thank you. Han Zongchua, Luke Kilpatrick, oh yeah, Sydney Scott, if you're here.
Honorable Commissioners, back in July, your staff clearly stated that this project cannot be approved within Dune Asia under the law, that Coastal Act Asia inconsistencies cannot be rectified through conditions of approval because no amount of conditions can transform the bus road into a resource-dependent use that avoids dune habitat loss and degradation. And today, this project is dragged before you in barely a half-formed state with a recommendation for approval with conditions. Despite the immense political pressure, it is not your job to do a diving save of this project because the applicant chose to treat this commission as an afterthought as early as 5 years ago. It is not your job to help save its funding because the applicant chose to jump the gun and failed at timely project management. Please deny approval of this project. It is an equal test of the Coastal Act as was the 2008 San Onofre toll road, which this commission rightfully rejected. Is the coast still being saved as Peter Douglas claimed, or is our coast being sold out? Thank you.
Thank you. One last call for Sydney Scott, and following that will be Luke Kilpatrick, Howard Gustafson, and Gary Curcio. If any of you heard your name, please so approach. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Gary Curcio. I am the Director of Government Affairs for the Monterey County Hospitality Association, but today, as I did this morning, I'm speaking to you as a 27-year resident of Monterey County. There are so many projects that come in front of you, and as I think most of you or all of you would agree, there really is no such thing as a perfect project. But when I look at this surf project, it comes pretty darn close. They have taken into consideration many of the items that are on the top of your agenda of being important issues to be dealt with. Climate action, environmental justice / equity, protecting the coast, affordable housing. I would like to hone in on the environmental justice equity issue. The hospitality employees are many very dependent on MST. And the pricing of MST is so reasonable, and it's affordable to them. And this new surf line would be very beneficial to all of those hospitality employees that do ride the bus, of which there are many. So the other point I think is very, very important. Hospitality is the affordable housing issue, which will also be addressed by this. We urge you to accept the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Last call for Luke Kilpatrick, and if not, followed by Howard Gustafson, Jeffrey Morgan, and then Elizabeth Garrity.
Hi, thank you, Coastal Commission. Great, 66-year resident of Marina. I appreciate what you've done, living in Marina all those years. And they're wrong about the hospitality. I was a struggling student. Got my degree in geology and engineering, civil engineering. And I worked as a houseman at Ramada Inn. All of the people that do the work, they have to be there by 6. Otherwise, you can't get everybody checked in by 11. And for the restaurant shifts, you have to be there by 6. The next shift started at 11. There's plenty of time after the failed bus route of the traffic at 9 a.m. for them to get then to the next shift. We're talking about a 2-hour period in the morning. I'm a Marina resident, and that's a 12-minute to 20-minute stall on a bus twice a day only. For this type of destruction of our dune habitat, for 2 hours. Anybody from South County, King City, cannot make it here in time, taking the bus down there, to even be involved in the traffic here, as well as most of the South County cities past Salinas. It's impossible. So for them to even bring that up as an argument is ridiculous. The buses don't start till 6 a.m. You see, and the travel time from there is just too long. I hike that trail every day. I use it to stay in shape. I like to hike on the John Muir Trail, Pacific Crest Trail. I like to enjoy our resources, everything you've created to make it beautiful. And I enjoy it. Please protect it. Don't let them destroy the habitat.
I'm sorry, could you state your name?
Howard Gustafson.
Okay, thank you. And then following that will be Jeffrey Morgan, Elizabeth Garrity, and then we'll move on to our Zoom participants, starting with Kasha Hunt, David Schoenbrunn, and then Michael Pimentel.
Hi, I'm Jeffrey Morgan. I'm the president of CHISPA, and we represent about 4,000 residents, primarily in Monterey County. I'll be speaking to you later about some new communities we want to create for some of our missing middle and low-income residents. For all the reasons you've heard, and for the majority of residents that will actually be served by this, I urge you to pass SURF and let it go. Let it work. So thank you. That's it.
Would it be permissible to allow David Blaskovich, who's listed as the applicant, to come up and speak? All right, on our record, he's listed as the applicant.
Thank you. I am David Blaskovich. I am strongly in favor of encouraging people to use public transport, to carpool, to use bicycles and other forms of transportation to reduce traffic in the Monterey area. I am strongly opposed to the MST-TAMC SURF project. Why, you might ask? One, I regularly see large MST buses on our streets and highways, many of which are empty. The remainder have 1, perhaps 2 passengers, and I've seeing this for years. On the 4.5-mile stretch of highway between Marina and Seaside, the MST buses are also usually empty and 1 or 2 passengers. The SURF project proposes to build on top of the existing railroad right-of-way. We need to preserve this right-of-way for the future use as a feeder line to other railways in California. Once it's removed, it will never again be permitted, regardless of what politicians might promise. The exorbitant cost of over $90 million for a 6-mile stretch of highway is just not justified. The MST-TAMC SURF project reminds me of Senator Ted Stevens' efforts to build the bridge to nowhere in Alaska a few years ago. This feels to me like a $90 million highway to nowhere. A better alternative exists. The highway between Marina and Seaside is the only 6-lane stretch of highway in the Monterey area. MST-TAMC could designate the right-hand lane and on each direction as HOV only, which would encourage use of the bus and carpooling.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Next,
I think Senator Laird stole 30 seconds of my time.
Elizabeth Garrity, David Schoenbrunn, and Michael Pimentel. We're unable to find Kasha Hunt at the moment.
Good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Garrity. I'm a 17-year resident of the city of Marina. I'm also one of the people that commutes daily to the Pebble Beach area along Highway 1. So I would be the consumer of this product. I am requesting that this commission deny MST's coastal permit. To be very clear, residents of South County currently have access to the beach using current MST routes in less than 2 hours, and as you heard, for $2. MST decided 3 days ago in their meeting to reduce services, in fact, to South County due to lack of ridership. No new services are being offered by this project. The Coastal Commission should not be the first to approve this project. Please do not replace irreplaceable dune habitat, and coastal access for minimal time savings and huge financial expenditure. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'd just like to note that we have 10 people that we're able to find on Zoom right now. That's how many we have left. And so we'll start with David Schoenbrunn, followed by Michael Pimentel, and then Brian Rosen. David Schoenbrunn.
Hi, are you hearing me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. I have my video on, but I don't see image. I'm David Schoenbrunn, Vice President of the Train Rider Association of California. Our organization sponsored Prop 116 back in 1990. I'm here today as a defender of Prop 116. Because its funds were used to purchase the right-of-way, we assert the applicant cannot legally put a bus route on it. Under your rule requiring applicants a clear legal interest in the property to develop, therefore, this application must be denied as a threshold matter. After 30 years as a transit advocate, I no longer own a car. I get around bus, so I'm not anti, but we do oppose this project. Our organization presented a low-cost plan to TAMC to restore passenger service to Monterey using the existing tracks. Staff recommendation would make that plan impossible. Restoring rail service downtown Monterey would far more than this project in the way of GHG reductions by providing a realistic alternative to
Thank
Highway
you.
1.
We started our timer late. That's your time.
One sentence. We urge you to deny this application as recommended by this staff report. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Michael Pimentel, followed by Brian Rosen and Elizabeth Madrigal.
All right. Well, good afternoon, Chair Hart and Commissioners. I'm Michael Pimentel, the Executive Director of the California Transit Association. We're the nonprofit trade organization that represents California's public transit industry in the state capitol. I'm joining you today to voice my association's strong support for the coastal development permit for the Monterey Salinas Transit Surf Busway project. Now, over the last 4 years, my association has led discussions with Governor Newsom and the state legislature on the state of public transit in California and the strategies we must implement to help transit agencies recover from the pandemic and meet the state's goals for expanding access to fast and frequent public transit and reducing greenhouse gas emissions from the transportation sector by reducing VMT. These discussions, which have taken place in private meetings, legislative hearings, and public task force meetings, have focused on the primacy of transit priority as pursued by MST with the SURF project as the dominant strategy for accomplishing these objectives expeditiously. Now, in keeping with these discussions over the last year, the state has, with my association's support, adopted a variety of policies to focus on transit priority, including the Climate Action Plan for Transportation Infrastructure, CEQA exemptions for transit projects, and legislation like SB 960. I'm here today because I must state unequivocally that the MST Surf Busway project is consistent with the state's transportation policy as firmly established, and again, to encourage your support and approval for this coastal development permit. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, Brian Rosen, Elizabeth Madrigal, and then Geoff Chester. Brian Rosen.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I want to mention how excellent the first staff report was, and it's completely changed after hours and hours of secret meetings where not even the Sierra Club was invited, and it's very unfair to have a whole new project foisted on the public. A lot of members of the public don't even know the change, and they probably didn't even come to testify because it happened at the last minute. But I just want to mention that first of all, if you're coming from Salinas, you have excellent access in Marina to the ocean, and you're coming from Seaside, you have really good access. So it's silly to suggest otherwise. Braylon and the coastal staff did an excellent job saying that alternatives were reasonable. Now all of a sudden, they're not reasonable and they're not feasible. MST has had years to, and by the way, Braylon did a great job in discounting some MST's claims, like there wasn't room to do a bus on shoulder lane because of freeway structures, and that wasn't true. And a lot of MST's claims are unexamined, and I've been asking Braylon to ride the bus and to really survey the area, because there's only about 3 or 4 buses that are stalled per day, and I don't believe it's 15 minutes on average. And we can make up for it with some express buses during that time period. It's only on the ocean side of the freeway. There's a wonderful, lots of room on the 6-lane highway for a carpool or bus on shoulder lane, while everything else is crowded like crazy. So please don't do this. It's not a legal project under Prop 116. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Elizabeth Madrigal, followed by Geoff Chester, and then Lorna Moffett. Elizabeth?
Great. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Wonderful. And apologies for the background music. Actually, in Universal Studios celebrating my niece's 10th birthday, but I really thought it important to call in today. And I'd really just like to express my strong support for the SURF project. I grew up in the Salinas Valley. My parents are farm workers, and even since then, like, people who predominantly rely on transit in the Salinas Valley in Monterey County do exist. And families will make the trip to the coast because that's the only option. And I really think that not approving this SURF project would create a lot of harm for the communities the Coastal Commission wants to serve, and that I know that a lot of the elected officials that spoke today in Monterey County want to serve. A lot of what I was going to say has already been stated, but I just really commend the Coastal Commission for reversing course on their previous recommendation. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Next, Geoff Chester, Lorna Moffett, Anita Beatty. Geoff Chester.
Hi, my name is Geoff Chester. I'm a Marina resident since 2008. I work and drive my children to school in Monterey as part of a carpool, and I'm a marine scientist and work in marine conservation. I regularly use the recreational trails and participate in native plant restoration and beach cleanups, including removing ice plant. I strongly support the staff recommendation. It's a balanced solution that will help support public transportation while minimizing impacts to sensitive species and habitats. This will directly benefit my family and the diverse community of Marina, hoping to access the Monterey Peninsula and get us closer to moving toward light rail, which is a key long-term solution. So we asked the Commission to be a partner in helping move this project move forward. I really wanted to commend Monterey County Supervisor Wendy Root Askew and others for their leadership in making this happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Lorna Moffett, Nita Beatty, and then PK Diffenbaugh. Lorna Moffett, I see that you're on a phone. You should be able to unmute now.
Yes, please deny the SURF project. This project is about development because they can't develop the dunes without a transit line. And it is suicide to our peninsula because the train is the real feasible answer to our traffic woes, which could bring in thousands of tourists weekly to our area that must now drive. Covering up train tracks, you are killing any incentive to bring back the train. And it is shocking and tragic that our powerful local politicians have been able to change staff's original recommendation to deny the SURF project and take away any possibility to mitigate our traffic pollution crisis with a train. How can painting a carpool lane on Highway 1 for 5 miles be more environmentally damaging to the environment than covering over a train track that could bring thousands of tourists weekly to the peninsula? And as an MST rider for 30 years, I can tell you MST ridership programs are increasingly hard to take due to disruptive routes, broken with long transfer waits and cold and rainy weather on intercity routes. MST claims it cannot afford old routes that did not require transfers, such as Bus 24 to Carmel Valley, PG, and many other bus routes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Nina Beatty, PK Diffenbaugh, and Mark Vuksevich. Nina Beatty, I see that you're on a phone. You should be able to unmute now.
Good afternoon. My name is Nina Beatty. I support the original staff recommendation to deny and oppose this 11th hour rushed, unapproved project. Who gets the $92 million for 4.3 miles, only 4.3 miles road to nowhere? A carpool lane that's dedicated during rush hour would solve the problem with almost no cost to the taxpayer, and that's who's ultimately accountable. Mr. Sidorik's Measure X comments, there were many, many projects that were covered under Measure X. SURF was at the very end, and most people probably didn't even know it. This will not solve coastal access workforce, and it's impractical for shopping. There was no data to support this, and that's what first came to my attention. This is a Superfund site, and no one's talking about that. This beach is absolutely full of lead and lead dust and other toxins from the Army. There are no warnings posted. When any excavation work is done out there, it will disturb this, and you are encouraging people to recreate there when there is no signage. Students coming down to be in a lead Superfund site zone. This is incredible that you would want people to come there, including people who are from vulnerable communities. The road work will involve heavy machinery and access roads that will tear up ESHA. This is ridiculous. A rush hour carpool lane such as in San Jose is a perfect solution for any expedited transport. You're going to be hearing about the Tijuana sewage problems again later in the meeting. And they need $300 million. This $92 million could help them with their sewage plant building that's needed there. Thank you.
Thank you. PK Diffenbaugh, followed by Mark Vucevic, and then Victoria Sackville.
Good afternoon. My name is PK Diffenbaugh, Superintendent, Monterey Peninsula Unified School District. The surf line runs in our jurisdiction. We are a district of roughly 10,000 students, and 20% of our students, or around 2,000 students, qualify as homeless under the McKinney-Vento Act. Some are in shelter, some are in cars. The vast majority are doubled and tripled up in different households. Most of our families are the ones who are driving the hospitality industry and are coming from Marina, Seaside down into the Monterey Peninsula to work in our hotels and our restaurants, our kitchens. This project would support their life, to have more time with their children, to support their well-being, and we enthusiastically support this project. The second thing that I want to mention is that we're an open enrollment district. And so Monterey High School actually has more students who do not live in Monterey than do live in Monterey. And many of the students take public transit in order to get to school. This will save them time, will allow them to sleep in later. It'll support their mental health, and I enthusiastically support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Mark Vucevic, followed by Victoria Sackville, and then Casey Vanden Heuvel. Mark Vucevic, we seem to be having trouble moving you as a panelist, so I'm allowing you to speak as an attendee. You should be able to unmute now. I see that you're
Good
unmuted.
afternoon.
Yep.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Vucevic. I'm the Director of State Policy for Streets for All. I guess I just want to first and foremost say something that I don't think is oftentimes said at these meetings, which is that we are enthusiastic supporters for public transit and infill housing in the coastal zone to reduce the impacts on environmentally sensitive habitats and open lands. I'll just say on a personal level, I'm struggling with this project because I do see the point that many are raising, that for not $92 million of taxpayer money, you could just use an existing freeway line as a bus-only lane and use that land much more effectively. Seeing that that's not on the table today, I do want to just support this project. And I also want to just specifically comment on the nature and tone of the staff report and the way that it demeans public transit, especially when compared to other staff reports around roadway widenings in the coastal zone. And I'd really encourage the staff and the commission to have a more positive outlook for what the public transit really can do in the coastal zone and the equity that it can bring to people who have never been able to access the coast and people who've been challenged to access the coast, even though just living a few miles away, just like myself and when I grew up in Orange County, and what the transportation landscape and the singular mode of transportation landscape that the commission has pushed or has done to equity and access to the coast. Thank you.
Thank you. Victoria Sackville, Casey Vanden Heuvel, and then Kirsten Blad. Victoria, I see that you're joining via phone. You should be able to unmute now. You may need to press *6 to unmute on a phone. I'm not seeing anything for the second, so we'll move on to our next couple speakers and then come back to you, Victoria. Casey Vanden Heuvel, followed by Kirsten Blad. Casey, you seem to have not accepted being promoted as a panelist. I'm allowing you to speak as an attendee. Casey, you should be able to unmute now. Go ahead.
I'm Casey Vanden Heuvel. I am the president of the Monterey Santa Cruz Building Trades and Construction Council. I'm also the business representative for the Sheet Metal Workers Local 104. We are a coastal community. We know the coast sustains us, so we want to protect it while ensuring all people have access to it. Today's vote is based on a welcome change. The new staff analysis recommends approving the permit for SURF, but approval comes with burdensome conditions spanning construction and operations. Our community needs a workable path for SURF to succeed. We need the commission to be our partner in its success. We are invested and excited about SURF. We want the commission to be too. This is going to provide coastal access, climate action, environmental justice, protecting the coast, and affordable housing access. An uncommon alliance of organizations support SURF because of its many benefits. We cannot imagine our future without it. We urge the commission to support SURF today without piling on conditions that diminish its ability to serve our community. We ask you to approve the permit while enabling SURF to flexibly grow and change with us. Thank you for hearing my comments today, and I look forward to your findings.
Thank you. Next, Kirsten Blad, followed by Victoria Sackville again, and then I'll start calling names that we haven't been able to find on our list. Kirsten Blad, I see that you haven't been promoted as a panelist either. You should now be able to unmute as an attendee.
Okay, thank you. First, I just want to thank the commission staff for changing their recommendation to approval. I think it's a long past time for the Coastal Commission to prioritize public transit. For too long, the commission has upheld and favored the status quo of car dependency and turned a blind eye to the destruction caused by car infrastructure, like the 6-lane highway directly adjacent to the proposed SURF project. In doing so, the commission has ignored its mandate to protect the coast from the harms of climate change and has perpetuated the disproportionately white and affluent demographics of the coastal zone residents and visitors. The Coastal Commission has a mandate to maximize coastal access for all Californians, not just those with the means or desire to own and operate a personal vehicle. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And trying Victoria Sackville again. You should be able to unmute now. There you go. I see that you're unmuted.
Thank you for your patience, and thank you, Coastal Commissioners and all attendees. I would love to see, but I can't, by a raise of hands of the Coastal Commissioners and some of the worthy officials who have spoken today, people that are promoting their opinions. I would like to see by a raise of hands so people attending can see who of these, please raise your hands, if you have ridden the bus from Salinas into the Marina area and beyond in the last year, maybe more than once. Can you put up your hands so people can see? Okay. I think it is very laudable to speak about social equality, but it seems to me that many people of middle class, upper middle class, and upper class status do not get out of their comfortable cars and privacy just because you put up a $92 million, less, I believe, than 5 mile extra bus. So I don't think this will result in the mingling of the classes, which would be very nice to see in our democracy. I want to read from the second staff opinion, which contradicts. Basically, it actually says that the whole system is not too good because projects such as this do not coincide with Asia projects and with the Coastal Commission
Thank you.
and other such protectors, and that needs to be redressed.
Thank you. And now calling names of the public that we haven't been able to find, either in person or on Zoom. If I call your name, please either approach the mic if you're in the room or raise your hand if you're on Zoom. Corey Lopez, Barney Jones, Christopher Wilmot, Sydney Scott, Luke Kilpatrick, Kasha Hunt, Diego Aguilar Cannibal, Michelle Magdalena. If I've heard your name, please either raise your hand or approach the mic. I'm seeing no hands raised. Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you so much, Chris. I want to express the commission's gratitude for all of the folks that are here in the room today that came and waited all day and took the time to speak. Your comments are so important. And for the folks on Zoom, also, thank you so much to our publicly elected officials. We're just really grateful to hear your perspective, so thank you very much. I'd like to return now to staff to respond to some of the comments or make any other comments you'd like to make.
No, I think you heard a lot today. We think that's all pretty well covered in the staff report and the addendum, and we're just going to be available for questions.
Okay, and also the applicant has a team here that you heard earlier, if you have any questions of any of those folks. So coming back to the commission, ask if there are any questions or comments. Commissioner Rice.
Yeah, thank you. I have a couple questions. First off, it sounded like from some of the testimony given by members of the public today, and I really appreciate everyone that was here and did comment. I know this is a tough issue. But I heard many comments that made it sound like the project as proposed and conditioned as presented today was going to reduce access potentially to the coast or impede and more on for that recreational trail, the bike trail path. Is there going to be a reduction in access vis-a-vis that the bike path and recreational trail that's there because of the project?
In short, no. There are two vertical connectors between the recreational trail and the scenic trail, and the project would pass between both of them. So they would change, but they would become crosswalks at slightly different locations, but not so different as to impact the connectivity between the trails. And the conditions also add one more connection between those two trails by the 5th Street Station and a potential future connection between them at Imjin Parkway.
Okay, thank you. And then my second question speaks to the project as described and in the staff report where the condition says that the conversion or the creation of the rail area easement for the bus rapid transit lanes will allow for the reintroduction in the future of rail or light rail should that become desirable or feasible or at some point in the future. So can you just explain how that works?
Sure, just briefly on that. So that's correct. Our staff recommendation would be to place the bus road on the actual tracks to replace the tracks. And we actually, I know it sounds a little paradoxical, but we actually see that as a way to help facilitate future rail if that's something that the community here so decides is worth pursuing. But the reason for that is because it commits the corridor to transportation use as opposed to dune use in this particular status quo. So whether that be a future light rail that would go on the road itself or replacement of the tracks with commuter rail in the future, it basically solidifies this to be transportation, both now and in the future, whatever mass transportation the community decides is appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Those were my two questions.
Commissioner Bochco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I'd like to say how appreciative I am of staff on this. I know you've been through a lot, more analysis, I think, probably a lot of projects we've had in a long time. And again, you know, as someone's been around a long time, this is one of the few ESHA projects we've had recently. We used to have ESHA projects all the time, especially in Los Angeles, but it's very difficult for someone who's been on, I'm sure for you too, to just go, oh yeah, you know, there's some mitigation here, there's some, you know, conflict resolution here, and it's just degraded ESHA, which of course we all know is just as good as every other ESHA. So it's very, very difficult. And I must say at the moment, I'm not convinced that I can back this project. And it would make me feel terrible to do that because I think you work so hard and you deserve to be supported. I'd like to go back to Commissioner Rice's question about this rail and how a road benefits, taking out a track, put in a road, how does that benefit future rail? I know it's transportation, but it's not rail. So this is a specific width for the buses to do what they need to do. Where does the rail go?
I think one important piece here is that in any event, or in any case, the rail line would need to be replaced anyway. So if this were a rail project today, that the railroad tracks would need to be physically upgraded and replaced. I think it's also important that there isn't, kind of going back to that Santa Cruz hostel discussion earlier, there isn't an actual proposed rail project right now. These are discussions potentially 20 years out to have a viable rail line. So I think part of the staff recommendation here is recognizing that we can get the benefits of grade separated bus rapid transit today while still planning for those future uses.
I find that a stretch. You take out the rails, okay, but you're putting in a road. So then you'd have to take out the road to put in the rails. So, I mean, for me, that does not compute, but that's neither here nor there. As you said, no one's asking for a rail right now, except a few of our people who gave testimony. One of the speakers was talking about why aren't we putting the road, the fast road for the bus next to the highway so that they're conjoined. Could you answer that for me?
There were some comments about using the Highway 1 right-of-way. We walked through a series of alternatives that involved bus on shoulder, potential bus/commuter priority over one of the lanes in Highway 1, also bus on median. These were things that we evaluated. Those are all valid alternatives. The issue is that they would take quite a bit of time, including additional new study, including with Caltrans and other agencies. And they would require their own funding source. And these are real feasibility issues that affect our consideration of those particular alternatives. So in staff's view, currently, those aren't valid those aren't currently feasible alternatives because of those temporal and financial kind of constraints. So there's many people spoke of those things. So they're still valid alternatives. Again, they would just take a lot of time, and there would need to be a funding source. And during that same period of time, you wouldn't be getting the benefits, the VMT benefits, the greenhouse gas benefits, the improved transit benefits that the Coastal Act suggests that we should be providing for.
Okay. All right. It just seems like, Caltrans, who moves, in my opinion, really quickly and efficiently, if they were being consulted about this for 5 years, because this is 5 years, it's not just yesterday. Perhaps that could have been done, and we could have seen if those alternatives could be financed by Caltrans or someone else. Okay. Okay. So I've got the rail thing. I definitely understand the EJ issues of quick transit for workers, inexpensive transit for workers, but then there was some testimony that it really isn't what they claim it is, that the 4.5 miles is not going to result in quicker access for the workers to one place to the other, because it's only 4.5 miles and you've got all that other packed freeway to deal with. What would be your answer to that person who brought that up?
Well, it takes it completely off the freeway, right? So
For 4.5.
Right, so it bypasses that. And so the data that we've been provided, that Mr. Sidoric was talking about, showed that there would be a reduction in transit times.
I forget, did he tell us how much?
15 minutes?
I don't recall. I remember seeing a chart where there were all the greenhouse gas
On
cars.
average, 12 to 15 minutes of saved time by having a bypass. And then the other thing is that I'm sure he would tell you, it's about also this transit variability question, so that there's more certainty about when buses arrive at stops and when people arrive at their stops or their workplace or their school. So there's that aspect of it.
I would also just quickly add that these are two components of a bigger project too. That also goes, there's portions that go into Seaside, go into, it doesn't just stop where the coastal zone boundary ends. There's components more inland as well.
So
And
they're building more than just 4.5 miles. We're just listening to it because of our jurisdiction.
correct.
So is the $90 million for more than 4.5 miles? Yes. Okay, well, that helps. Thank you.
Good.
Okay, let me see. I think that may. Oh, and I know the vertical access was a big issue for a number of people. A number of people said it was destroyed, and others said it was enhanced. Could you just go over that one more time for me?
Sure, Mr. Amon spoke to this, but there are two vertical connections between the two recreational trails that get you to Fort Ord Dunes State Park and eventually to the beach, one in Marina, one in Sand City. Those would change from just an unimpeded, straight vertical connection to a crosswalk across the bus road. And so they would change, but there would still be the same vertical connection. And then with the staff recommendation, there's an additional vertical connection between the two provided roughly in the midpoint that you saw of the long 4.2 miles. There's that. And then at Imjin Parkway, which is one of the main connectors to CSUMB, if there were to be bike lanes and ped improvements to that street, then there would be a process by which to provide another connection across the bus road and all the way to Fort Ord Dunes.
And then the crosswalks, do the buses stop for the people, or the people have to stop for the buses?
The former. They
Former.
stop for the
So doesn't that slow down the 12 minutes that you save? I mean, if people are crossing, let's say, it's beach day, it's summer.
You're welcome to ask MST about that, but our understanding is that that is accounted for in that time-saving estimate.
Okay, could I ask how that was computed, please? Whoever.
All right, could somebody who.
Yeah, whoever knows how to answer it.
Whoever determined the 12 minutes come up?
That's been calculated into the time savings. This is added at the request of the city of Marina to add access to a neighborhood that is, quintessential other side of the tracks community. And we're providing a controlled crosswalk. And it is just hundreds of feet past a station. So the buses will not be at speed yet, regardless, so we'll just be getting started. We've added this ADA accessible crosswalk across the tracks. We'll have a controlled stop or the stop sign for the buses to wait for people to cross, and then we'll get going, and that's when we then hit the rest of the 4 miles or so of the remainder of the crosswalk. So we're just pulling out of a station and where this crosswalk is, so it's not going to be
Aren't there not three crosswalks? Did we say there's 3 crosswalks? So okay, so the first one is right when you start.
Right. Then there's
Where
a
are the
second
other
one at
two?
Rain Dollar Road.
Yeah.
And then is there, oh, there's a proposed crosswalk that would be some point in the future should the campgrounds, Fort Ord State Parks want one. One of the conditions on us were that we would provide that, but that's not something that's, that's not something that's being used now. It would be a future condition with the development of the Fort Ord State Park ground. Is that correct? Is that the, I want to be accurate, and feel like I'm tap dancing here a little bit.
Yeah, no, that's accurate.
Okay, thank you.
With the recommendation, there would be a stop that would provide access to the Fort Ord campground, which actually includes a bicycle and walk-in portion. And so the intent was to facilitate that and allow those folks to get to the peninsula too for a day trip or whatever. But I think you ask a valid question. It's just our understanding is that it's baked in the numbers.
Well,
We have
existing
numbers.
are.
The one is, the one in the very beginning before the buses get going quickly, those
Yeah.
are factored in.
Correct, and at the
Fort Ord is
station,
not because, right? You don't
it's
have it.
not there.
Right.
But it would be not, I would say, it would be immaterial. It would, yes, it would be, absolutely, it would be a reduction in seconds.
I guess that depends on how many people are crossing the road.
Yeah, and this is not, this area isn't Newport Beach. It's not Dana Point. This
You've got the
is,
traffic of Newport Beach.
well, yeah, absolutely. We certainly are there, but it's.
Thank you very
yeah,
much.
thank
I
you.
appreciate it. That's all my questions, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Wilson?
Thanks. Most of my questions actually been answered. It is disappointing that the analysis doesn't, precludes or doesn't allow for the movement of this onto the highway. That is unfortunate, and it seems like it could very well happen into the future. I do want to address for a second, and actually a question, how, the transportation corridor itself, what's the width of it in general? The entitlement of that?
Not about the entitlement, the property that's owned by TAMC is roughly 100 feet wide.
100 feet wide. So I just want to put out there, tracks in general, that's a very large transportation corridor, and especially when you're talking about tracks. And having been through some of these discussions before in my community and others, we as humans, this track, this alignment was first put in 1857, according to the records that I've looked at here. And so we can't treat tracks as we can't talk about transportation infrastructure like we do archaeological artifacts, in that this technology of rail can move, the alignments can move, and you have a lot of variability in 100 feet. These tracks themselves are extremely old, have not been, I think, used since maybe the 80s was the last time. Maybe you could, if you haven't, do you guys know about that, or?
The 90s.
The 90s.
Yeah, freight in the 90s.
I guess it was like there was an earthquake and the Loma Prieta earthquake, and then the closing of Fort Ord. But this was not passenger rail. This was all freight. Totally different technology. I have to say, it's like when we're talking about what we imagine rail to be, and I am a huge proponent of rail, but at the same time, there's a lot of technological limiters for it, especially in smaller communities. The thing about mass transit is it requires mass, right? And it's really, really important in these situations. And so that's why people are moved to this MRT technology, because it has a lot more flexibility to move between these roads and then into communities and then back out, so when you have these separated lines. So it just provides a lot more variability and choice. And I was just looking at, there was a publication called the transportpolitic.com, and they reported in 2009 that there was a consideration to do this same rail line as a rail line, and at that time it was $130 million in 2009. So because rapid transit is extremely expensive. So you can see why over time there's this consideration to move to something else. Now what you're asking is to, what people are asking for, just preserve these 2 pieces of metal on the ground because, oh, if we don't have those 2 pieces of metal, we'll never get rail. That is just not true. And I do think that the staff is right on the fact that you need to preserve use of this entitlement, which is the transportation corridor. It's kind of a use it or lose it over time, and this is what's happening with the ESHA, which is growing into these spaces. So they're actually going to, so this is how it happens when it happens, and what we've seen, and I'll just speak to the rail or the trail project in my community. I mean, the mitigation costs for preserving these 2 pieces of metal that will likely never be used was $15 million for a 6-mile segment, right? So it's like this cost is very expensive, and so we have to account for all of those things. And so I just want to put some context in this. It's like we do need rail as a national priority, but until it is a national priority, this is our most effective means of mass transit, especially in lower population communities. So I just want to kind of put some framework around that. That being said, I still would prefer this on the highway, but I don't see that as a project that's in front of us today. And so, and my questions have been answered. I just wanted to give some context to some experience I have around this technology and how we apply it.
That conclude your comment?
That concludes my comments.
To be respectful. All right, Commissioner, sorry folks, it's been a long day. Commissioner Cummings.
Thank you. I just want to start by thanking all the folks who've joined us today, thanking the staff for all their hard work on this, what's before us today. And I just wanted to start, and I'm sorry I'm going to have to go down this route, but I think that what is really important, especially to make sure that we have projects like this be successful, is that we're all working in good faith. And I'm just going to be quite honest, I don't see that happened with this project. Going back to 2019, the Coastal Commission staff raised concerns about what would happen if this project was proposed going through Dune ESHA. And pretty much up until recently, that has been the case. And I think from our perspective, what happens is when another agency continues to go out after we've already raised our concerns to get money, to get the community support, and gets to a point where we have to make a decision, it puts us in this very, situation of conflict where if we say yes, and I'll just say, we're lucky this time that we do have another option that's directly adjacent to where this project has been proposed. Because my concern was that we say yes, we get sued, we lose because we're in violation of the Coastal Act, and then you lose the money. And so then everyone loses. And that's the biggest concern that I had when I realized that commission staff had brought this up many, many times, saying, if you propose this project within ESHA, you're violating the Coastal Act and you shouldn't do it. That being said, our staff has worked really hard under a very short time frame with many of our elected officials to get us to a point where we have an alternative that has reduced impacts to it, although it's still going to impact ESHA, and gives us a potential path forward. And so, given all the work that's been done to get us to that point, I'm going to support the project. And I'm also going to support the project on the other basis, which is the fact that this was a previously impacted area. It's not like we're going into previously undisturbed habitat, destroying ESHA to build a roadway. We're building a roadway in an area that used to be a rail line, that used to be disturbed. And so as a result, I think that this is something that we can move forward with at this point in time. And I guess we'll see what happens in terms of whether or not a lawsuit arises and how that's going to be determined. But I think that our staff did a good job of trying to get us to a point where we could say yes and continue this project forward. But I do just hope that for the agencies in the room and for the elected officials that are in the room, that when projects in the coastal zone occur in the future, that we can work together to try to find a path, the easiest path forward. And if it can't happen, there's sometimes when we can't get what we want, although we've tried. But I'm going to put myself out there and support this project today with those concerns expressed.
Thanks, Commissioner. I have if everyone is. Oh, okay. I have a couple questions of staff. First of all, can you talk about lights and fencing? How lights and fencing, I know it was in the staff report, but I think it's important to describe that publicly.
In which way?
Well, are there going to be, my understanding is that the lights on the bus on the road are going to be reduced or going to be limited. I'm just concerned about the habitat impacts of
Sure.
lighting.
I mean, there's a concern, a habitat impact with the buses themselves have lights, right?
Right.
So when they're operating at dusk or at nighttime, there's that, and there's some discussion about what that might mean in terms of habitat. The roadway's not going to be lit, and our conditions are structured so that we can work with the applicant to where some of the station connections and things like that, there may be some need for lighting that's within the coastal zone, but probably within the Caltrans right-of-way. So our intent is to strictly limit any lighting that's out actually in the dunes and to work with them to make sure that that's the case. But for sure, buses that have lights and that are driving around out there, there's a whole body of literature about lights and the way it affects wildlife and that sort of thing. If you want more detail, I'm sure
Because
Dr. Pausch could talk about
I'm
that.
so sorry, Dan, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Yeah, we really didn't talk about that, and I was wondering if you are prepared to just talk about what the impact is on species of the lights.
Yeah, sure. Obviously, the headlights from the bus shining through, there are a number of nocturnal species that can be impacted by that. I don't think that anyone is denying that there will be potential impacts from this disturbance moving through the dune, especially in the winter months when sunset comes earlier. But overall, we had to consider that balancing with the other aspects of the project.
Okay, and that was considered because we talked a lot about what the impact's going to be on endangered plant species, but we didn't really talk about others. But you feel fine or confident that those impacts have been considered and balanced appropriately?
I think balance, especially considering the location next to the highway.
Right, exactly. Okay, and what about fencing? Because I noticed that part of that rail line is fenced currently. What is the plan with fencing of the bus road?
Braylon can correct me, but there's fencing that's associated with the Highway 1 right-of-way, but there's no fencing that's proposed as part of this project as far as I'm understanding. Is that correct, Braylon?
Yes, that's correct within the coastal zone. And the conditions, the special conditions specifically require that, say that fencing and barriers shall be prohibited, except for places where they might be necessary for public safety or to protect habitat, kind of symbolic fencing, post and wire, things like that.
Okay, so whatever fencing is there now would be removed then? Because I know there is fencing by the rail line, I just noticed that driving in.
Not the Highway 1 fencing.
No,
right?
I'm talking about on either
Right.
side of the rail line, there was fencing.
Yeah, I
currently.
believe that, so the fencing on Highway 1 is Caltrans fencing.
Right.
So any other fencing, like the condition that Braylon just talked about, talks about eliminating fencing as a general rule and then putting in fencing where it's actually, driven by a need. If it's a key public safety area, or there's, again, the habitat concerns where we want to keep people out of habitat areas that are being restored.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's just a remnant of the rail, that there was some fencing next to it. And I just want to clarify too, that in spite of some sort of confusion or maybe in some of the slides, that the bus lane is going on top of the rail line, the already disturbed rail line that we saw that is surrounded by ice plant, or there's quite a lot of ice plant on it, and it's already significantly disturbed habitat.
That's correct. That is exactly where it's being cited. That's the staff recommendation. That's the main point of the staff recommendation.
Okay, I think we may have a couple more commissioner comments. I just have to say that I just really appreciate all of the work that went into this by staff, because there is a very strong need. And I actually think that the proponents and applicants made a really strong case here today for how important this is from an environmental justice perspective. The reliability point was very convincing to me, that if you have to be at work at 9 or 8:30 or 8, and a bus is stopping and going, and I got caught in that traffic on my way to the commission hearing on Wednesday morning, and I was in it for an hour. I think it took me an hour to go maybe 8 miles, something like that. So, I experienced it firsthand, and so I know what it is people are dealing with. And I appreciate that it is a struggle, and we heard from the mayor of Salinas, we heard from many people that deal with that struggle, trying to get to work on time, and maybe getting fired as a result of not being able to do it while trying to ride transit. So if we were to take the representations of MST and all of our political folks that showed up today, all the electeds that showed up, I mean, this will make a huge difference for that population. They really need it and they really want it. And then staff really bent over backwards to try to figure out how to make that happen. And then, of course, there's the greenhouse gas benefits. That is the mission. That is a mission. I mean, we are dealing with sea level rise every single meeting as a result of climate change. So to say this commission is not concerned with greenhouse gas emissions is completely incorrect. I mean, that's a primary part of our mission. The impact of climate change in the coastal zone is a huge, huge challenge for everyone, and certainly for this commission. So, I want to align myself as well with the comments that were made by Commissioner Cummings about the approach that MST took, years and years of pushing back, and then which ended up in this sort of short time frame of trying to adjust the program. That's not an appropriate way to do business. I mean, it's just not with the commission. It would have made a lot more sense to work this out earlier on. So I completely agree with his perspective. So saying all of that, I mean, when I balance the pros and cons, when I make as required, there's a conflict here, and I balance the very important environmental justice benefits, et cetera, that I've already described, I mean, I'm going to support the project. So saying that, Commissioner Bochco, did you have another comment? And then Commissioner Wilson.
Just very briefly, because it's something that I care so much about, is we're going to have legislation, hopefully, that is signed by the governor that will require all new roads to have, or major roads to have, wildlife crossings, so that we don't have the impacts of cars hitting wildlife and people getting hurt by that as well. So I would just put that out there. That's another danger you're going to face with your buses buzzing through there, is you're right next to a natural habitat. So that was my concern.
Commissioner Wilson, you have a comment that you were going to make a motion, and I would just call to your attention, the first motion is going to be with regard to the CDP. It's going to be a little reversed from where it was in the agenda.
Okay, so it's under B here, is that what you're saying?
It's going to be under page 7, and the first motion is the CDP determination.
Okay, I see that. Okay, great. My first comment is that I align myself with what the chair's assessment is in her analysis. I really appreciate that very much in terms of the balancing. And I also just wanted to mention that so much of this discussion was about getting workforce to their jobs and all those things, but we want transit to be everybody. And so convenient for everyone as much as possible. And so anyone living in these communities would be like, I don't want to sit in traffic. I'm going to take this rapid transit to get there. And so I think, I know that's the goal, and I know that we've been talking about it from one end of this, but I think, and I know personally as a transit user myself, that it's very convenient. And I think everyone should use it. And with that, I'll move that the commission approve coastal development permit number 3-23-0288 pursuant to the staff recommendations. I recommend a yes vote.
Second?
All right, we have a motion and a second, and we'll need a roll call vote on this.
Can I speak to my second first?
I didn't see you. I'm sorry, Commissioner Rice, that you wanted to.
No,
Sure.
I would just concur with the comments that you made, Chair Hart and Commissioner Wilson, and just underscore, knowing a little bit about transit, how much of a difference it makes to have that reliability and increased frequency and to the transit district's overall budget. You know, you're paying the same amount for that 1 hour of bus service, whether it's making one trip down the route or able to make two and carry a lot more folks. So I'm really glad that we were able to work with staff, and we were able to find a solution that staff could get behind in terms of extra protections, and I have no concerns about the future potential or usability of this space for a different kind of transit in the future. We lay down new tracks for rail in the middle of cities on top of roadways all the time, and we have to convert old railroad track into track for new rail all the time. So I'm very happy with the opportunities that this right-of-way can offer for the years and decades ahead, and I'm very happy if it will help those who are transit-dependent in the near term get to and from where they need to go, and also offer a new mode for those who would like to be choice riders.
Thanks, Commissioner. So we have a motion and a second on the CDP, and I'd ask for a roll call vote. Ms. Miller.
Commissioner Cummings?
Aye.
Cummings, yes. Commissioner Harmon?
Yes.
Harmon, yes. Commissioner Rice?
Yes.
Rice, yes. Commissioner R. Uranga?
Aye.
Uranga, yes. Commissioner Wilson?
Yes.
Wilson, yes. Commissioner Aguirre?
Yes.
Aguirre, yes. Commissioner Bochco?
No.
Bochco, no. Chair Hart?
Yes.
Hart, yes. The vote is 7 yes, 1 no.
All right, now we'll move to the substantial issue determination. Commissioner Wilson?
I move that the commission determine that appeal number A-3-MRA-24-0026 raises no substantial issue with respect to the grounds on which the appeal has been filed under section 30603 of the Coastal Act and the public access provisions of the Coastal Act, and I recommend a yes vote.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Ms. Miller?
Commissioner Harmon?
Yes.
Harmon, yes. Commissioner Rice?
Yes.
Rice, yes. Commissioner Uranga?
Aye.
Uranga, yes. Commissioner Wilson?
Yes.
Wilson, yes. Commissioner Aguirre?
Yes.
Aguirre, yes. Commissioner Bochco?
No.
Bochco, no. Commissioner Cummings?
Aye.
Cummings, yes. Chair Hart?
Yes.
Hart, yes. The vote is 7 yes, 1 no.
All right. Thank you very much, and that concludes that item, and appreciate all of you. We're going to take a break. We have to get our a couple commissioners back here, and how about we come back at, 4:40? We'll resume with our agenda. Oh my goodness. It's like being in a play and the audience is suddenly left. And you're just left still performing, but nobody is there. All righty, let's move along. Have we got a quorum? One maybe? Yeah. Yeah, I believe we have a quorum. All right, so now we're going to move to our next item. Sorry, I've got which is the DDR North Central?
That's correct.
Okay,
We are to item number 10, District Director's Report for North Central Coast. We're reporting one amendment and one emergency coastal permit. I'd note that we received an objection on the amendment, with the objector raising concerns about the appropriateness of allowing an ADU at the mixed-use project in Pacifica on Danman Avenue. Since the objector signed up to speak and intends to present the commission with a PowerPoint with his concerns, I think it's better for you to bring him in now so that he can make his points, and then I can respond on behalf of staff.
Okay, that would be fine. Is he on Zoom?
I believe so.
Yes.
Okay. Chris is just getting.
Samuel Casillas, and we're promoting you as a panelist right now. And we'll bring up your presentation. Samuel Casillas, you are in as a panelist. You can unmute yourself.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, are you able to bring on a presentation?
It's coming up in a second.
Sam Casillas from Planning and Development. I'm the Planning and Development Chair for the Pedro Point Community Association. Do I get 3 minutes for this?
You get 2 minutes, sir.
Okay. Can we get to the next slide, please? For the orientation of this property is in the Southside Pacifica adjacent to Linamar Beach and the Pedro Point Bluffs. We previously appealed this project because of the bluff erosion hazards, and today, just a few properties away, at least 3 houses are falling into the ocean. Next slide, please. We understand that low-income housing is needed. What is inconsistent with this request is that the same building, the developer has 1-bedroom unit renting for $4,700 and is converting another apartment into an unhosted STR. Next slide, please. Although this site required commercial, our concerns were warranted knowing that this developer will just convert this whole building into a high rent and STR units at the cost of our neighborhood. Next slide. The fact is Pacifica needs commercial tax revenue and the lack of it has caused a structural deficit. We've been a bedroom community for San Francisco forever and it's killing us. Next slide. As you know, a lot of our housing inventory is being converted to STRs or sit empty. Additionally, this conversion will make those commercial spaces less attractive and invite abuses as we see all over our neighborhood. So I have all this evidence, including 505 San Pedro, which you're familiar with. And with our toothless enforcement department, we are left to deal with this on our own and with no help from the city. Next, please. I implore the commissioners to pull this item from the agenda based on these objections and process the application full staff report public hearing. Without safeguards that truly materialize for low-income housing and units are most likely to transform into undisclosed habitation. Commissioners should demand Section 8 housing occupancy so they can verify a set of time for occupancy of 3 months or mandate conversion back to commercial and stipulate that the remaining commercial will not be converted into residential as Pacifica is dire need of tax base. And don't allow unhosted STRs in the same building. Otherwise, you're just checking the box. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Excuse me. Okay,
Bless you.
back to you, Mr. Carl.
Yes, so the primary issue when the original project was appealed was in relation to potential hazard impacts. The commission took jurisdiction in order to add triggers for removal, applicant risk acceptance, no future armoring, et cetera. The original project allowed for roughly 2,300 feet of leasable commercial space on the ground floor and 4 units of housing on the second floor. The project wasn't restricted to be affordable and was allowed as a market rate product. The proposed change would allow 100 square feet of unused commercial storage space, about 400 square feet of unused residential space, and 400 square feet of an unused patio to be used as an ADU, which is allowed by the LCP. And to be clear, it's 1 ADU, not 2 ADUs, as the objector alleges. In any case, such change is not expected to significantly alter commercial viability, including as only about 100 square feet of unused commercial storage space would be used. And the ADU, like the rest of the development, would be market rate. It couldn't become a short-term rental because that's prohibited by state law and this LCP. As to the alleged violations, we checked with our commission enforcement staff and they're not aware of any violations at those sites. So here, allowing for a small unit in a mixed-use development that already has some residential uses in a community with a lack of housing is both consistent with the commission's original approval and the city's LCP. Thus, we continue to recommend the amendment be approved on the DDR. So the question is whether 3 or more commissioners object, and if not, then the commission will have concurred.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Carl. Do 3 or more commissioners object to adoption of the North Central Coast DDR? All right, seeing no objection, commission concurs. We'll move on to the appeal number 11A.
That's correct. So for 11A, we have our staff, Leslie Velasquez is going to present this item. She's on Zoom. There you are, Leslie. And we have a staff presentation, or excuse me, a PowerPoint as well. Take it away.
Thanks. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Item 11A is an appeal of Marin County's approval of a coastal permit to provide temporary emergency affordable housing for about 60 people via 27 recreational vehicles or RVs, along with the removal of existing unpermitted and substandard housing and related facilities that previously housed those 60 people at Th8e Ranch in Bolinas. Slide 1 shows you the trailers at the project site. Next slide, please. Slide 2 shows you the project's general location on the Bolinas Mesa, just up coast of Bolinas Lagoon in West Marin County. Next slide, please. Slide 3 zooms in to provide a view of the 66-acre site made up of 130 and 160 Mesa Road, where 130 Mesa Road is 20 acres and noted in green, and 160 Mesa Road is 46 acres and noted in orange. These are the two parcels that make up Th8e Ranch, which is a working family farm that has provided locally produced meat, vegetables, and eggs to the Bolinas community for over 100 years. The county-approved temporary emergency housing project will occupy the portion of 130 Mesa Road roughly outlined in red, with the smaller oval corresponding roughly to the location of a new septic system. Previously, residents were inhabiting substandard, unpermitted trailers and other structures on the 160 Mesa Road property, which Marin County red tagged in 2022 for being unpermitted and a public health and safety hazard. After the facilities were red tagged, the county approved an emergency CDP to develop temporary emergency housing facilities for those residents in the area outlined in red. The county subsequently authorized that project via a regular coastal permit. That CDP is the subject of this appeal. The applicant, Bolinas Community Land Trust, currently owns 130 Mesa Road and is in the process of acquiring 160 Mesa Road, where they plan to build permanent housing for residents. Next slide, please. Slide 4 shows the county-approved site plan with the driveway, RV sites, and septic system noted in blue. The orange denotes the area with the red tagged structures that will be removed and that area restored, with examples of such structures noted in the photographs to the right. Also in orange is an existing unpermitted driveway that will be removed. Instead, the driveway marked in blue will be used to access the project site. The appellant primarily contends that the county-approved project is a mobile home park, which is not allowed on this site by the LCP, and that it would be developed in a wetland area, which is not allowed by the LCP. On the latter, the approved temporary development is not located in any wetland area, or the area that is delineated as wetland is shown as dashed red. Development is located as close as about 50 feet from such areas on its southeastern side, which is to the bottom to the right of the slide, and as close as about 10 feet from such areas on its northwestern side, shown at the top of the slide. Although not technically LCP consistent on these points, it is recognized that the area that is delineated as wetland appears to lack hydrology, and it does not appear that the temporary emergency affordable housing should significantly impact any such areas. In addition, the project includes removal of the red tag structures and related sewage elements, which should lead to a net environmental benefit. Further, the applicant intends to remove the emergency housing when permanent affordable housing nearby can take its place, and thus its location is temporary. The county's approval also includes best management practices sufficient to protect these adjacent areas. In this context, the county approval does not raise a substantial wetland or habitat issue. Next slide, please. In terms of land use, the property is agricultural land under the LCP, on which allowed uses are limited. The appellant argues that the county misrepresented the project as a campground to allow approval, and further contends that the project is actually a mobile home park, which is not allowed by the LCP or by a Williamson Act contract for the site. While it is true that the project does not appear to be a campground, it is also not obviously a mobile home park and is more aptly considered to be temporary emergency farm worker and affordable housing, as most of the residents are farm workers and their families, according to the applicant. The applicant is in the process of acquiring the adjacent site at 160 Mesa Road, and they intend to use the temporary RV housing as a bridge to development of permanent housing on the adjacent site, when the temporary RV development can then be removed. In that sense, the project furthers LCP farm worker and affordable housing objectives. Put another way, the county may have called the project a campground for various technical reasons, but that is less germane than the LCP outcome for the project. While confusing, this does not rise to the level of a substantial issue. In addition, the project addresses a public health hazard and provides much needed affordable housing for a marginalized community of Latinx farm workers and related persons, helping to promote equity and environmental justice. Next slide, please. In conclusion, staff recommends that the commission find that no substantial issue exists and that the commission decline to take jurisdiction over this CDP application. The motion to do so can be found on page 5 of the staff report. That concludes staff's presentation.
All right, thank you so much. Are there any ex partes on this? All right. How many speakers do we have, Chris?
We have 3 speakers.
Okay, great. Each will have 2 minutes.
I will start with the appellant, Edward Yates. Edward, you are in as a panelist. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm sorry, did you, I'm hard of hearing. I have a severe hearing loss, so could you stop the clock for a second? And
Just stop the clock for a sec so I can understand what your issue is.
Right, so several things here. First is that I represent the appellant here, and I'd like to get more than 2 minutes. I mean,
Okay, how much time do you need, sir?
Well, I could use 10 minutes.
Okay, I'm not going to be able to do that for you. It's 5 o'clock and we've just been a long day. So I'll give you 5 minutes to present your case on appeal.
All right,
And are you ready to start?
I'm ready to go.
All
Madam
right, here
Chair.
we go.
Thank you. Yeah, okay. So my name is Ed Yates. I'm an environmental plaintiffs attorney in San Francisco, and I represent environmental and community groups such as the appellant here, the BCLU, which is Bolinas for Compassionate Land Use. This project is a big project. It's over 7,000 square feet. It involves grading, paving, infrastructure establishment, installment of 27 huge RVs in an area that is sensitive habitat. This is open space, agricultural open space. It's adjacent to Pine Gulch Creek, which feeds into Bolinas Lagoon, and it's nearby to the Pacific Ocean. Right now, as we speak, Bolinas Beach has been closed this morning because of human wastewater discharges. This suggests that this area is sensitive, but staff, the county and the staff have just, commission staff have decided to do no environmental review, even though this project is obviously has impacts in sediment. It's right adjacent to wetlands. And the staff admits, as we just heard from Ms. Velasquez, and excuses major and clear violations of the Coastal Act and the LCP. For instance, the project is located within 10 and 50 feet of an ESHA wetland. That clearly violates LCP Bio 18, which does not allow anything within 100 feet. There are exceptions in Bio 19. They weren't addressed or established. Also, staff admits that the identification of the project was wrong. In fact, it's never identified. Calling it farm work or housing or whatever is not a use under the LCP in the coastal zone. The staff report ignores these violations based on 4 misleading and baseless assertions. First, that the violations are less germane than the LCP outcome, whatever that is. There's no LCP policy mentioned, nothing. They also say, the staff says this project is affordable housing. That is false. There is no documentation or data reflecting income-related set-asides, deed restrictions, or permit requirements. This clearly violates Coastal Act Section 30607.2, which requires an executed and recorded agreement regarding low-income housing. Even if this were affordable housing, which it's not, just 2 weeks ago, the state legislature rejected development of such housing in the coastal zone. SB 951 and 952, which would have allowed such housing in the coastal zone as ministerial, not requiring environmental review, was voted down by the legislature. Finally, the legislature stood up to Senator Scott Wiener, Orange County developers, Wall Street hedge funds speculating in real estate, and said, no, that's enough. You're not going to pave over the coastal zone. So you, the commission, if you approve this project, are attempting to do what the state legislature recently specifically refused to do. Third, staff report says this is agricultural worker housing. That is also false. The Williamson Act and the Cambria Coastal Act both require an ag household to have at least 1 agricultural worker. BCLT didn't provide any data because this project has at most 2 or 3 ag workers there. The LCP was just amended, the Marina LCP. They didn't address this. And here, the applicant, the county, and staff are trying to, instead of amending the LCP, which is what they have to do, are trying to sneak it into a permit. 4, the county claims over, and the staff report claims over and over, this is environmental justice. This is false. Ever since I was a Peace Corps volunteer in Honduras, 40 years ago, I've worked for low-income and minority communities in environmental justice cases and even in landlord-tenant cases. Environmental justice has been defined by the EPA, National Environmental Policy Act, as bringing pollution to a low-income minority community. That's not this. The project brings the community to the pollution, to the pesticides, to the fuel tanks, to the toxic and hazardous materials in a cattle ranch. So finally, the issue is substandard housing, which the chair said earlier today, you don't have authority to regulate or remedy housing, especially a substandard housing issue. The county knew about this for 30 years and instead decided to just run ramrod over the Coastal Act and something that is not environmental justice. For 50 years, your commission has done the right thing. Scrutinize project and require mitigation. We can do better. Please continue that tradition. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, representing the applicant is Len Rifkind.
Okay, here I am. It says I can't start my video.
Let me
Just a second,
try-
sir. Just 1 sec. You need a second? Oh, no. How much time do you need, sir? Is 3 minutes sufficient?
Well, and I apologize. I know you've had a very long day, but I've watched all of it. So if I could have the same 5 minutes, I would appreciate that.
Okay. If you could proceed as quickly as possible, that'd be great.
I have a PowerPoint if staff could put that up.
Yes, give us a second to bring it up.
Thank you. Members of the California Coastal Commission, my name is Len Rifkind with Rifkind Law and Mediation, and I proudly represent the Bolinas Community Land Trust, which is the applicant of this project, whose mission is to provide affordable housing in Bolinas. Next slide, please. As I'm sure the commission has reviewed the staff report, we support the staff report. We don't think that there's any substantial issue here. In fact, in all the discussion listening today, what we do have is a major success story here where we had an emergency situation where farm worker community was living in literally squalor, sewage, and everything, and BCLT was able to miraculously obtain funding to be able to create temporary emergency housing on an adjacent parcel to where the farm worker families were living, and they are now temporarily housed in the 27 trailers that you saw and that we're going to show you some pictures. And this is only a bridge until permanent housing can be built on the 46 acres that's adjacent to the 20 acres owned by BCLT. Next slide, please. So in fact, the Teixeira Ranch is a working ranch. And this project, these 27 trailers on 20 acres, only takes up between the trailers, the paving, it's actually gravel, and the septic system, 2.5 acres out of 20. So it's 10% of the 20 acres, and the 46 acres is still there. This is hardly an impact on the agricultural aspects of the Teixeira Ranch. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So, in fact, the BCLT has entered into a contract with the receiver of the ranch. It's been a long-standing problem in Marin County, and it's contingent upon the approval of this project, or the permanent housing won't go forward. Next slide, please. And the permanent housing is a real project. As you can see in this slide here, in fact, the California Interagency Council on Homelessness has already provided funding of $8.67 million towards the permanent housing projects that will occur on the 46 acres. And when that is done, which we expect to occur within the next 3 to 5 years, the 27 trailers will be removed and the 20 acres will be restored to agricultural uses, of which 90% of it is remaining as agricultural use. Next slide, please. So why was there such a problem here? Well, the 59 residents of the Teixeira Ranch that are primarily farm workers and others related to them were living in literally a red tag property in Marin County. Next slide, please. And the county's inspection found that the structures, which were predominantly Latinx workers in deplorable conditions, and even the local director of a local public health clinic thought that the ranch would threaten an outbreak of hepatitis A if people did not act. Next slide, please. And here are the deplorable pictures of the housing conditions that the Latinx community was living in. Next slide, please. And so what occurred is the county gave an emergency approval for the temporary housing. Next slide, please. And then 59 displaced residents, including 16 children, moved into the RVs, as you can see there, last October. Next slide, please. And then the county approved both the emergency and a regular CDP, and the regular CDP that's actually on appeal before you here. And we think, again, that there's no substantial issue. Next slide, please. Now there's all this discussion about campground, which is what the county's term used, and the appellants use the term RV. And so it does not, I think it's a matter of form over substance, excuse me, in this issue here. What matters here is that this is really bridge housing that's on a temporary basis. Next slide, please. And I covered that point. Next slide, please. The appellants also argue that the whole project is in an ESHA and a wetland, and in fact, it's on the most degraded portion of the parcel where it was a cattle pen, and the rest of the parcel that's presumably a wetland is used for cattle grazing. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And so the project, in fact, does comply with LCP objectives. Madam Chair, may I have 30 more seconds to finish?
I think that's great, sir. I think that we got your points, and I'd like to just proceed. Do we have other speakers?
Yes, we had 3 others signed up to speak.
Okay, let's proceed. Next speaker.
First is Sarah Jones, followed by Ingrid Lopez, and then Magdalena Garcia. Ingrid Lopez and Magdalena Garcia, we aren't able to see you in the meeting, so if you're able to, please raise your hand.
Ingrid López, Magdalena García, si están en el Zoom, por favor de usar la opción de levantar la mano para poder identificarlos.
Okay. And Sarah Jones.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm Sarah Jones. I'm the director of the Marin County Community Development Agency. Thank you, commissioners, for giving me the opportunity to speak today. Marin County CDA supports the staff recommendation. I'm speaking today because the county has important responsibilities and interests when it comes to this project and the condition that it's meant to address. Those conditions are substandard housing, specifically deplorable, unsafe, unhealthy conditions that a community of 60 people at the Teixeira Ranch were living in. The Bolinas Community Land Trust, or BCLT, has been actively working with the property owners and their court-appointed receiver to carry out a vision, creation of permanent housing for these members of the community. Until that happens, these 60 people need a place to live that is safe and sanitary. BCLT owns the property adjacent to the ranch and put an interim solution into place. As we at the county struggle with our tools to solve our known and not yet known substandard housing situations, I can't express how important it is that BCLT has taken the steps that they did. This is not something that the county can solve unilaterally. At no point has BCLT ever expressed that this campground is anything other than a step towards permanent housing. The commitment is apparent in their engagement with the residents, and BCLT is a steadfast and essential part of the Bolinas community. Furthermore, the future housing will need to use the septic system and water rights that the campground is now using. On the matter of the campground, part of what is so challenging in taking action on substandard housing are the regulatory barriers to potential solutions. The campground is not agricultural worker housing or affordable housing because RVs are not actually considered housing under code. We don't have a permit category for temporary housing or a temporary campground. I'm sorry, can I finish up a few more seconds?
Yes.
Our first purpose here, though, is to serve all residents of Marin. And to do so, we need to do more than bear witness and more than shrug our shoulders and just say that it's hard or it's not perfect. We need to play our part in solutions in an appropriate way that satisfies the law. CDA would not have proceeded with this as we did had we not been achieving a public purpose and if we did not consider this approach to interim shelter substantially compliant with our LCP. Thank you, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you so much for your comments. Next
Thank you.
speaker.
And we were able to find our other two speakers, Ingrid Lopez and Magdalena Garcia. Okay, there's the video. Ingrid Lopez.
Hola, buenas tardes, respetables miembros de la Guardia Costera y personas que nos acompañan en este hermoso día. Les saluda Ingrid, residente del Parque de Bolindavista. Estoy aquí alzando la voz porque mi querido hogar está en una situación en la que no comprendo e incluso no le estamos haciendo ningún daño a nadie, ni a la flora ni a la fauna que aquí existe. Nuestro único propósito es estar temporalmente en el Parque de Bolindavista, ubicado en 160 Mesa Road, Bolinas, California. Mientras tanto, Th8e está comprometido con todos los que actualmente vivimos ahí en un hogar seguro, pero a futuro, porque tenemos que llevar esto paso a paso con recursos y aprobación del condado, del senador y sin duda alguna de nuestra comunidad, de los cuales hemos visto y han dicho sí, esperando esto para ustedes no sea un obstáculo y nos permitan cierto tiempo para seguir habitando ahí. Les pido encarecidamente esta petición de una madre que quiere el mejor futuro para sus hijos y que ha dejado todo en su país, porque aquí hay muchas oportunidades, más allá no las teníamos. Y las personas que se oponen a esto, por favor, no gasten su fuerza, no gasten sus energías, porque nosotros venimos a trabajar e incluso para vivir en paz y nuestros hijos van a la escuela. Aquí tenemos nuestro trabajo y hemos vivido por más de 18 años. Nuestro único y primer lugar de vivencia y una comunidad muy solidaria. Sin más que decir, agradecida por escucharme. Thank you.
Thank you. And you're allowed the equivalent time for translation.
Okay, this is Joanna. I'll be translating for her. Dear honorable members of the Coastal Commission and others that join us on this beautiful day, my name is Ingrid. I am a resident of Bolindavista, which is the name we have given to the RV campground. I am here to raise my voice because my beloved home is endangered for a reason which I do not fully understand. We are not harming anyone. We are not harming any flora or fauna that lives here. Our purpose is only to live temporarily at Bolindavista. Meanwhile, BCLT are committed to all of us who live here. It is a safe place here. We have tried to move step by step with approval from the county, with the support of our senator and also of our community. We have spoken with our community and everyone we have spoken with is in favor of this project. We hope this project is not an obstacle for the commission and you allow the county permit to stand. I ask you this from the very bottom of my heart as a mother who wants only the best future possible for her children. I have left everything in my home country in search of greater opportunity. And this is why I am in this struggle here. I would also like to take this opportunity to politely ask the people opposing this project to not spend their energy opposing, because we just want to live in peace. We want to work here, or we do work here. Our children go to school here, and this has been the place where we have built our lives. We love Bolinas. This community has shown its solidarity to us. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. And now Magdalena Garcia.
Good afternoon. Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Magdalena García y por este medio me dirijo a ustedes para pedirles su apoyo para mi comunidad, que es Bolindavista. Sé que ustedes tienen un trabajo por hacer en este lugar en el cual vivimos. Muchas personas que estamos necesitadas de un lugar en donde vivir con nuestros hijos e hijas. Yo tengo 2 hijos y una hija. El mayor tiene 16, mi hija tiene 12 y el más pequeño 3 años. Y queremos decirles lo mucho que necesitamos habitar en este pequeño parque de RVs, el cual es el único lugar que tenemos para vivir. Hemos pasado por muchas cosas, necesidades, y ahora que Th8e nos ha brindado su ayuda y nos ha ofrecido un lugar en el cual podemos vivir, no queremos que por algún motivo nos desalojen, ya que ellos han hecho todo por seguir los reglamentos del condado y han brindado esperanza a muchas familias que, como yo y mi familia, estábamos al borde de tener que dejar de vivir en Bolinas. Bolinas es el único lugar en el que he vivido por más de 17 años que tengo viviendo en este país, y no me gustaría mudarme a otro lugar, ya que las personas de esta comunidad son muy especiales para mí y mi familia. Hemos creado un vínculo de amistad, y no solo nosotros como padres, sino también nuestros hijos, con los hijos de las personas que viven aquí. Son compañeros de la escuela y mis hijos ya tienen una vida aquí, ya que han nacido y crecido en este bonito lugar. Ahora que estamos en estas casas móviles, sabemos que solamente estaremos aquí temporalmente, porque como ya saben, Bolinas Community
Do we have an interpreter, Chris? It would be appropriate for
Yes.
the interpreter to begin at this time.
Yes, okay.
Thank you.
My name is Magdalena Garcia, and I am writing to you to ask for your support for my community, Bolinda. I know that you have a decision to make regarding this place where we live. Many people are in need of a place to live with their sons and daughters. I have 2 sons and a daughter. The oldest is 16 years old, my daughter is 12, and a little boy is 3 years old. I want to tell you how much we need to live in this small RV campground, which is the only place we have to live. We have been through many things, struggles, and now that BCLT has given us their help and offered us a place to live, we do not want to be evicted for any reason, since they have done everything to follow the county regulations and have given hope to many families like me and my family who are on the verge of being forcibly displaced from our community. Bolinas is the only place I have lived in for over 17 years since I have been living in this country. I would not like to move to another place because the people in this community are very special to me and my family. We have created a bond of friendship, not only us as parents, but also our children with the children of the people who live here. My children have a life here since they were born and raised in this beautiful place. Now we live in these RVs, although we know that we will only be here temporarily because, as you know, the Bolinas Land Trust is working very hard to be able to provide us with a permanent home. We know that this is possible because they have already managed to advance a lot in such a short time, and we are residents of the RV campground, and the residents are also fighting together with them insofar as we are able to. Sometimes it is not in our hands to be able to do it. So I ask you please to keep us in mind when you are making decisions that can benefit us or harm us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Any
you for
others?
sticking around all day, waiting for your turn to speak.
Muchas gracias por esperar todo el día para dar su comentario.
Madam Chair.
Thanks, Chris. That was really nice to say. It's hard for me to know sometimes how long people have been waiting, but you see that. So thank you so much for that. All right. Anything further from you, Mr. Carl?
Yes, a couple observations. One, contrary to the appellant's observation, this project is not located in sensitive habitat. As Ms. Velasquez indicated in the staff presentation, it's actually located in a former cattle pen. It is located near areas that delineated as wetland, but we don't see the potential for any sort of significant impact from this project on those areas. In addition, ag worker housing is explicitly allowed under the LCP, contrary to the appellant's observation. While we wouldn't call this a campground, rather we think it's better understood as temporary emergency affordable housing, mostly for farm workers and their families. We understand that the county did do that for their own reasons. We do note, and we did note in the staff presentation and in the report, that there are some LCP inconsistencies, but these are relatively minor, and you're not charged in an SI determination with finding LCP consistency. Rather, the question is whether or not there are issues that are substantial enough that warrant the commission becoming involved. Those are two different kind of standards, and it's important to realize that. And in any case, in this particular case, the outcome, in our view, furthers LCP farm worker and related affordable housing objectives. And we actually believe that this should be applauded as a success story of coastal zone compassion, and that the commission should actually apply your discretion to find NSI for those reasons. So we're available for questions.
Thanks so much, Mr. Carl. All right, unless anyone else has comments, I'm going to turn to Commissioner Rice for comments and a motion. Are there any other? I can't see.
Nope. I'll make a second and then make the motion.
Okay, so Commissioner
yeah,
Rice wants to make the motion, and then you can
Yeah,
speak
I'd be
to your
happy to
second.
make the motion and just want to also add that this onto what Mr. Carl said, that the project also, as was noted, includes the removal and cleanup of the unpermitted substandard housing on this 46-acre site, as well as an unpermitted access road. So there's benefit beyond the temporary housing that this allows. So I'm pleased with the work that's been done on all sides, and I do think this is an elegant solution that certainly doesn't rise to the level of the substantial issue. So happy to make that motion, and I will right now, which is I move that the commission determine that appeal number A-2-MAR-23-0050 raises no substantial issue with respect to the grounds on which the appeal has been filed under section 30603 of the Coastal Act, and I recommend a yes vote.
Second.
Did you want to speak to your second?
Second, yeah. Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Just real quick, and I guess for the speakers in particular, simplemente les quería dar las gracias por tomarse el tiempo de esperarnos y participar en esto. Sus voces son muy importantes. Escuchándolas, espero que les muestren a sus hijos sus comentarios para que las vean en acción, porque si yo fuera hija de ustedes me sentiría muy orgullosa, no solamente por su trabajo arduo y difícil, pero también por venir aquí y ser partícipes de este proceso que no es fácil. Pero las escuchamos y las agradecemos muchísimo. Thank you.
Are we required to translate that, Ms.
Oh.
Warren, or is that
Should I?
fine?
I can do that real quick.
That would be helpful, thank you.
Yes. So I was just recognizing the two farm workers that spoke, the two mothers, and thanking them for, of course, their hard work, but also acknowledging that, participating in this process is not easy. And obviously they've been, they've taken a lot of time and effort to do that. And I just sort of, from my editorial comment was that, I wish that they saved this clip and showed it to their kids, because I think they would make their kids very proud. I think if I were their kid, I would be very, very proud to see them advocating like that on the behalf of their community. So thank you.
That's wonderful. Thanks, Commissioner Escalante. Commissioner Cummings had a comment, and then we'll go see if we have unanimous support.
I just had to make this comment because of what was said earlier about the commission not trying to approve farm worker and low-income housing in the coastal zone. Here we are, approving farm worker housing and low-income housing in the coastal zone. I rest my case.
I really hope our new commission alternate is still watching or listening. Would be great. All right. Is there any opposition to unanimous approval of the motion by Commissioner Rice? All right. Seeing none, no substantial issues found, and move on to the next item, which is going to be, you can tell me if you want, Mr. Carl, I think it's a DDR North Coast. Hey, Ms. Gray, how are you?
Well, I get the privilege of saying good evening.
No, don't say that. Do not say that.
Sorry about that. Yes, item 12 is the Deputy Director's Report for our North Coast District Office. This month, we have 4 waivers and 1 permit time extension. There is no opposition to these matters, and we are asking whether 3 or more commissioners object to this item, and we're available for questions.
Thanks. Do 3 or more commissioners object to the North Coast DDR? Seeing none, the commission concurs, and we'll move on to item 13.
I will turn it over to Benta Jansen, a coastal analyst in our North Coast District Office, to present item 13A, which is a restoration project in the Eel River Estuary.
Billy, if you could please bring up my presentation. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Hart and Commissioners. Item 13A is a CDP application from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife to implement the Cannibal Island Restoration Project, which would restore approximately 500 acres of estuarine marsh and channel habitats in the Eel River Estuary, located approximately 3 miles west of the town of Lolita in Humboldt County. Please note that we posted an addendum to the staff report with a minor change to Special Condition 6 regarding ongoing maintenance activities. Next slide, please. The project area delineated in red on these images is at the westernmost extent of the Eel River Delta and estuary. The lower Eel River is one of the most significant estuaries along the California coast, but beginning in the late 1800s, with colonial settlement, the area was diked and drained for agricultural use. As a result, estuarine channel and marsh habitats decreased in geographic extent and habitat quality, though remnant habitats remain. Currently, the project area is comprised of a diverse group of habitats, including tidal mudflats, tidal slough channels, salt marshes, freshwater marshes, and agricultural pastures. Portions of the existing poorly maintained earthen dikes have eroded over time, and tide gates and culverts have also deteriorated. This has resulted in a mutual tidal exchange and the gradual conversion of low interior lands from reclaimed farm pasture land to brackish and salt marsh vegetation. In the aerial photo on the right, you can see the different vegetation types represented in different colors, with the converted marshlands in the interior a darker brown and the greener, more productive farmland along the eastern boundary of the site. Next slide, please. The project will restore full tidal exchange to the majority of the project area by modifying and removing antiquated water control infrastructure, constructing a new 1.1 mile long setback levee inland of the existing dike to be removed, and raising Cannibal Island Road. Historic tidal channels will be restored through dredging and deepening channels that have filled in during a century of reclamation. Habitat features such as large wood will be added to restore important rearing habitat for juvenile salmonids and other marine resources. Dredged material will be beneficially reused on site where appropriate to restore the historic salt marsh plain to elevations that support diverse native salt marsh plants. The proposed project also includes the development of new public access amenities, including a paved trailhead parking lot and a new coastal access trail segment on top of an existing dike. Next slide, please. These maps show the existing and proposed habitat types in the project area. The main thing to note is the increase by over 300 acres of the brown color on the right, which represents restored intertidal channel and mudflat habitats. Also note the new setback levee on the eastern perimeter of the tidal restoration area, which will contain the restoration area and maintain the prime agricultural land behind it in agricultural productivity. The land east of the levee will remain in private ownership as a working farm, whereas everything west of the new levee will be part of the state wildlife area. Next slide, please. This slide shows a summary of the various estuarine habitats to be restored. As part of the project,
CDFW has proposed to monitor the restored habitats and has also proposed a variety of best management practices during construction that will ensure that the project will maintain and restore the biological productivity and functional capacity of coastal waters, wetlands, and sensitive species within the project area. Special conditions are included to reinforce these proposed mitigation measures. Next slide, please. Staff believes that the project, as conditioned, will restore coastal wetlands and marine resources while also maintaining existing productive agricultural lands and agricultural productivity consistent with the Coastal Act. The project is a partnership between CDFW and cooperating private landowners that achieves multiple project goals, such as restoring hydrologic connectivity to the Eel River estuary, maintaining the maximum amount of prime agricultural land and agricultural productivity, and establishing new public access amenities on the site, as well as protecting existing public access by elevating the county road. The motion and resolution to adopt the staff recommendation of approval with conditions can be found on page 5. That concludes staff's presentation, and we're available to answer questions. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Ms. Jensen. Do we have any ex partes? All right, speakers?
We just have one, Michael Van Hattem from CDFW available for questions.
All right, bring it back. Well, there's nothing for staff to respond to, so bring it back to the commission. Start with Commissioner Wilson. Ask if you'd like to make the motion.
I'll be happy to make a motion.
All right, are there any other comments on this one? My only comment is it's an awesome project.
Yep. And nice to see you, Michael, out there, wherever you are. I move that the commission approve coastal development permit application number 1-23-0854 pursuant to the staff recommendation.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any objection to unanimous approval of the motion? Seeing none, the motion is approved. We'll move on to the next item.
And through the chair, I need to recuse myself on this next item.
Okey doke.
I'm the principal author for the environmental review, as well as the project manager at the time when this was first approved, so.
I understood that.
Gotta move on.
Okay.
Let's just be clear that he's
Because you have a minor conflict there.
We have to be clear that he's recusing himself based on Government Code Section 817200.
That is exactly right. I'm glad you mentioned that.
All right, so Commissioner Wilson is going to step out for this item.
Okay, great. Could I have my slide pulled up, please? All right. Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is Tamara Geddick with the North Coast District Office. Item 14A is a proposal by the Wiyot tribe to develop phased site improvements on Tuluwat Island to support the continuation of their cultural ceremonies, including the World Renewal Ceremony and the cultural and ecological restoration of the island, which is located within Humboldt Bay. Next slide, please. Slide 2 shows the general location of the site on Tuluwat Island, north of Eureka and east of State Route 255 in Humboldt Bay. The primary Coastal Act issues raised by this amendment application include archaeological and cultural resources and flood hazard risk. Tuluwat Island is a sacred place in the Wiyot culture and is and has been the site of the annual World Renewal Ceremony at the island's Tuluwat Village. Next slide, please. Slide 3 is from the Wiyot tribe's collection and includes a representation of traditional Wiyot structures prior to contact with white settlers and a timeline of events leading to an infamous and horrific massacre that took place on the island. It's well documented that in 1860, after a week of ceremonial dance on the island, a group of Eureka settlers massacred approximately 200 Wiyot people on Tuluwat and nearby Wiyot villages. Then, beginning in 1870, a shipyard was developed on the site, which remained in operation until the early 1990s. Next slide, please. Slide 4 shows the site conditions when the Wiyot tribe first purchased a portion of the property where the shipyard was located. The tribe immediately began cleanup efforts, removing over 1.5 tons of non-hazardous materials. Then, after working with the Environmental Protection Agency, in 2007, the Wiyot tribe proposed the Tuluwat Restoration Project to achieve their goal of restoring the cultural and environmental integrity of Tuluwat Island. Next slide, please. The commission approved the original CDP in July of 2008, authorizing the cleanup, excavation, remediation, and capping of the site in coordination with the EPA and Regional Water Quality Control Board. Next slide, please. The Wiyot tribe is now proposing a CDP amendment to develop additional improvements associated with the Tuluwat restoration project within the previously remediated and capped upland area, including, among other things, constructing 2 redwood plank truss houses, a temporary ceremonial dance wall, a vault toilet, and a dining pavilion. All structures to be developed, except for the vault toilet, will be built with redwood planks and other natural materials using traditional Wiyot building methods. No water, power, gas, or sewer infrastructure is proposed as part of the proposed amendment. Next slide, please. Slide 7 shows a visual rendering of some of the proposed improvements. The existing structure in view is the shed that would be demolished where the dining pavilion would be located. As is evident from this image, the project site is subject to potential flood hazards. However, evaluating the project safety for a 25-year lifetime, the proposed improvements are expected to be safe from flooding for their design life. As most of the structures will be built using natural materials, will not be habitable, but rather for ceremonial use, and could be easily removed or relocated at the end of their design life, staff believes the siting and design of the proposed structures minimizes risk consistent with Coastal Act Section 30253. Staff recommends modifying and reimposing assumption of risk requirements of Special Condition 13 and adding Special Conditions 21 and 20 requiring a wastewater management plan and ultimately removing the vault toilet and associated infrastructure if and when it becomes threatened by coastal hazards that would need armoring for protection. Next slide, please. Staff believes that as conditioned, the proposed amended project is consistent with applicable Chapter 3 policies of the Coastal Act and recommends approval. In addition to acting on the permit itself, the Commission will need to act on a request by the applicant included as Exhibit 9 of the staff report to waive the $7,355 application fee. The Wiyot tribe has committed to site cleanup, remediation, and hosting ceremonial and interpretive events that will provide a public service for tribal members and other members of the community. Staff recommends that the Commission direct the Executive Director to waive the fee for this application. The motions for the permit action and fee waiver request can be found on page 6 of the staff report. And this concludes the staff presentation, and Commission staff are available to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Geddick. And now we'll ask if there are any ex partes, any public comment.
Yes, we have 2 people online. One person wishes to speak, Ted Hernandez, and then Alice Armstrong is available for questions. Ted Hernandez, we seem to be having trouble promoting you as a panelist. You are able to unmute now. Oh. Okay, Ted is now in as a panelist. You're free to unmute and turn your camera on.
Good evening. Thank you for taking your time. I know it's late. I know everybody's tired. I would just like to ask the commissioners and the chair, please allow you to waive this permit so we can continue with ceremonies and educating the community on Wiyot culture. You know, our goal is to always take care of the land and the waters that we sit on. The Wiyots have been here since time immemorial, and it is our main job is protecting our land and our resources. So by allowing us to build these structures, we allow to bring back the ceremonies of the world renewal ceremony, which is bringing balance back to the world. And that's what we need today. We need to bring balance back to this world. We need so it can get rid of the sicknesses and all the hatred that's going on in this world today. So I'm asking the commission to please waive this permit fee. Thank you.
Thank you. And my understanding is you are the tribal chair.
I am the former chairman. I didn't run again in 2024, but I am the acting public works director and the TIPO, as well as one of the cultural ceremonial leaders for the Wiyot tribe. So, you know, after 24 years, I decided to focus more on my culture with my family and with the residents of the tribe.
Well, I'm so grateful for your time here today. Thank you. Do we have another speaker? All right, so bring it back to the staff. Nothing.
Can I just correct the
course.
record that the recusal of Commissioner Wilson was under Government Code Section 87100. I misspoke earlier, and I'd like that corrected on the record.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Wong. All right, do we have a motion?
Yes, I'd like to move.
Excuse me one sec. I'm sorry. Commissioner Escalante, did you have a comment before the motion?
No, that's okay. I'll
Okay.
second.
I think we already have a motion, a second lined up here. There's a lot of
Sounds
excitement
good. We love
around
it.
this particular
Awesome.
item.
Well, then I'll just say that I love this. I love this project.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And it's in your neighborhood, right there.
Well, oh yeah, I forgot to say the North Coast, Best Coast, but yes.
Yes. Uh-oh, things are starting to go south. All right.
All right.
Motion, please.
So I move that the commission approve the proposed amendment to the Coastal Development Permit 1-08-017 pursuant to the staff recommendation. Are you going to second?
Second.
All right, so we have a motion, a second as to the first motion. Is there any opposition to unanimous agreement? Approve this motion. Seeing none, we'll move on to the second motion with regard to the fee.
I move that the commission direct the executive director to waive the permit amendment application fee for coastal development permit amendment number 1-08-017-A2 pursuant to the staff recommendation. I'm recommending a yes vote.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second with regard to the waiver of the application fee. Is there any opposition to unanimous yes vote on that? Seeing none, this item as well is adopted, and it's just such a great project, I have to say, after everything that's happened on that site, all the tragedy, to see this rebirth and what the Wiyot tribe is doing there, it's just absolutely so uplifting, and can't wait to see the project move forward toward completion. All right, so the next item is going to be DDR for San Diego Coast.
Thank you, Chair Hart. So on that item, I'll begin with one emergency permit waiver for road grading and clearing, as well as signage placement following a bluff failure that occurred above the toe of the Blacks Beach Emergency Access Road on August 19th, 2024. The work is necessary to restore the emergency vehicle access to that beach. Next, we're reporting the City of San Diego's adoption of the Commission's suggested modifications related to their LCP amendment known as the Housing Action Package that updated their zoning and addresses requirements related to ADUs and lot splits under SB 9. Executive directors determined the city's actions are legally adequate to complete the certification process on that item. And last, we're reporting 4 waivers for projects in Solana Beach and San Diego, and 1 immaterial permit amendment. There haven't been any comments in opposition to those items, so we're asking whether 3 or more commissioners object to the waivers or the amendment in the report.
Thanks, Mr. Schwang. Do 3 or more commissioners object? Seeing no objection, the commission concurs. We'll move on to item 17A.
Pardon me, I just need to scroll down my notes. So that does take us to item 17A, which is a commission appeal of a City of Encinitas permit to convert existing non-habitable lower-level crawl space in a 249 square foot ADU attached to the seaward side of an existing 2-story, 1,555 square foot bluff-top condominium. The approved work includes excavation to convert the non-habitable space to habitable and a new foundation. The appellants allege that the approved development raises a number of LCP consistency issues, including that the city erroneously classified the Bluff-Top project as being exempt from the LCP's Coastal Bluff Overlay Zone and failed to recognize the separate requirement that explicitly requires ADUs to comply with Coastal Bluff setbacks. The location of the bluff edge is also at issue. While the applicant identified the project as being about 50 feet from the bluff edge, the commission's staff geologist believes the project is about 35 feet from the bluff edge. And that shorter distance, in combination with questions about the rate of erosion at the site, raise concerns that the proposed development is not set back enough to avoid the need for shoreline or bluff protection in the future. And finally, the city's action doesn't address future removability, nor did it require the property owners to assume the current and future risks or waive any rights to shoreline or bluff protection. So both of which are required for a new structure on a bluff-top lot site that could experience potential hazards. Because of those issues, staff recommends the commission determine the project raises a substantial issue. And therefore, unless 3 or more commissioners wish to hold hearing on that question, substantial issue will be found and staff will bring the matter back on de novo at a later date. I do want to note that should the commission wish to have a hearing, we do have a more detailed staff presentation.
I would also, if we could, just add a few thoughts really fast before we close. But I'd like to observe that while the vast majority of ADUs in the coastal zone are approved without fanfare, either they aren't appealed to us, or if they are, they don't raise a substantial issue. Nevertheless, and there have been efforts by housing advocates to pass legislation to exempt ADUs from the Coastal Act. This project is a good example of why it's important that we retain that authority. As you saw, there's a concern about hazards in this case, and ensuring bluff-top development is safe not only for the residents, but also for the beach-going public takes an additional level of review and analysis that really only the Coastal Commission is qualified to provide. So with that, I just wanted to make that clear. We are still recommending you that you find SI in this case.
Thanks so much, Dr. Huckelbridge. And I would just note that it is an Encinitas, and I believe, near this area that a cliff collapse resulted in the death of, I believe it was 2 beachgoers.
I think it was 3.
3 beachgoers. So I just can't imagine, for me personally, just commenting, a more important case to find substantial issue. But are there any comments on this? Or?
I just appreciated the executive director's clarification because we do want to see more of these kind of housing, but it really does matter for public safety. So thank you.
Thank you. Do 3 or more commissioners wish to have a hearing on substantial issue? All right. Seeing none, substantial issue is found, and this will go to a hearing at a later date. Thank you very much. All right, so that brings us now to, I believe we are now to the Energy, Ocean Resources, and Federal Consistency, DDR.
Thank you, Chair Hart.
There you are, Cassidy. All right.
Hello. Sorry I'm not in person today, and I have the pleasure of bringing the last item of the day, so I'll try to be quick. So we're on item 19, Deputy Director Report for Energy, Ocean Resources, and Federal Consistency. We have 8 negative determinations to report this month and no waivers or immaterial amendments. I'm not aware of any comments or objections received on these items, and I don't believe there are any speakers signed up to speak on them. So with Chris's confirmation of that, I believe we can move straight on to item 19.1 and this month's update on the Tijuana River Valley pollution crisis.
All right, do we need a concurrence by, not on the Federal Consistency? All right, so yes, that would be great. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. So that brings us to item 19.1, our monthly update on the Tijuana River pollution crisis. We had invited Dr. Kimberly Prather, to speak today about her ongoing research and initial findings, but she unfortunately had a schedule conflict arise at the last minute, so we'll need to reschedule that presentation. I believe that she was able to share some of her information with Commissioner Aguirre, however, so we'll hear more about that, I imagine, shortly. I also wanted to take a moment to provide some additional information regarding the passage of Assembly Joint Resolution 12 that Sarah Christie mentioned during her legislative report yesterday. As Sarah noted, AJR 12 is a joint resolution from both houses of the legislature to urge President Biden to declare a national emergency in the Tijuana River Valley from the cross-border pollution, and also urge Congress and the President to fully fund the necessary upgrades and ongoing maintenance to the sewage treatment infrastructure in that area. Both houses of the California legislature are now formally on record in support of a national emergency declaration due to the ongoing public health and environmental impacts in the valley and estuary, and have requested full funding for the necessary upgrades. The joint resolution is a strong step forward as it makes a lot of excellent findings laying out the widespread impacts resulting from the sewage crisis and explicitly requests actions by the President and Congress. It also reaffirms the legislature's support for Article 10 of the California Constitution and the Coastal Act, guaranteeing maximum access to the coast and navigable waters. With passage of the joint resolution, the Chief Clerk of the Assembly will now transmit copies of the resolution to the President, Vice President, leadership in both houses, and to each senator and representative from California. We think this is a really strong, positive step forward, and it was with the full support of the commission that it passed. The final item I have for you today is just an acknowledgement that next month will be the 1-year anniversary of the Commission's informational briefing and site visit to the Tijuana River Valley. Commission will again be in San Diego County in October, and we're working on a broad update that will include a focus on what has changed and been learned over the past year, the status of federal projects, emerging issues, and further ideas for how the Commission can continue to help move towards a solution in this continuing crisis, as well as mitigation for the damage it is causing. That concludes my remarks. Thank you.
Thanks, Cassidy. All right, Commissioner Aguirre.
Thank you, Chair. I believe one of the researchers was going to try and hop on. Paula Granados.
Yes, she just popped into the meeting like a second ago. So.
Right on time.
Paula Granados, you're being promoted in as a panelist right now.
They're the scientists. That's why.
Just give it a second. Oh. In the car. And then you should be able to unmute.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hi, we can hear you.
Okay. Mayor Aguirre, do you have a question? Sorry, I'm in the field sampling right now, out at the mouth of the river, and I'm just curious, what would do you want me to update you on what we're doing?
We have Dr. Prather's slides up with the locations of the sensors, the types of sensors, the hydrogen sulfide readings, and I believe that's it.
Paula, you are muted.
Could we, I just want to try to get a handle on this. So the person in the vehicle, or the person on Zoom, will be speaking to the slides?
Correct.
Okay, and how much time will you need for that?
I think 5 minutes.
Okay, so we'll set the clock for 5 minutes, and perhaps you could give your full name?
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. I'm Dr. Paula Stigler-Granados. I am an associate professor at San Diego State University, division head for environmental health in the School of Public Health. I've been working closely with Mayor Aguirre and her team, and also with Dr. Kim Prather at UCSD. I apologize, I'm not there. It's been in the field all day sampling and at meetings. So we have been in the field. Kim Prather has been in the field for the last 2 weeks, air sampling at both Imperial Beaver. We have several places where we are monitoring both hydrogen sulfide as one example, and also many other airborne contaminants. My team is in the field right now taking water samples at 2 of the hotspot locations we have located along the Tijuana River, where there is quite a bit of aerosolizing foam coming from the river at, especially when it's running at 80 million gallons a day in some places, at some days. And we are sampling for non-targeted chemical analysis, as well as metagenomic sequencing of pathogens in the air, water, and soil. And so we have several of these places where we're monitoring. We called in a special drone team that is able to get us into places where it's not safe or we're unable to reach, that can carry heavy equipment and allow us to take air and water samples. So we're going out right now to the mouth of the river at the Tijuana estuary to take water samples for chemicals and pathogens. And so far what we have found is elevated levels of hydrogen sulfide that have been at some of these areas at the river parts where it runs under bridges in the community and is becoming aerosolized from waterfalls, basically. And so the smell of its poisonous gas, which is hydrogen sulfide, that people are smelling at higher levels than the ambient air quality standards. And that's what's been reported by many people, as well as multiple reports of people becoming ill. So the sewer, the water coming out of the Tijuana River, it is undiluted wastewater at this time that we know of. And so we are just going to continue to sample this and do some health surveys to find out what types of exposure risks the community members are having, what health symptoms they're having. Are they having contact with recreational waters? Do they live near the river? Do they live near the beach? To find out if indeed they are getting sick from being in the water or if it's from aerosolized particles coming off the water as well. So, and then taking soil samples of the places where the water areas have either flooded or are flowing. We're taking soil samples to find out what types of chemicals and pathogens are in the soil as well.
Thank you. Does that complete your statement?
I guess my statement would be that we do know that these hydrogen sulfide levels coming from the effluent that's running through the communities is higher than the ambient air quality standards on a regular basis. Dr. Kim Prather is using top-of-the-line instrumentation. We hope that we can get together with our air pollution control district to also help them get up to speed with having the correct equipment in the air. I will have to say that the aerosols that are coming off the river or the effluent, it's just undiluted effluent at this point, is emitting noxious gases, and hydrogen sulfide is one of them. And it is also emitting pathogens as well that we know of. We've seen viruses in quite a large quantity right now on our filters. So we do know that this is a very large health threat to our communities, especially the Nestor community, Imperial Beach, and all of the southern part of San Isidro as well. And so we are calling on support to help do additional monitoring, continuous monitoring, and to reduce the flows. We did see a reduction in hydrogen sulfide last night when the flows were reduced. Mexico apparently turned on some pumps. They reduced the flow. Dr. Prather reported a 100 parts per billion last night, as opposed to 4,000 and 5,000 that we've been seeing parts per billion of hydrogen sulfide. So we do know that reduced flow is reducing some of those gases. So we'd like to continue to receive support on monitoring and reducing the flows. We think is a critical need for the health impacts in our community.
Thank you so much. Are there any other speakers? All right, Commissioner Aguirre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am so incredibly grateful to Dr. Granados and Dr. Prather and the team of 50 scientists that have been embedded in the Imperial Beach, Nestor, and Tijuana River Valley area. As Dr. Granados mentioned, they're finding very concerning high levels of hydrogen sulfide. As you can see in the graph, the x-axis with the dotted line is the CARB ambient standard, which is 30 parts per billion. We're seeing peaks, next slide, of up to 1,400, next slide, and on occasion up to 4,000. These emissions, I guess you can say, are mostly found during nighttime, especially between the hours of 12 and 6 a.m., which is consistent with the anecdotal reports that we've been hearing in the community. And next slide, and my own experience. I've been waking up, I think, for the last 2-3 weeks between the times of 3 and 4 in the morning, and it's not just my bedroom. I think I mentioned this last time, but now it's my entire house is just permeating in toxic gases. So we are extremely concerned about the public health impacts. As Dr. Granados mentioned, there's a concern regarding, the noroviruses, the pathogens, but now we have to really worry about this toxic gas. We now have empirical evidence that what our community has been living the last 2 years is real. And just this afternoon, there was the Air Pollution Control District Board meeting, and there was a letter submitted by 20 area pediatricians in South Bay who are also sounding the alarm. There's a number of children that there's a very high increase in children with allergies, with asthma. We have reported cases of lung lesions, lung inflammation. As you can see, go back to the other slide, that's the number of hours that we've been exposed to per day. It just continues to increase constantly. So based on some of these preliminary findings that I just want to reiterate that the team of scientists, Dr. Prather and Dr. Granados, had no responsibility, really, well, that's the wrong word. I'm just very grateful that they were able to share their preliminary findings, because not everybody does that. But they saw how bad and how serious this is and how we're being impacted. They were kind enough to share this data. And they're frankly at the tip of the spear, where we have our health agencies trying to catch up, because this is a situation that is not being experienced anywhere else. There's no standards for long-term chronic exposure to these types of gases. And I just wanted to quickly mention my personal experience. I was in the ER 2 weeks ago. I thought I was having a heart attack, and I couldn't breathe, and I was having palpitations and chest pain. And it turns out it was lung inflammation. And now I have to use this. So, and it's not just me. I'm feeling emotional, and I am, because it's my community. And, just yesterday at the Board of Supervisors, we had one of our community members, Matt Henry, who actually, by the way, has terminal brain cancer and is the father of 6 young children. He's trying to spend as much quality time as he can with his family. So they built this house bus and they took a 2-month trip out of Imperial Beach. And they were fine, and they were happy, and they were healthy. And as soon as they came back home, all of the little kids started having these awful coughs and stomach issues and vomiting. And the situation could not be more desperate. This last week, the San Diego congressional delegation sent a renewed call to President Biden and Governor Newsom to declare a state of emergency. As I've mentioned many times, that has been declined. But in this particular case, we're asking for a public health state of emergency declaration. So my ask today of you all is to please support us in issuing a renewed call through this commission to both Governor Newsom and President Biden, so that they can declare a state of emergency and we can get the help we desperately need, because we've only been able to receive 400 air purifiers for approximately 30,000 households that are in great need, a community that is working class and or low income, predominantly Latino community. So I ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Just obviously, we've been reading about this, watching news reports. It's just an unbelievable situation. So I'll have a few comments, but I'll turn to my fellow commissioners. Commissioner Eckerly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to make some remarks on behalf of the administration. The pollution crisis in the Tijuana River Valley and the impacts that it's having on communities and the environment is appalling. Because these impacts result from transboundary pollution, it is essential that our federal government do more to accelerate the repairs and upgrades to the IBWC facility. The governor has personally lobbied the White House and congressional leaders to maintain focus on this issue, helping unlock funds to advance critical infrastructure improvements. But we understand that the community is feeling impacts now, and we are taking this situation very seriously. Over the last week, I have personally met with leadership at the state's public health, air quality, and environmental agencies to better understand their work with local agencies to monitor and respond to recent air quality concerns. It is our responsibility to take the recent air quality concerns seriously, to acknowledge the concerns of the community, and to also ensure that the data we are using to characterize conditions and to understand the impact of these conditions on public health and safety is collected, validated, and analyzed in partnership with local and state public health and air quality experts and researchers. We have a responsibility to the public to provide accurate information and clarity about what that information means for their health and safety. While we take steps to coordinate monitoring and data analysis efforts, we're also working with local authorities to implement immediate actions that can provide some relief to community members and continue needed air quality monitoring. Commissioner Aguirre, I want to thank you for your tireless work, commitment, and resilience. You continue to be a fierce voice for your community, and I know how deeply this crisis affects you both professionally and personally. Addressing the Tijuana River pollution crisis is a top priority for the state, and we will continue to hold the federal government accountable for the repair and the expansion of the IWC facility while prioritizing public health, the protection of public health and air quality. We cannot and will not be dismissive of what we are hearing, and we must fully understand the science so that we can make decisions that are appropriate to protect the public.
Thank you, Commissioner. Really appreciate that statement from the administration. So we have a couple commissioners that would like to speak. Commissioner Bochco has a request to speak, and then I'll turn to Commissioner Cummings.
I just have a question. I think, there's an immediate, if not, it's not a remedy, but it's something of assistance. How do we get these air purifiers? I mean, is there some governmental?
We need funding. We need funding. We need at least $5 to $10 million to deploy air filters immediately. The Air Pollution Control District of San Diego County just met this afternoon, and they were able to secure an additional $100K, which will buy another 400 or so. But again, I reiterate, just in Pearl Beach, it's 10,168 households. Yeah. And that's just in Pearl Beach. We have Nestor, San Isidro, Coral Gate, and the Tijuana River Valley communities being within the zone of impact, that the map was showing. And within that red dot, we had at least 3 or 4 schools that potentially could be impacted.
It just seems to me that there should be some, whether it's a fund or some mechanism that our government has, our administration has, that could disperse this as an immediate protective device. We know it's not the answer to the problem, but it at least can be done immediately. So if there is a way, and again, I don't know all the silos of money in government by any means, but it just seems to me that this is something we could get done somehow. Thank you.
Commissioner Cummings.
Yeah, it's appalling to continue to hear that this has been going on and that it just keeps getting worse. So just want to lend my support to Commissioner Aguirre for all of her efforts and the ongoing efforts of this commission to keep attention on this. And then additionally, just want to appreciate the fact that there are researchers who are out collecting data. And I'm just hoping that when they're able to, it sounds like it's going to be ongoing data collection. So whenever we can get an update and learn more about, the frequency of collection, where were the air sensors placed and all those kinds of things, so we can get an understanding of the scope of the frequency of sampling and also there's the temporal and there's the spatial component of the sampling to know where they've been sampling. I think it'll be really helpful to understand how far is this going, and when when are these fumes being released the most. And then I know that sometimes state senators or assembly folks are able to get earmarks of funding into the budget. And I know we just got through our budget, but if there's an opportunity to lobby to get some emergency funding from the state, maybe that's an opportunity, because it's one thing to ask for the money to solve the bigger part of the problem, which is upgrading all these wastewater treatment plants. But if maybe there can be a carve out for a few $1 million just to get people air purifiers, I think that's something that we should actively lobby for moving forward, because that's a small ask of the governor, right? You can't give us all the money we need, but can you at least give these communities $3 to $5 million so that they can at least have healthy air inside of their homes? And then I guess the last point I'll make is that in addition to trying to put pressure on the governor and the current president, I think we need to send a letter specifically to our vice president, hopefully our future president, so that as they're campaigning, they understand that the people of Imperial Beach, if she wants their vote, this is something that she's going to have to work on. So just want to put that out there as well.
Thanks, Commissioner. I just want to make a few comments, and, you know, it's extremely frustrating because the Coastal Commission is a regulatory entity. We are not an entity that's capable of funding. We're not an entity that's capable of our own requiring a state declaration of emergency, and it's such a, or federal declaration of emergency. We have been for now over a year, sent letters and been as strong as we possibly can be to emphasize, beginning with the impacts on the ocean, the fact that the beaches have been closed now for over 900 days in Imperial Beach. I'm going to talk about an environmental justice crisis. And now, with the research of Dr. Prather and her team, these horrible air quality impacts. I feel so frustrated because there really doesn't appear to be much we can do as a commission other than to provide this public forum. You're asking again, Commissioner, for us to reiterate our desire for a declaration of a state of emergency, both at the state and federal levels. I'll turn to my fellow commissioners and ask if there would like to be a motion with regard to that. Or Commissioner Aguirre, or, I'm sorry, it's not appropriate, or?
I'm sorry, you can't vote on that today.
Because it's not on the
But yes,
agenda.
I will remind you that Deputy Director Th8e is planning to come forward next month
Right.
with a more comprehensive review and ideas on potential strategies, and there may be things on which you can vote next month. So I know it's putting it off for a month when it's a current crisis, but technically there can't be a vote today.
Yeah, and I mean, at the end of the day, whether we vote again, and we already have for requested declaration of state of emergency, is not going to make anything happen. But I think that you're hearing from all of the commissioners and our incredible regard and our concern for you, Commissioner Aguirre. This is a fight. This is something that we are there to support you, and I'm just sorry that we can't do more than provide this forum, but really grateful to all of you. All right, on that note, we're going to conclude it's been a long day. I really appreciate all of you, really appreciate the staff, and tomorrow morning we'll take up the statewide items first thing. Okay, thanks everybody.